Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Professor McGonagall took Charlie back to the orphanage, explained things to Grandma White, and demonstrated some amazing magic. This finally put Grandma White's mind at ease, and she no longer mistook Professor McGonagall for a child trafficker in her nightgown. Before leaving, Grandma White slipped £100 to Charlie, but Charlie refused and left £500 on Grandma White's table. £500 isn't much, but it will at least make things a little easier for the orphanage this month. Since transmigrating, Charlie has been living in an orphanage. Grandma White treats him like her own grandson, and his desire to earn money is also to help Grandma White. Professor McGonagall's gaze softened even more upon witnessing this. Gryffindor's great sword, what a good boy. After leaving the orphanage, Professor McGonagall led Charlie into a rundown pub. This is the Leaky Cauldron, the entrance to Diagon Alley. In the bar's backyard, Professor McGonagall tapped the brick wall with her wand, and a passage opened in the wall. Charlie followed them inside, and the sight before him left him speechless with awe. Cobblestone streets, quaint shops, owls soaring in the sky, and pedestrians dressed in wizard robes. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Professor McGonagall said with a smile. Charlie's eyes widened. Just then, a shrill voice suddenly rang in his mind. Detected that His Majesty has successfully contacted the wizarding world. The Tyrant System is activating. Your Majesty, Charlie White, age 11 years old, magic talent rating, max level 10, transfiguration 6, charmsology 8, potion mastery 6. Defense against the dark arts 7, herbalism 4, astronomy 4, history of magic 5, mastered magic 0, Tyrant Points 0. Charlie was almost startled by the sudden appearance of the system interface. What the heck is this Tyrant System? The Qing dynasty has been gone for so many years. Are you all right? Where can I possibly become a tyrannical ruler? However, now is not the time to study the system. Professor McGonagall has already urged him to catch up. Let's go to Gringotts and exchange some galleons. Professor McGonagall pointed to a tall white building at the end of the street. That's the Wizard's Bank. Upon entering Gringotts, one is surrounded by short creatures with long noses and pointed ears. Those are fairies, Professor McGonagall explained in a low voice. Gringotts is run by goblins. They are natural-born financial experts. Tusk, she really is a fairy. Charlie couldn't help but glance at it a few more times. It looks like a goblin. I wonder if there are any princesses in the wizarding world. Gringotts Hall is decorated quite luxuriously. The marble floor was so shiny it reflected light, and a huge crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. There were many windows in the hall, and behind each window sat a fairy. Some were counting money, some were keeping accounts, and some were examining gemstones with magnifying glasses. Strangely, not a single fairy paid them any attention. Professor McGonagall led Charlie to a window. The fairy behind the window didn't even look up, continuing to bury herself in her calculations. Ahem. Professor McGonagall coughed lightly. The fairy reluctantly raised her head, her eyes filled with impatience. Exchange for galleons. The fairy's voice was shrill and piercing. How much? This child wants to exchange some galleons, Professor McGonagall said. We also need to open an account. The fairy glanced at Charlie, her eyes full of disdain. Another muggle-born wizard. These kinds of people usually only exchange a couple £100 to open a very basic account. He couldn't be bothered with such small businesses. So what if Professor McGonagall brought people? Even if Dumbledore were here today, he wouldn't pay a cent. There's a fee for exchanging galleons, the fairy said indifferently. There are also handling fees for opening an account. Charlie noticed the vixen's attitude and felt somewhat displeased. The currencies in the wizarding world are galleons, sickles, and knuckles, Professor McGonagall explained to Charlie. 1 galleon is equal to 17 sickles, and 1 sickle is equal to 29 gnats. At the current exchange rate, 1 galleon is approximately equal to £5. Charlie nodded, then pulled a thick envelope from his pocket. Bang! He slammed the envelope heavily on the counter. Give me £1,500 of gold galleons. The original text doesn't mention any exchange limit. Those limits are fan fiction. It's known that gold can be exchanged for galleons, and gold can be exchanged for pounds, so how could pounds be limited compared to galleons? The banknotes from the envelope were scattered all over the table, all in denominations of pounds. The fairy put down her abacus, grabbed the pounds with lightning speed, and began counting the banknotes. That's really 1,500 pounds. The fairy's voice was somewhat surprised. The fairies at the surrounding windows cast envious glances. 1,500 pounds can be exchanged for 300 galleons. Such large business deals are rare. A customer who can exchange so many gallons at once is sure to have a long-term cooperative relationship. The fairy's expression immediately changed, from cold indifference to boundless enthusiasm. "Welcome to Gringotts, sir," he said, rubbing his hands together and smiling obsequiously. "I'm Lughawk. It's a pleasure to serve you. Let me introduce you to Gringotts' various services. We not only offer currency exchange services, but also a variety of financial products such as savings, investment, and safe deposit box rentals. For distinguished guests like yourself, we also offer exclusive VIP services, with fees 3 percentage points lower than regular accounts. Would you like to apply for one of our Diamond membership cards? Cardholders enjoy a 10% discount on all services at Gringotts." Charlie watched the fairy's initial arrogance turn into obsequiousness and crossed his arms. "I still prefer your defiant side from earlier. Please restore it." Ladgerhawk's smile froze on his face. What does this mean?" Professor McGonagall was struggling to suppress her laughter. "Let's open an account." Charlie cleared his throat. "Exchange everything for galleons, deposit 200 galleons, and I'll take the rest." Okay, Raghawk nodded quickly. "I'll process it for you right away." Soon, Charlie received a heavy money bag containing 100 galleons. The galleons were heavier than I expected, each one gleaming with gold and engraved with intricate patterns. "The things a first-year student needs to buy will probably cost several dozen galleons," Professor McGonagall said. "You have enough money to last a long time." Charlie weighed the money bag in his hand in a good mood. "Let's go buy a wand," Professor McGonagall said. "The wand is the wizard's most important tool." Charlie nodded and followed Professor McGonagall out of Gringotts. The two arrived at Ollivander's wand shop, whose sign stated that they had been making wands since 382 BC. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the brass bell on the door rang out with a clear, melodious sound. "You will achieve great things, Mr. Potter." An aged yet somewhat mysterious voice came from inside the store. Charlie followed Professor McGonagall into the shop. In the narrow shop, every available space was filled with long, thin boxes piled up in layers like mountains. The air was filled with the scent of ancient wood and magic. In the center of the shop, a thin, dark-haired boy held a magic wand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Sitting next to him was an enormous giant, almost touching the ceiling. The giant immediately stood up in a panic upon seeing Professor McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall." Hagrid greeted everyone excitedly, but as soon as he stood up, he bumped into the chandelier above his head, causing it to sway from side to side. The light and shadows throughout the shop were swaying. "Hello, Hagrid," Professor McGonagall replied gently. Her gaze fell on the dark-haired boy, and she thought to herself, "This must be Harry Potter. She was sent to the Dursleys' house as a tiny little thing back then, and now she's grown. Well, still a tiny little thing. Damn it, don't the Dursleys feed this child? He should be a healthy, growing teenager, but he looks severely malnourished." The clothes were ridiculously large, they were clearly old. Harry had already chosen his wand and was preparing to leave with Hagrid. Before leaving, he glanced curiously at Charlie, who had just entered. "Is this also a new beginning?" A wave of surprise washed over Harry. "The boy in front of me, who is the same age as me, is really handsome. His black hair is neatly combed, and his black eyes are deep and bright. His clothes were also very appropriate, and his every move exuded an aristocratic air. Compared to his own disheveled state, it was a world of difference." Charlie noticed Harry's gaze and smiled at him in a friendly manner. He had clearly heard the shopkeeper's address. This must be the famous protagonist, Harry Potter. Seeing Charlie's smile, Harry's cheeks flushed slightly. He hurriedly nodded in response and then followed Hagrid out of the store. Charlie was taken aback. "Why are you blushing like a teapot? Has the British influence already spread to 11-year-olds? Professor McGonagall, it's a pleasure to meet you." Ollivander greeted the guests slowly. He looked somewhat old, with his silver-white hair draped messily over his shoulders, and his light-colored eyes radiating a wisdom that seemed to see through everything. "Mr. Ollivander." Professor McGonagall nodded in greeting. "This is Charlie White, a freshman this year." Ollivander's gaze fell on Charlie, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "Mr. White, it's a pleasure to serve you. Let me help you choose a suitable wand." He took out a measuring tape, which automatically began measuring Charlie's body measurements. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. White," Ollivander said as he measured. "Every wand is unique, just like every wizard." After taking the measurements, Ollivander went to the wand boxes and began to carefully select one. "Try this one, 12 inches, willow, unicorn hair." Charlie took the wand, and the moment he waved it, the wand boxes around him began to shake violently. Ollivander quickly snatched the wand back. No, it's obviously not this one. And this one, 11 1/3 inches birch dragon heartstring. Charlie tried again, and this time it was even worse. The windows throughout the shop began to shake, and the glass emitted an unsettling buzzing sound. Good heavens, no, not exactly. Ollivander frowned. Your magic is very powerful, Mr. White. You'll need a wand powerful enough. Over the next 10 minutes, Charlie tried one wand after another. Ollivander's expression grew increasingly serious as he rummaged through the depths of the shop. He muttered to himself, maybe I should try that one. He retrieved an antique box from the deepest corner, covered in a thick layer of dust. Inside the box lay a dark-colored magic wand, 13 inches elderberry phoenix feather core. Ollivander's voice was somewhat serious. This is a very special wand, Mr. White. Elderwood is known as the Tree of Death, while phoenix feathers represent rebirth. Charlie took the wand and instantly felt a warm current spread from his palm throughout his body. A golden beam of light shot from the tip of the wand, blooming into a beautiful flower shape in the air. Perfect. Ollivander clapped his hands excitedly. What a perfect combination. Charlie felt the warmth emanating from the wand in his hand, and a surge of excitement welled up inside him. Was this really his own wand? This wand is very special, Mr. White, Ollivander said earnestly. Only extraordinary wizards can be successfully paired with the Elder Wand. And the phoenix tail feather will only choose wizards destined for greatness. 7 galleons, Mr. White. Ollie Ringer put away his wand box. Please cherish this magic wand. Charlie paid and carefully put the wand away. Before leaving, Ollivander suddenly spoke, his voice low and mysterious. You will achieve great things, Mr. White. Charlie? That sounds so familiar, so you tell everyone that? Ollivander smiled enigmatically. That's business acumen, isn't it? Whoever comes to my Ollivander wand shop, I'll definitely come here to buy their wands in the future. Otherwise, how do you think we've been making staff since 382 BC? Emerging from Ollivander's wand shop, Charlie gripped his wand, his heart pounding with excitement. Professor McGonagall checked the time. Next, we'll go to Flourish and Blots to buy textbooks. Charlie looked at the titles on the reading list, such as Standard Spells, Beginner's Guide, A History of Magic, and Theory of Magic. He secretly thought to himself, isn't this just a magical version of Huxia history and physics textbooks? Charlie bought all the textbooks for the required courses, spending a total of 13 galleons. As for additional supplementary materials, well, Charlie is very self-aware he won't open them. It doesn't make sense that someone who didn't even like opening textbooks in their previous life would suddenly become a lover of learning in the magical world. Next, we'll go to Madame Malkin's robes shop, Professor McGonagall said. Mrs. Malkin was a short, plump witch who greeted Charlie warmly. A new student at Hogwarts, stand up on the stool, dear. Charlie stood on the stool and Mrs. Malkin began to take his measurements. I want the best fabric, Charlie said directly. Professor McGonagall was somewhat surprised. Ordinary fabric will suffice, Mr. White. No, Professor. Charlie shook his head. I prefer comfortable clothes. Mrs. Malkin smiled. The finest fabrics are indeed more comfortable and more durable. What she didn't say was that she also earned more. The 3 sets of high-class wizard robes, along with the wizard hat, dragon skin gloves, and cloak, cost a total of 40 galleons. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for completing the Tyrant's deeds, extravagance earning 5 Tyrant Points. Charlie was secretly delighted. I see the system recognizes this behavior. Next, they bought school supplies such as crucibles, balances, and telescopes, spending 10 gallons. Let's go buy a pet one last time, Professor McGonagall said. An owl, a cat, or a toad, you can choose one. Inside the Ileps owl shop, all sorts of owls were chirping and twittering. Charlie's gaze was immediately drawn to the largest eagle owl in the shop. The eagle owl was entirely brown and black, with a wingspan of over a meter, and its amber eyes were bright and piercing. It stood proudly on the perch, looking down at everyone. I want that one. Charlie pointed to the eagle owl without hesitation. The shop owner looked at him in surprise. Are you sure, young man? That's an oriental eagle owl, the largest species of owl, and it has a very bad temper. They're usually bought by adults. That's it, Charlie said firmly. This is a mysterious tradition from the East. Bigger is better. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for completing the act of a tyrant, greed and perfection, earning 3 Tyrant Points. In the end, Charlie bought the eagle owl for 15 galleons. He named it Storm because it looked like a storm about to break out. The storm was surprisingly docile towards Charlie, perching obediently on his shoulder and occasionally gently combing his hair with its beak. It seems to like you a lot, the shopkeeper said with a smile. After finishing their shopping, Professor McGonagall led Charlie out of Diagon Alley. Here's your ticket. She handed Charlie a red ticket. September 1st, King's Cross Station, platform 9¾ Charlie stared at the numbers on the ticket, puzzled. Professor, does the platform have a decimal point? Professor McGonagall smiled mysteriously. You'll find out then. Damn it, Riddler, get out of Hogwarts. On the way back to the orphanage, Charlie secretly checked the system interface when Professor McGonagall wasn't looking. Tyrant System host, Charlie White magic talents omitted, Tyrant Points, 8. Number of draws, 0, 1 draw is allowed at 10 a.m. The system's explanation is simple. Performing actions that conform to the tyrant's behavior will earn you Tyrant Points, which can be used for a lottery. The lottery can yield items such as talent points and spell proficiency. Charlie pondered. Indiscriminate killing? No way. If he dares to kill, Dumbledore will dare to bury them. As for who gets buried, that's none of his business. Besides, I was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze. How could I do such a thing? Extravagant spending. That's certainly possible, but there's so little money left to squander these days. Just then they arrived at the orphanage. Professor McGonagall stopped at the door. Mr. White, she said earnestly, you have great talent, don't waste it. Try to preview the textbooks before school starts. Charlie nodded seriously. I will, Professor. But in my heart I thought all teachers in the world use the same rhetoric. Professor McGonagall smiled with satisfaction, then turned and left. Charlie watched her disappear, then dashed back to his room, threw everything onto the bed and plopped down heavily on top of her. Forget preparation, let's get started. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for completing the act of a tyrant. Neglecting state affairs, you have gained 1 tyrant point. Haha, it really worked. Charlie jumped up excitedly. A few minutes later, the system notification appeared again. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for completing the act of a tyrant. Neglecting state affairs, you have gained 1 tyrant point. Current tyrant points 10 points, 1 lottery draw allowed. A lottery. Charlie exclaimed eagerly. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on obtaining the spell Blazing Flames, level 1, 0 100. How can I upgrade a spell? Charlie asked, puzzled. Your Majesty, proficiency can be increased through self-practice or by participating in lotteries. Once proficiency is full, you will automatically level up. Each spell is divided into 5 levels. Charlie picked up the wand, Blazing Flames. A small flame immediately appeared at the tip of the wand, the orange-red flame dancing in the air and emitting a warm glow. Wow, Charlie gasped, his eyes fixed on the flame. It seems every mage starts with Fireball. The flames grew larger as his emotions fluctuated, and it looked like they were about to leap onto the bedsheets. Charlie hurriedly waved his wand, extinguishing the flame. Call. Charlie breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He played with fire and burned the bedsheets. When Grandma White found out, he was in for a good beating. He tried several more times, carefully controlling the size of the flames each time for fear of starting another fire, and practiced for about half an hour. Blazing Flames, level 1, 100. Forget it, I'm not practicing anymore. Charlie tossed his wand aside and collapsed onto the bed. I'm so tired. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for completing the act of a tyrant, laziness and neglect of governance, earning 2 tyrant points. Charlie grinned. This system is really smart. This is the right way to use magic. He rolled over and stared at the ceiling. The excitement of becoming a wizard was still surging through my body. Charlie closed his eyes contentedly, listening to the occasional system notification sounds, and drifted off to sleep. For the next month, Charlie completely let loose. He sleeps during the day, neglecting state affairs. He goes on outings at night, refusing to sleep. His reputation as a tyrant is skyrocketing. Charlie, don't you want to take a look at those magic books? Grandma White couldn't help but ask one day. Charlie was playing with the children from the orphanage in the yard. It's okay, Grandma, you can go back to school to study. Charlie turned around and smiled at Grandma White. I want to spend more time with you all. I won't have as much time once I go to school. Your Majesty is truly despicable, even deceiving an old lady. Gain 3 tyrant points. Hey, you son of a b**********. Grandma White smiled with satisfaction. Charlie had been sensible since he was a child, and even after becoming a wizard he still cared about them. What else could she say? Every evening, Charlie would take Storm out for a bird walk. This eagle owl is enormous and imposing, always attracting the attention of passers-by whenever it appears. The Storm seemed to enjoy the attention, each time spreading its enormous wings and letting out a majestic roar, scaring away the curious cats and dogs. After a month, Charlie's tyrant points had accumulated to an astonishing 910 points, enough for 91 lottery draws. He gained proficiency in most basic spells, such as the levitation charm, healing charm, and lockpicking charm. However, talent points are really hard to come by. I only got 3 in total, and I put them all into polymorph. His interface is now completely different. Your Majesty, Charlie White, age 11 years old, magic talent rating, max level 10, transfiguration 9, charmsology 8, potion mastery 6. Defense against the dark arts, 7, herbalism 4, astronomy 4, history of magic 5, Tyrant Points 9, mastered spells, polymorph level 1, 90-100, flame burst level 2, 360-500, clear water level 2, 160-500, levitate level 2, 180-500, healing charm level 2, 210-500, lockpicking charm. After a month of experimentation, Charlie discovered that the higher one's talent, the easier it was to cast the corresponding magic and the stronger its power. Although his transfiguration skill is only at level 1, his talent skill is already at level 9. Now he can easily transform objects, and he often uses this trick to amuse children, fooling them into believing it's magic. Time flies, and September 1st is here in the blink of an eye. Charlie got up early and packed his luggage. Although he usually acts like a lazy bum, he is actually very much looking forward to going to Hogwarts. "Grandma, I'm leaving." Charlie hugged Grandma White. Grandma White, her eyes red-rimmed, handed him a small package. "These are cookies I made for you. Eat them if you get hungry on the way." "I'll miss you, Grandma." Charlie hugged Grandma White tightly. "I will write to you." Grandma White patted him on the back. "Go on, study hard, listen to your teachers at school." Charlie nodded, dragged his suitcase, and set off for King's Cross Station amidst the storm. Charlie pushed his luggage cart through the bustling crowd at King's Cross Station. Storm stood atop the suitcase, surveying its surroundings with an imposing air, attracting surprised glances from many passers-by. Platform 9 3/4. Charlie looked down at his ticket, his brow furrowing slightly. He walked back and forth between platforms 9 and 10 several times, but found no signs related to 9 3/4. "Ask the staff." "Forget it, that's obviously a secret of the magical world. Asking will only make you look crazy." Just as Charlie was hesitating, a familiar figure came into his view. The dark-haired boy I saw in the wand shop, Harry Potter, was pushing a trolley full of luggage and looked just as lost as I was. Even more strikingly, Harry was talking to a family of bright red-haired people. The red-haired woman was short and plump with a kind face, and she was with 5 children who also had red hair. Charlie pushed his luggage closer and watched as one of the red-haired boys pushed a luggage cart straight toward the partition between platforms 9 and 10. Just as Charlie was surprised, the boy magically disappeared into the wall. Wall-penetrating magic. Charlie couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Will my childhood dream of learning the ability to walk through walls and enter the women's bathhouse ever come true? The red-haired woman heard the voice and turned to look at Charlie. She immediately noticed Charlie's luggage and the owl perched on the suitcase and smiled knowingly. "You're a new student going to Hogwarts too, darling?" she asked gently. Charlie nodded. "Yes, madam, I can't find platform 9 3/4. "Oh, don't worry," the red-haired woman said kindly. "Just walk straight to the partition between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop, don't be afraid," she explained. "If you're nervous, you can jog over." Charlie nodded gratefully. "Thank you, madam." Harry had already pushed his cart toward the partition wall and disappeared inside. Charlie took a deep breath and followed suit. He closed his eyes and pushed the cart forward. The expected impact did not occur, and when he opened his eyes, the scene before him astonished him. A red steam train was parked beside the platform, with Hogwarts Express written on its front. The platform was packed with students and parents. The hooting of owls, the clattering of suitcases, and the laughter of people mingled together. "Wow," Charlie couldn't help but exclaim. "The combination of steam locomotives and magic is truly amazing." Harry stood a short distance away, looking just as shocked as Charlie. Their eyes met and they smiled simultaneously. "Hey, wanna find a carriage together?" Charlie offered. Harry nodded. "Okay." Together, they carried their luggage onto the train and found an empty carriage. After putting their luggage away, they sat down facing each other. "I am Charlie White." Charlie extended his hand. "Harry Potter." Harry grasped his hand, watching Charlie's reaction with some nervousness. Charlie simply nodded, showing no particular surprise. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of warmth. "Did you live in Muggle society before?" Harry asked. Charlie nodded. "Yes, I only found out I was a wizard a month ago." "Me too," Harry exclaimed excitedly. "I grew up in a Muggle family and I didn't know I was a wizard until Hagrid came to tell me." Hagrid is the gamekeeper at Hogwarts. The two exchanged a smile, finding common ground in the unfamiliar environment. Outside the car window, Mrs. Molly was giving instructions to the red-haired twins. "You two better behave yourselves this year, you hear? If I receive another letter saying you blew up the toilet." "Blow up a toilet? We've never blown up a toilet," one of the twins said. "But that's a great idea, thank you, Mom," another added. "That's not funny," Mrs. Molly exclaimed. Charlie watched the twins' retreating figures and couldn't help but sigh, these are true geniuses. Even a tyrant would have to admit that you guys are the real tyrants. Blowing up the school's toilets, I can't even imagine how many points that would earn me as a tyrant. Harry looked at him questioningly. What tyrant? It's nothing, just a joke. Charlie quickly changed the subject. Not long after, the carriage door was pushed open and the twins and the red-haired boy they had seen before walked in. Hey, is there a seat here? The redhead asked. The other carriages are full. Of course, Harry and Charlie said at the same time. After the three sat down, the twins introduced themselves. I am Fred Weasley. I am George Weasley. This is our younger brother, his name is Ron. Charlie White, Harry Potter. Wait, are you Harry Potter? Harry nodded, his cheeks slightly flushed. Really? Fred asked in surprise, you really have that scar? Harry lifted his bangs, revealing a lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead. The twins and Ron stared wide-eyed. Wow, Ron exclaimed involuntarily. Harry was clearly a little uncomfortable. He still wasn't used to feeling like a rare animal. Charlie saw that his face had turned red and spoke up at the opportune moment. Fred, George, Charlie suddenly spoke up. When you go blow up the toilet bowl, can you call me? The twins were stunned for a moment, blinked, and clearly didn't expect that this handsome freshman who looked like a nobleman would actually be one of them. Fred looked Charlie up and down, then asked with a puzzled expression, why do you want to join us? Because I get stronger and learn new magic by playing pranks. Haha, that's a great excuse, George. Next time Mom asks us why we played a prank, that's our answer. Charlie shrugged. These days, nobody believes the truth. He had no choice but to change his words. Okay, because it's fun. Blowing up toilets sounds exciting, much more interesting than reading those boring textbooks. George grinned. Haha, I like that reason. Fred and George exchanged a glance, then said in unison, welcome to the Weasley pranksters. But I can't tell you our secret plan yet, Fred said mysteriously. We'll talk about it when we get to Hogwarts, George added. The two men got up to leave, but Fred turned back before leaving. Remember, we're professionals. Rookies can't keep up with our pace. George winked. Charlie gave an okay sign. Don't worry, I definitely won't hold you back. The twins left satisfied and returned to their own carriage. The carriage fell silent again, leaving only Ron, Harry, and Charlie. Ron looked at Charlie, his eyes full of admiration. You really dare to mess around with Fred and George? They're the most troublemakers in school. My mother receives complaint letters about them every year. Harry nodded. That sounds interesting. I've never had a friend like that before. Charlie leaned back in his chair, legs crossed. Life's too short to miss out on the good life. Ron and Harry both found Charlie amusing. His carefree attitude intrigued them. As we were talking, the train sounded its whistle and began to slowly start moving. Charlie watched the scenery gradually move away outside the window, feeling somewhat depressed. The most important thing right now is taking the train, which is why the Tyrant Points haven't increased. If you were to relieve yourself in public on a train, it might sway the Emperor, but that would be just too ridiculous. This servant agrees with your Majesty's decision, but if anyone asks why, your Majesty must not mention me. Charlie. Want some tasty snacks, honey? A round-faced witch appeared at the carriage door, pushing a food cart piled high with all sorts of oddly shaped snacks. Harry's eyes lit up and he immediately stood up. Of course. Charlie stood up as well, took out his money bag. He hadn't eaten anything since leaving the orphanage and was starving. The two of them each bought a huge pile of snacks, and the food truck witch couldn't stop smiling as she counted the silver shiko in her hand. Ron looked at the table full of snacks, swallowed hard, and then somewhat awkwardly took out a sandwich wrapped in brown paper from his bag. My mom prepared it for me, Ron muttered softly. She never remembers that I don't like corned beef. He opened the wrapper, revealing a dry, corned beef sandwich inside, which certainly didn't look very appealing. Harry noticed Ron's predicament and felt a pang of sympathy, which reminded him of the less-than-ideal food he had at the Dursleys' house. Want to switch things up? Harry suggested. I get tired of these sweets. This was the first time he had shared something of his with a friend, and his eyes were full of anticipation. Ron looked at the cake in Harry's hand, a longing gleam in his eyes, but he shook his head. Never mind, this sandwich is cold and dry, it's not good, you guys eat yours. Charlie then spoke up. How could it not taste good? Food made by family is always the most delicious. He took out the cookies that Grandma White had given him from his bag. The packaging was simple but thoughtful, and it even had a little bow tied on it. I grew up in an orphanage, Charlie said gently. The orphanage was very poor, but the headmistress always made us all sorts of delicious food. She said that even without delicacies, food made with care can fill the emptiness in one's heart. Ron and Harry were both stunned, clearly moved by Charlie's words. Harry's eyes welled up with tears as he thought about his experiences with the Dursleys. He envied the feeling of being treated with care and consideration. Charlie opened the cookie package, and a sweet aroma immediately filled the air. Here, have a taste, they're pretty good. He offered to share the cookies with the two of them. Ron was touched by Charlie's words and stopped being coy. He broke the sandwich in half and shared it with the two of them. I hope you don't mind. Harry took the cookies and sandwich, feeling a warm glow inside. Ron and Harry picked up cookies and sandwiches and savored them. These cookies are delicious. Ron was very accommodating and Harry nodded in agreement. Soon, the large sandwiches and generously filled cookies made them feel full. I'm full, I can't eat anymore. At this moment, Charlie put the cookies and sandwiches aside, picked up the last piece of pumpkin pie on the table and took a delicious bite. Harry was stunned. Charlie, didn't you say? Oh, let me try this stuffed pancake first, I'll eat the cookie sandwich later. Harry, Ron, Charlie squinted his eyes in satisfaction. My family's cooking was indeed delicious, but since it's my first day in the magical world, shouldn't I try some of the magical world specialties? Although the Kingdom of England is a desolate land where the ancient gods' food, stargazing, originated, the snacks in the magical world still taste pretty good. Your Majesty deceived your own study companion, doesn't your conscience hurt? Tyrant Points +2, hey, there's an unexpected bonus. Ron and Harry disassembled the chocolate frog with a sullen expression. They were both full by now and could only enjoy it as an after-dinner dessert. A moment later, there was a knock on the door outside the carriage. Excuse me, have you seen a toad? The door was pushed open and a round-faced boy walked in with tears in his eyes. His face was round and chubby and he looked very helpless. Its name is Rafer and my toad Rafer is missing. The boy's voice was trembling with tears. Charlie shook his head. I didn't see your toad. However, there are quite a few frogs on the table. Ron had just opened one when the chocolate frog immediately jumped onto the table, hopping around energetically. The round-faced boy's eyes lit up instantly, his gaze fixed on the chocolate frog. Charlie smiled and invited, would you like to try some? It tastes pretty good. The round-faced boy immediately forgot about the toad, took the chocolate frog that Charlie handed him and ate it while talking. Thank you, my name is Neville Longbottom. I am Charlie White. Ron Weasley. When it was Harry's turn, he was a little nervous. Harry Potter. Neville, biting into his chocolate frog, didn't react much, just nodded. Hello, Harry. This pleased Harry. It seemed it had to be Hogwarts after all, as no one seemed to react excessively to his name. Neville continued to enjoy his chocolate frog, completely absorbed in the pleasure of the sweet treat. Soon someone knocked on the door again. Nawe. A little girl with thick brown hair walked in. She spotted Neville immediately, wrinkled her nose and said, Neville, are you still looking for your toad? Neville seemed to wake from a dream, still with chocolate in his mouth. Oh right, I also need to find the toad. This guy was eating chocolate frog and completely forgot about the toad. The little girl shook her head helplessly and turned to the others. My name is Hermione Granger. Have you ever seen Neville's toad? Before Charlie and the others could answer, she suddenly noticed the faint scar on Harry's forehead and her eyes widened instantly. Wait, are you Harry Potter? Neville was shocked upon hearing this and almost dropped the chocolate frog in his hand. Harry Potter. Well, so he was eating the chocolate frog and didn't catch Harry's self-introduction at all. Harry nodded somewhat helplessly. Yes, that is me. Hermione was a little excited and blurted out. I've read about you in a history of modern magic asterisk, the rise and fall of dark magic asterisk, and important magical events of the 20th century asterisk. You must know a lot of magic, right? I've tried a few spells at home and they were all successful. No one in my family knows magic, so I cherish this hard-won opportunity. I've memorized all the textbooks. Do you know which house will be assigned to? Charlie quickly interrupted. Stop. Aren't you looking for a toad? That toad's name is Leif, right? My goodness, this little girl looks cute, but she's terrifying when she starts talking. Charlie took out his wand. Rafer has arrived. During the summer vacation, he drew a flying spell. Although it was only level 1 and his proficiency was not high, it was enough for now. A gasp came from outside the carriage. A giant flying toad. Idiot, someone is casting a spell. Amidst a commotion outside, a plump toad flew in through the window and landed steadily in Neville's arms. Lefford. Neville was overjoyed, hugging his toad tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. Harry looked at Charlie with envy, his eyes filled with admiration. Charlie perfectly embodies his image of a wizard, humorous, powerful, and friendly. Ron was shocked. As a child from a wizarding family, he knew that it was quite impressive for someone in first grade to be able to use such a skill. My God, Charlie, you can use the summoning spell. Hermione's eyes widened. What kind of spell is this? I've never seen it in any books. Summon me. Charlie casually twirled his wand. This is a spell that's taught in higher grades. It's not in our textbooks yet. Hermione fell into deep thought. To possess such a powerful spell, one must be a pureblood wizard. I never imagined that pure-blooded wizards my age had already reached this level. Ron, it seems that my previewing of the first grade textbook is not enough. I need to work even harder to catch up with them. She felt very anxious, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She didn't want to fall far behind others as soon as she started school. Charlie was unaware of the immense psychological trauma his actions had inflicted on the little witch. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for completing the tyrant's behavior, show-off skill, gaining 1 tyrant point. The toad was found and Hermione and Neville left. They arrived, one dejected and the other spirited, but now the spirited and dejected ones have switched places. Neville, carrying Rafer, walked away with a broad smile. Hermione, however, looked distressed, muttering things like, "I need to speed things up, I can't fall behind, and pure-blood wizards are too powerful." The carriage returned to silence. Ron looked at Charlie, his eyes filled with envy. "Charlie, you're amazing. I've seen my brother use the summoning charm before. They didn't learn it until 3rd or 4th grade. Harry nodded in agreement. "Yes, you must be a genius." Charlie smiled wickedly. "Genius is merely the threshold to meeting me." Harry, Ron. "No way, how could this person say such a shameless thing? Your Majesty's arrogance and overconfidence have earned you +1 tyrant point. And His Majesty's acting was too clumsy." "Shut up, soon we would be arriving at Hogwarts." An announcement came over the loudspeaker. "We will arrive at Hogwarts in 10 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be delivered to the school." The 3 of them quickly changed into their school uniforms. He wore a black wizard's robe. Harry and Ron excitedly straightened their clothes as well. Just then there was another knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Charlie, buttoning his cloak, said without looking up, "Please come in." The door was pushed open and 3 boys entered. The leader, pale-faced with platinum blonde hair slicked back with hair oil and meticulously combed, surveyed the carriage with an arrogant air. 2 other boys followed behind him. They were chubby and ugly, like 2 lackeys. The platinum-haired boy's gaze swept around the carriage before finally settling on Harry. "I heard Harry Potter is in this carriage." His voice carried the distinctive air of high society. "My name is Draco Malfoy." He pointed to the 2 men behind him. "This is Crabbe and this is Goyle." Harry nodded and politely replied, "Hello." Malfoy's gaze passed over Harry and landed on Ron and Charlie. A disdainful smile immediately appeared on his lips. Red hair, a worn-out second-hand robe. Malfoy sneered. "No need for introductions, I know who you are, from the Weasleys, right?" "My father said the Weasleys all have red hair and a bunch of kids they can't even afford to raise themselves." Ron's face flushed bright red instantly, and his ears practically steamed. Malfoy then turned to Charlie, looking him up and down. Charlie was wearing a brand new school uniform, but the shirt peeking out from the collar was clearly Muggle style. "As for you," Malfoy wrinkled his nose as if he smelled something foul. "Although he's good-looking, his Muggle aura is undeniable. Another mudblood, isn't it?" Upon hearing this word, Ron's expression darkened further and he even looked at Charlie with some concern. Mudseed is a rather insulting term in the wizarding world, and Ron was worried that Charlie would be hurt by it. Charlie, however, felt somewhat bewildered. What was that? Mudblood. It was pretty cool. Malfoy looked at Harry again, his tone becoming more friendly, though still arrogant, but at least more so than before. "Potter, you need to learn how to make friends with the right people. Not all wizarding families are the same." He stretched out a pale hand. The implication was clear, he was the right person. Harry's expression immediately turned cold. Although he hasn't spent much time with Ron Charlie, he already considers them friends. He absolutely could not tolerate his friend being insulted. Although the person in front of him was trying to be friendly, his attitude disgusted him. Harry looked directly into Malfoy's eyes, his voice calm yet firm. "I think I can tell who my friends are. You'd better stay away from me and my friends or I'll make you pay." These words were spoken with conviction, but Harry wasn't entirely confident. Crabbe and Goyle were both too strong. They're practically 2 giant versions of Dudley. If a conflict broke out, the 3 of them probably wouldn't stand a chance. A flicker of surprise crossed Malfoy's face, then he narrowed his eyes. "It seems our savior is not rational, actually enjoying associating with these lowly bloodlines." Ron jumped up, pointing at Malfoy. "Say that again if you dare." Malfoy scoffed. "Am I wrong? The Weasleys, who reproduce like pigs, have so many children they can't even afford to raise them all." He then looked at Charlie and this mudblood. Charlie listened to all of this, feeling somewhat bewildered. He could sense that the term mudblood was clearly not a compliment, but in his view, such an insult was child's play. Is it considered swearing if you don't greet someone's family members for 3 generations or visit their birthplace? But since they've come to such an insolent act, then he shouldn't be so impolite. Charlie slowly pulled out his wand, his movements elegant and precise. Upside-down golden hook. The incantation floated lightly from his lips, yet carried an undeniable power. Before Malfoy and his companions could react, they felt their feet lighten and they were lifted upside down in the air by an invisible force pulled by their ankles. "Ah, put me down, you dare to attack us." The three screamed in panic, frantically trying to break free, but they could only thrash about in vain like three fish that had been caught on a boat. Charlie walked up to Malfoy and looked down at him. Malfoy's face turned bright red from being hung upside down, and his eyes were filled with terror. He hadn't expected Charlie to dare attack him, nor had he expected a Muggle wizard to be so skilled in using magic. You dare to lay a hand on me. Do you know who my father is? He's a member of the Hogwarts Board of Trustees. Malfoy threatened, his words sounding fierce but actually revealing his cowardice. Charlie scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. I don't know who your dad is, but you're incredibly stupid. You're so weak and you still dare to cause trouble. Has your brain been ravaged by dogs? Or did your mother have a wild boar that came to life and give birth to this brainless B**********? Oh wait, that wild boar might not have become a spirit yet. After all, your brain isn't even as sharp as a spirited wild boar. The carriage fell eerily quiet. Harry and Ron stared at Charlie in disbelief, their jaws practically dropping to the floor. They couldn't believe their ears. It was like a vicious curse from hell. The person who usually curses the most, calling someone a B*******ch, is practically an innocent bystander compared to Charlie's three words, mother, and F***k your whole family. Malfoy's face went from red to white, then from white to blue, and finally almost turned purple. He was trembling with rage, but being hung upside down prevented him from making any effective counterattack. I wasn't born to my mother and a wild boar. You just wait, my father won't let you get away with this, Malfoy said through gritted teeth, his voice trembling with tears. Charlie remained unmoved, instead moving closer and lowering his voice. Listen up, young master. Before your father comes after me, I'll flush your head down the toilet and see if I can shake any brains out. With that, Charlie waved his wand, breaking the spell. The three of them fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. Get out, Charlie said coldly. Malfoy scrambled to his feet, tears welling in his eyes. You'll regret this. After saying that, he quickly fled the carriage with his two henchmen. Even after the carriage doors closed, Ron and Harry remained in shock. After a long while, Harry came to his senses and looked at Charlie with admiration. Charlie, you are the devil incarnate. Ron nodded repeatedly. He had never heard such inspiring words before, and he stressed to himself that he must not mess with Charlie. He didn't want anything to happen to his mother. Harry rubbed his hands together shyly. Could you teach me? He would sometimes belittle Dudley when he was at Dudley's house, but he was no match for Charlie. Once he learns Charlie's art of arguing, won't he be able to verbally annihilate Dudley? Charlie became interested. These techniques were all things he had learned from online arguments in his previous life. It's practically the ultimate guide to arguing. Seeing Harry's interest, he exclaimed, I'm not alone in this path. He imparted his teachings to the two of them. The art of insulting someone requires precise targeting and comprehensive coverage. How exactly do you mean it? The core secret is to use your own mother as the center and extend greetings to all three generations above and below you, leaving no stone unturned. Ron's eyes widened. What do you mean? Simply put, it's about him scolding everyone from his grandparents to his grandchildren with a particular focus on his mother. Harry gave an awkward laugh, a look of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. Dudley is his aunt's son, so he's also Dudley's relative. Isn't he insulting himself by doing the same thing? Forget it, he can't use that trick. As they were talking, the train began to slow down and an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Hogwarts has arrived. Please prepare to disembark. The three of them excitedly packed their things and got out of the train carriage. The night air was cool and the station was bustling with people. First-year students, come this way. A huge figure stood out in the crowd. It was Hagrid. He held up a lantern and called out loudly. Charlie and his two companions walked quickly over and joined the other freshmen who gathered around Hagrid. Oh, Harry, he greeted Harry excitedly when he saw him. Is everyone here? Okay, come with me. Hagrid turned and walked forward. Watch your step. They walked down a rugged path with dense forest on both sides. The trees blocked the moonlight, plunging the surroundings into darkness, leaving only Hagrid's lantern to laboriously illuminate the path ahead. The young wizards around were somewhat frightened and instinctively huddled together, making the already narrow path even more crowded. Charlie couldn't take it anymore. He kept feeling like someone was touching his butt while they were jostling him. He took out his magic wand, fluorescent flashing. A ball of light appeared at the tip of the staff, illuminating the surroundings. I can see the road now. The young wizards were excited and followed him spontaneously. Hagrid turned around and saw a group of young wizards following the figure in front of him like stars around the moon. He was stunned for a moment. Her elegant figure and the way she was followed by the crowd reminded him of someone: Dumbledore's wool socks. This year's freshman class has a formidable fellow. Soon the group arrived at the edge of a dark lake. No more than 4 people per boat, Hagrid said, pointing to the small boats moored on the lake. Charlie, Harry, and Ron naturally sat in one boat, while the 4th seat was taken by a boy Charlie didn't recognize. The boy looked very nervous and kept gripping the side of the boat. "Forward," Hagrid shouted. The boat began to glide automatically on the lake, moving smoothly forward without oars or human control. When the full view of Hogwarts Castle was revealed to everyone, they all gasped in amazement. A magnificent castle stands atop a high mountain cliff, its spires pointing straight to the starry sky. The castle windows glittered in the night, their reflections shimmering on the surface of the black lake. Moonlight spilled onto the ancient stone walls, and the entire castle exuded an air of mystery and solemnity. Charlie was stunned. Seeing this magical castle with his own eyes, he was so overwhelmed that he held his breath. "Is this Hogwarts?" Harry couldn't help but exclaim. Although Ron grew up in the wizarding world, this was his first time at Hogwarts, and he was equally awestruck by the magnificent scenery. The ship slowly approached the castle and finally stopped at a small harbor below it. "Watch your head," Hagrid warned. The group bent down and walked through a rock passage covered with ivy, arriving at an open space in front of the castle's main gate. Hagrid raised his massive fist and pounded 3 times on the castle gate. The door opened immediately. Professor McGonagall stood in the doorway, wearing a dark green robe and a pointed hat. Hagrid handed everyone over to Professor McGonagall. She pushed open the door, revealing a magnificent foyer behind it. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall's voice echoed clearly throughout the hall. "The opening banquet will begin soon, but before you are seated in the dining hall, you must first determine which college you will be attending." She began by explaining that Hogwarts was divided into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. The sorting ceremony will begin in a few minutes. I suggest you make sure you look presentable while you wait. After saying that, Professor McGonagall turned and left. The freshmen began to nervously whisper among themselves. "I'm so nervous. Do you guys know how the sorting works? Tell me something to comfort me," Harry asked nervously. Ron was also nervous. "My brother told me that we have to fight a troll and only the winner gets to be sorted into a house." Harry, "Thank you, I feel comforted." Behind them, a little witch turned pale and began nervously chanting the spells she had learned during the summer vacation, pondering which spell could defeat the troll. Harry became even more nervous upon hearing her muttering. He doesn't know a single spell. If he really had to fight a giant, wouldn't he be chopped into mincemeat on the very first day? Charlie glanced at them. Were these 2 idiots? We're facing a boss right after enrolling. Is this a school or a concentration camp run by Yang Yongsan? Professor McGonagall returned soon after. "Now line up in a single file and follow me." The doors opened, revealing the magnificent sight of the auditorium to everyone. The ceiling was so high you couldn't see the top. Countless candles floated on it. 4 long tables were placed in the auditorium, and each table was filled with students. The table was covered with glittering gold plates and wine glasses. At the far end of the auditorium, there is a table placed horizontally. That is the teacher's seating area. Charlie glanced at the teacher's table, where an old man with a beard that almost dragged on the ground was smiling at them. That must be Dumbledore. The new students walked into the auditorium with trepidation. All eyes were on them, which made the already nervous young wizards even more flustered. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool in front of them with a hat on it. The hat was dirty and tattered, covered in patches. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the hat and it began to sing like an open mouth. "You might think I'm not pretty. Well, I wouldn't say she's not pretty, she's just a bit ugly." The lyrics essentially say that sorting into houses only requires wearing a hat, and they also provide a detailed description of the characteristics of the 4 houses. Gryffindor are resilient and courageous, Hufflepuff are honest and loyal, Ravenclaw are knowledge-seeking, and Slytherin are ambitious. After the song was finished, the entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Harry clapped his hands while looking at Ron indifferently, a half-smile on his face. Ron scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm going to kill Fred, he lied to me." Charlie's expression, however, was rather grim. The sorting hat implies that it can see into a person's hidden thoughts. What if the hat discovers that I'm a time traveler? The magical world probably doesn't practice things like slice and analysis, right? Your Majesty, rest assured, anything produced by our Tyrant System is guaranteed to be top-notch. This mere tattered hat cannot reveal your Majesty's true identity. The system surprisingly spoke in a human voice. Charlie felt a little relieved. Professor McGonagall took out a long piece of parchment. When I call out someone's name, that person puts on the hat and sits on the stool. Hannah Abbott, a little girl with 2 golden braids, walked out, her face flushed. She put on the sorting hat, trembling, and sat down on the stool. A few seconds later, the hat shouted, "Hufflepuff." Cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff table, and Hannah walked over with a smile. Susan Bourne's Hufflepuff Triput, Ravenclaw, the branch campus operation continues. Charlie noticed that some students were sorted into colleges immediately after putting on their caps, while others had to wait quite a while. Hermione Granger, the little witch with thick brown hair, nervously stepped forward. She put on the sorting hat and sat on the stool for almost a minute. Gryffindor. Hermione walked toward the Gryffindor table with a sigh of relief. Draco Malfoy. The platinum-haired boy strode forward with an arrogant air. The sorting hat had barely touched his hair when it shouted, "Slytherin." Malfoy walked with satisfaction toward the Slytherin table, giving Charlie a vicious glare as he passed by. Harry Potter. When Professor McGonagall announced the name, the entire auditorium fell silent. Everyone craned their necks to see the famous boy. Harry nervously stepped forward and put on the sorting hat. Time seemed to crawl by as everyone held their breath, awaiting the results. Nearly 2 minutes later, the sorting hat finally spoke. Gryffindor. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table. "We have Porter, we have Porter." Harry excitedly walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down next to Hermione, who had been assigned to Gryffindor earlier. The branch campus continues. Navy Longbottom, the round-faced boy, walked forward, trembling. To Charlie's surprise, Neville was also sorted into Gryffindor. "He doesn't look like someone with courage." Ron Weasley. Ron stepped forward, his face pale. The moment the sorting hat was placed on his head, he shouted, "Gryffindor." Ron walked toward the Gryffindor table with a sigh of relief, and the Gryffindor students cheered for him. Because Charlie's surname, White, begins with the letter W, he is almost last in the list. Charlie White. It was finally his turn. Charlie took a deep breath and walked toward the sorting hat. All eyes were on him. On the Gryffindor side, Harry and Ron were watching him nervously. They all hoped Charlie would be assigned to Gryffindor so they could stay together. If Charlie knew what they were thinking, he'd definitely run off to another college that very night. Who wants to be with 2 men? Aren't sweet, soft female classmates better? On Slytherin's side, Malfoy waited with a cold smile, anticipating a good show. Charlie put on the sorting hat, which immediately covered his eyes. A soft voice sounded in his ear, "Let me see into your heart." The sound of the sorting hat echoed in Charlie's mind, carrying an ancient and mysterious quality. Charlie suddenly felt something searching through his memories. The feeling was strange but not unpleasant. Oh, a clever mind, a thirst for power, and no lack of courage. What bombed the school? The sorting hat suddenly spoke with a puzzled tone. Charlie was startled and quickly composed himself, stopping his wild thoughts. He was just thinking about how many Tyrant Points he would gain if he blew up the school. The moment the idea popped into his head, he sensed some danger. If the sorting hat discovers that someone has antisocial tendencies, will they be kicked out of Hogwarts immediately? The sorting hat continued to examine the area, only to find that the idea of blowing up the school had suddenly vanished, replaced by a blank screen. The system intervened and covered up this thought. Is it an illusion? The sorting hat pondered for a moment, then continued to delve into Charlie's mind. The result was that Charlie's mind was filled with quitting, female classmates, quitting. These ideas are simple and pure, non-aggressive, and don't seem like those of someone who would bomb a school. The sorting hat fell into deep thought. Logically, this child is intelligent and ambitious and should have gone to Slytherin. But his desire for power is not strong. He prefers a comfortable life. Is he brave? Yes, but not particularly outstanding compared to his other qualities. As for the pursuit of knowledge, this kid's mind is full of laziness and female classmates. He clearly has no interest in studying, so there's only one choice left. Hufflepuff, the sorting hat announced loudly. The Hufflepuff table erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. That's awesome. Our most handsome and cutest junior is ours. His eyes are dark, they look so mysterious. The upperclassmen discussed it excitedly, their eyes sparkling. They noticed the new student as soon as he arrived. They didn't care about Potter or anything like that. What really caught their attention was this handsome and cute junior. Anyone who has interacted with older women should know that such behavior is not surprising. They are not pedophiles. He simply enjoys playing with cute little boys. This play includes, but is not limited to, styling his hair, putting on makeup, and dressing him up. Charlie took off his sorting hat and looked at the Hufflepuff table with some surprise. To be honest, he originally thought he would be sorted into Slytherin or Gryffindor, but he didn't expect to be Hufflepuff. But thinking about it, it's not bad. Hufflepuff people are generally mild-mannered, and the upperclassmen seem very friendly. On the Gryffindor side, Harry and Ron looked at Charlie with disappointment. It's a pity Charlie didn't get into Gryffindor, Ron sighed. Yeah, but Hufflepuff is nice too, at least we can see each other often, Harry comforted him. Fred and George were even more disappointed. Oh, that damned sorting hat, it must have lost its mind to put us like-minded friends in Hufflepuff. They didn't mean to look down on Hufflepuff, they just thought Charlie was a better fit for Gryffindor. On Slytherin's side, Malfoy snorted coldly. Hufflepuff, as expected, is a weakling. Charlie stepped down from the podium and nodded to Ron and Harry. Then I found a seat at the Hufflepuff table and was immediately surrounded by enthusiastic upperclassmen. Hi, Junior, I'm Cedric Diggory, a third-year student. A handsome young man extended his hand, a gentle smile on his face. Charlie White, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Jenny, a fourth grader. The girl who was assigned to Hufflepuff is my cousin. A blonde girl pointed to Hannah Abbott a few seats away. I am. The upperclassmen from Hufflepuff eagerly introduced themselves, creating a very lively atmosphere. After the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore stood up and walked to the front of the stage. The auditorium gradually quieted down. Welcome, everyone. Dumbledore opened his arms, his eyes shining. Welcome to the new school term at Hogwarts. Before the banquet begins, I would like to say a few words. Everyone watched the legendary principal intently. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Idiot, crybaby, trash, twist. The entire room fell silent. The students looked at each other, puzzled, unsure of what the principal meant. Charlie was stunned. Is this old man talking to a deity? Isn't this technology from Northeast Daxia? Does Northeast England count as Northeast Daxia? But he didn't have time to think much, because suddenly a mouth-watering dish appeared on the table. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, and various vegetables, puddings, fruit tarts, chocolate cake. It was so abundant it was dazzling. Charlie's eyes lit up. Although food served with English accents is generally not very appealing, the dishes on the table were not limited to British cuisine. Most of them were exquisite French and Italian dishes. In addition, he rarely got to eat such a sumptuous meal while he was in the orphanage. Charlie immediately transformed into a show-off, going on and on with his boasting. The sensation of the juicy meat bursting in your mouth is truly intoxicating. With his stomach full, Charlie finally had a chance to observe the teachers in the teachers section. Professor McGonagall, of course, was someone he already knew, as were the chubby Hagrid, a small man who looked like a goblin, and a timid-looking man wrapped in a turban. There was also a middle-aged man with greasy hair, and in the middle, an old man named Dumbledore who looked a bit crazy. Although it all seems a bit abnormal, this is the magical world, and abnormality is also a kind of normalcy. Charlie was observing when he suddenly noticed that the greasy middle-aged man was staring intently at the Gryffindor group. Isn't Professor McGonagall the head of Gryffindor? Why is this guy staring at his students? Seeing this, Jenny introduced him to Charlie. That's Snape, the head of Slytherin House and Professor of Potions. Charlie suddenly realized and exclaimed, as the head of Slytherin to care so much about Gryffindor, he must be a very kind-hearted professor. Jenny nearly choked on the pumpkin juice in her mouth. Kind-hearted, Snape. Can these two words be put together? Charlie will know how kind-hearted Snape is once he meets him. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Professor Dumbledore stood up and clapped his hands. Now that everyone has filled their stomachs, I want to remind everyone. If you do not wish to encounter an accident and suffer a painful death, please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. The students were silent, except for a few who laughed. This statement is clearly quite intimidating to students, but Charlie's eyes lit up instantly. These words automatically translated into his ears. You absolutely must check the right-hand corridor on the fourth floor. He seemed to see the tyrannical emperor beckoning to him. Charlie nudged Jenny's arm curiously. Senior, what's on the fourth floor? Jenny frowned and thought for a moment. I don't know either, there's never been such a rule before. But since Professor Dumbledore said so, there must be some danger involved. Don't run around, behave yourself. Charlie nodded obediently on the surface, but in his heart he was planning when to go exploring. After the banquet, students from each college were led back to their dormitories by their class leaders. First-year students, follow me. The Hufflepuff prefect waved and led Charlie and the others out of the Great Hall. Hufflepuff's quarters are in the basement, but unlike Slytherin's, they are not damp. Located on the basement level, it is warm in winter and cool in summer, which perfectly matches Hufflepuff's gentle nature. The prefect walked to a pile of large wooden barrels in the corner of the corridor and tapped the bottom of the second barrel in the middle of the second row in a certain rhythm. Thump, 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 thump. The lid of the wooden barrel was opened, revealing a passageway leading to the basement. Remember this rhythm, Helga Hetchpatch. If you tap it wrong, the barrel will spray vinegar and soak you to the bone. The prefect reminded him. Charlie nodded and followed the others into the tunnel. The Hufflepuff common room is decorated in a warm yellow color scheme with warm yellow lighting and plants everywhere. A portrait of Helga Hetchbatch hangs on the wall, and the low ceiling gives it a warm, homey feel. A round door leads to the boys' and girls' dormitories, and a honey-colored badger is carved on the door. We Hufflepuffs may not be as brave as Gryffindors, as ambitious as Slytherins, or as knowledge-seeking as Ravenclaws. The prefect stood before the crowd. But we are loyal, hardworking, and most importantly, united. Many legendary wizards have emerged from Hufflepuff. In Hufflepuff, everyone is family. Charlie felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing these words. Regardless of his past or present life, he has always been alone, and he has never been able to resist this kind of warm feeling. The prefect then explained some rules for the common room and led the freshmen to their dormitories. It was quite late because of the dinner party. Normally, students would chat and socialize in the common room, but today everyone was eager to get back to their rooms to rest. Upon entering the boys' dormitory, there were 3 four-poster beds in a round room with yellow and black curtains. Each bed had a student's suitcase underneath. Charlie found his bed. The bed to his left was occupied by a boy named Justin Finley. This guy seemed very excited and kept talking non-stop. I was originally going to Eton College, but I changed my mind after receiving the letter from Hogwarts. After all, magic is more powerful than anything else, right? Another roommate was Ernie McMill, a pureblood wizard, but unlike Malfoy, he didn't look down on Muggle wizards. Instead, he listened to Justin with curiosity, occasionally asking him about things related to Muggles. Charlie packed his luggage, changed into his pajamas, and climbed into his soft bed. This feels really good. It's much more comfortable than the hard little beds in the orphanage. Ernie rolled over on the bed next to Charlie, then suddenly remembered something and peeked out at him. By the way, Charlie, today on the train, I saw Malfoy run away from your carriage in a panic. Did you do it? Ernie's eyes gleamed with gossip. Charlie nodded, making no attempt to hide it. It's me, so what? Oh my God. Justin instantly perked up and sat up in bed. You're so powerful, are you also a pure-blooded wizard? Charlie shook his head. I come from an orphanage and I don't know who my parents are or whether I'm pure-blooded. Ernie's expression turned serious. Charlie, be careful. The Malfoys aren't good people. They used to be under Mystic's command. But you don't need to worry too much at Hogwarts. Dumbledore will protect all the young wizards. Justin looked bewildered. Who is this mysterious person? They sound really impressive. Ernie's eyes widened. Hufflepuff's big feet, you don't even know Mystic. That's a truly wicked guy. If Harry Potter hadn't defeated Vader, we'd still be living in his shadow. Justin scratched his head. But why is he called the mysterious man? How mysterious is he? Ernie didn't know how to answer the question for a moment. The gap between the two worlds made some communication difficult. Charlie lazily began to use metaphors. As mysterious as Victoria's Secret. Justin nodded in sudden understanding while Ernie looked completely bewildered. Who is Victoria? What secrets does she hold? Justin and Charlie exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. Ernie, I'll definitely get you a Victoria's Secret gift for Christmas. Justin patted him on the shoulder. As the conversation continued, drowsiness began to creep over the three of them. Soon, Justin and Ernie's breathing became even and they had clearly fallen asleep. Charlie, however, suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam of excitement in them. Tyrant, here I come. Charlie tiptoed out of the warm bed, his movements careful. The roommate's snoring filled the room, while Ernie was still muttering something about Victoria's Secret in his sleep. His Majesty stayed out all night, Tyrant Points +1. The system notification sound cheered Charlie up. He tiptoed open the dormitory door and slipped into the common room. The warm yellow lights had been turned off, leaving only a faint flickering flame in the fireplace. Charlie groped his way to the entrance of the wooden barrel leading to the corridor and carefully climbed out. He climbed the stone steps, intending to go straight to the 4th floor. The more Dumbledore forbids someone from going, the more Tyrant Points they will inevitably receive for violating the rules. As for the danger, if that place were truly that dangerous, would Dumbledore have allowed it to exist indefinitely? Based on Charlie's understanding of the teaching profession, any talk of danger or tragic death was just a hoax. Just like teachers always say, if you don't study hard, you're doomed. If you don't do your homework, you're doomed. Students, study hard and make progress every day. This guy has a system, he's cheating. Even if there were any real danger, Charlie was confident he could handle it thanks to the system. But the staircases at Hogwarts don't follow any rules. As soon as I climbed to the 2nd floor, the stone steps beneath my feet began to sway. Charlie was startled and quickly grabbed the handrail. The staircase slowly turned in a different direction, leading him into a completely unfamiliar corridor. What the hell? Charlie frowned and looked around. The portraits here are all fast asleep, and the moonlight shines through the glass windows onto the floor, making it exceptionally quiet. He gritted his teeth and continued walking, trying to find a way to the fourth floor. As they walked, they came across a moving staircase. This time it was even worse. They took him to some corner on some unknown floor. Is this dilapidated staircase poisonous? Charlie couldn't help but complain. Little wizard, instead of sleeping, you're running around everywhere. A sudden sound from the side startled Charlie. He turned his head sharply, thinking he had been caught red-handed by the teacher, only to find that it was a knight in a portrait on the wall talking to him. The chubby knight, dressed in silver armor, was leaning against the picture frame. Judging by your age, you must be a newly enrolled wizard. Daring to go out at night on your very first day, you must be a Gryffindor student. I am he. Charlie, on a sudden inspiration, said seriously. Yes, that's right, I'm a Gryffindor student. Ha 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 ha, the knight laughed loudly. I knew it, the young wizards at your academy are always unruly. But I like it very much, this is the true spirit of chivalry. Charlie climbed up the pole. My esteemed knight, may I ask how to get to the fourth floor? The knight was pleased with Charlie's words and pointed to the corridor on the left. Go that way, go up the stairs to the right, and go straight when you see stairs to the left. But halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused, then pointed to the right. No, no, it should be over there. Charlie didn't think much of it, assuming the knight was a little confused. After all, it's a portrait. It's been hanging there for hundreds of years, so it's normal for its mind to be a little muddled. Thank you, Sir Knight. Charlie waved to the knight and strode quickly down the right-hand corridor. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was smiling softly at the picture frame on the wall. Little one, no one can come in there now, not a single person. In another portrait nearby, an old wizard peeks out. Albus, if you didn't want anyone to go in, why did you bring it up in the first place? Dumbledore stroked his long beard. Because I just want certain people to go in. All right, you're the headmaster. The old wizard shrugged. Of course you're in charge. You can make the stairs turn however you want, and you can make any door you want locked. A sly glint flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Some things need to happen at the right time. Meanwhile, Charlie was still stumbling around in the maze of Hogwarts. He followed the fat knight's directions, but the further he went, the more something seemed amiss. This corridor seems increasingly familiar. When Charlie reached the end, he was dumbfounded. Ahead are those large wooden barrels, and further ahead is Hufflepuff's common room. He actually went in a huge circle and ended up back on the first floor. Holy shit, Charlie couldn't help but curse. That fat damned knight dared to play me. He was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth and turned around to confront the portrait. If I don't take the frame off today, I'll write Harry Potter's name backwards. But before they had taken 2 steps, a door next to them suddenly opened. They reached out with both hands and dragged Charlie inside. Lie. A familiar voice rang out, and Charlie looked closely to see that it was the Weasley twins. Fred and George were eyeing him slyly, their eyes brimming with excitement. I knew it, Charlie would definitely sneak out in the middle of the night. Fred said smugly, okay, you win. I thought he was tired enough today and would rest early. George shrugged helplessly. Charlie asked in confusion, how did you get here? Of course I came here specifically to see you. Remember what we talked about on the train? George glanced in the direction Charlie had come from and asked, puzzled, how did you get here from that direction? Shouldn't the Hufflepuff common room be over there? Charlie shrugged helplessly. Don't even mention it. I wanted to go check out the 4th floor, but I got lost in the castle. I asked a fat knight's portrait for directions, but that fat B** D gave me completely wrong directions, and I ended up back here after going in circles. Fred and George exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, you've been tricked by the fat knight. Fred laughed, slapping his thigh. Oh, that must be Sir Cadogan. That guy's not exactly bright, George explained. But you want to go to that place on the 4th floor. Yes, the more Dumbledore forbids me from going, the more I want to go and see it. Charlie's eyes gleamed with excitement. Fred raised an eyebrow. Great minds think alike. We also wanted to go to the 4th floor, but we were turned away. How so? Charlie asked curiously. George sighed. On every path leading to the right-hand corridor on the 4th floor, there's always a door that can't be opened. Either it's sealed by magic or the staircase has suddenly changed direction. Charlie was stunned. Is there really any danger in that place? Is that white-bearded old man Dumbledore really that cunning? His Majesty disrespects his teachers and elders and harbors resentment towards the Grand Tutor, plus 1 point for being a tyrant. Okay, system, you're more cunning. The system remained silent. Charlie pursed his lips and turned to the twins. So what are you planning to do now? A mischievous glint flashed in George's eyes. We're planning to give Filch a little surprise. That administrator. Charlie recalled the figure behind the professors at the dinner party, someone whose reputation and word of mouth were said to be particularly bad. That's right. Fred rubbed his hands together excitedly. Mr. Filch was particularly targeting us last semester, blaming us for everything that went wrong. Although we did do a lot of the work, George picked up the conversation, although we found some good things in his room, but that doesn't stop us from thanking him properly with an exploding toilet seat. Charlie's eyes lit up instantly. Count me in. The three hit it off immediately and began their operation. Fred and George were clearly more familiar with the Hogwarts route, and after leading Charlie through a maze of turns, they soon arrived near Filch's residence. See that restroom over there? George pointed to a door across the hallway. It was supposed to be a public restroom, but Filch always used it, making all the students avoid it. So now it's basically his personal toilet, Fred said viciously. He deserves to suffer. Charlie nodded, and the two of them tiptoed toward the door. Fred pulled an ordinary-looking toilet seat from his pocket, but it faintly shimmered with magical light. Once someone sits on this thing, it will explode and release colorful paint, George explained quietly. Moreover, this pigment cannot be washed off using ordinary methods. It takes at least a week for it to fade. Where did you get this stuff? Charlie couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Such a brilliant idea, it's practically the work of a tyrant. Of course, it was developed by Fred and me together, George said with great pride. This surprised Charlie. These two were still students, yet they could create such ingenious prank toys. If given another 2 years, wouldn't they be phenomenal? He's practically my vice minister of works. The three of them quietly pushed open the toilet door, and sure enough, it was empty. Fred deftly removed the original toilet seat and replaced it with their specially made one. Just then, a sharp, piercing laugh suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha, the little wizards are doing naughty things. The little wizards are doing naughty things. Suddenly, Pikachu appeared out of the ceiling, pointing at the three of them and shouting loudly. Damn it, Fred's expression changed. That be ******D Pippi. George panicked too. Charlie reacted the fastest, his wand appearing in his hand instantly. Seal the tongue and choke the throat. He didn't know if the spell would work on this suddenly appearing thing, but he figured he'd give it a shot no matter what. A beam of blue light shot towards Pikachu, hitting him precisely. Mischievous Ghost opened his mouth, wanting to continue shouting, but found that he couldn't make a sound. He covered his mouth in terror and did a somersault in the air. Fred and George looked pleasantly surprised. Well done, Charlie, but Charlie's expression was very serious. That noise must have woken Filch up. We need to get going. Sure enough, Filch's angry roar and hurried footsteps could be heard in the distance. Which little brat is causing trouble? Stop right there. The three of them immediately rushed out of the bathroom and, led by Fred and George, began a frantic escape. This way. Fred pointed to a side corridor. The three rushed into the narrow corridor, which then led through a series of twists and turns. Charlie was completely disoriented and could only run desperately alongside the Weasley brothers. Fortunately, the two were indeed very familiar with the castle's layout, and they quickly left Filch far behind. Only after confirming that it was safe did the three of them stop to catch their breath. We did it, George exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. The moment Filch sits on the toilet tomorrow is going to be absolutely spectacular, Fred said, his face beaming with anticipation. Charlie imagined the scene and couldn't help but laugh. His Majesty harassed the Imperial Guards and damaged public property, Tyrant Points +2. The system notification made Charlie even happier. However, the bigger one will have to wait until tomorrow for Filch to trigger the bomb. This collaboration has clearly strengthened the bond between the three of them. Charlie, that spell you used just now was really good, Fred praised. Oh, not at all. Remember to call me next time there's an event like this. Already looking forward to the next one. That's quite the desire, young man. Don't worry, we'll do our best to satisfy you. The three chatted for a while longer, and Fred and George showed Charlie the various secret passages and shortcuts in the castle. Charlie carefully memorized every location. This information would be very helpful for his future nighttime outings. Time slipped by unnoticed, and it wasn't until the faint first light of dawn appeared on the horizon that the three realized it was almost daylight. We should go back now, or we'll be found out, George said, glancing out the window. Fred patted Charlie on the shoulder. I had a lot of fun tonight. Remember to invite us for any fun activities you plan to do in the future. No problem, Charlie nodded with a smile, and you guys, don't forget me if you find anything fun. The three parted ways at the fork in the corridor and returned to their respective college dormitories. Upon entering the Gryffindor common room, Fred remarked, Charlie should really come to our Gryffindor. Exactly, is the Sorting Hat senile? How did they end up in Hufflepuff? I think Ron should have been assigned to Hufflepuff. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. Charlie tiptoed back to Hufflepuff's common room and then returned to his dormitory. His roommates were still fast asleep. Ernie was even talking in his sleep. Charlie took off his coat and crawled into the warm bed. Little commander, start drawing. Give me one shot at a time. Your Majesty, drawing one at a time is tiring. Let's draw consecutively. No, just give me one shot at a time. Tyrant Points +1. Are you insulting me? I dare not. Hurry up and draw it for me. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have drawn a levitation spell proficiency of +20. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have drawn a flock of birds skill proficiency bonus of +100. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows of Hufflepuff's dormitory, and Charlie was dragged out of bed by Ernie and Justin. Get up, we're going to be late for transfiguration class. Ernie stamped his feet in frustration. This is the first class of the new semester. Professor McGonagall is not someone to be trifled with. I've heard she's particularly strict. Charlie opened his sleepy eyes, his head still spinning. Last night's adventure with the Weasley twins left him barely slept, and he's incredibly tired now. Let me sleep for another 5 minutes. Charlie buried his face in the pillow, his voice muffled. No, Ernie yanked Charlie's blanket away. Did you know what? I heard from a senior student that a student was late for class on the first day, and Professor McGonagall turned him into a frog, and he couldn't turn back for a whole week. Justin added from the side, I heard it turned into a skunk. Whatever it is, it's horrible, Ernie said firmly. Charlie sat up helplessly and rubbed his eyes. Okay, I'm up. The three of them quickly finished washing up, grabbed their school bags, and ran to the classroom. Throughout the journey, Ernie kept emphasizing the importance of metamorphosis and how strict Professor McGonagall was. She's the head of Gryffindor, and it said she's extremely skilled in transfiguration. The transfiguration classroom was located on the second floor of the castle, and the three arrived before the bell rang. The classroom was already quite full of students. Hufflepuff and the first-year Ravenclaw students were taking the class together. Ernie pulled Charlie straight to the empty seats in the first row, with Justin following closely behind. Why do we have to sit in the first row? Charlie complained. Isn't it better to sit in the back? Of course I want to sit in the first row, Ernie said earnestly. This will help you listen better and see the content on the blackboard more clearly. Charlie rolled his eyes but still obediently sat down. Why hasn't the teacher arrived yet? Justin looked around and saw that the podium was empty. Charlie lay slumped on the table, his eyelids already drooping. That's perfect, I'll sleep a little longer. As soon as he finished speaking, he buried his head in his arms and his breathing quickly became even. Ernie nudged him, but when he couldn't wake him up, he let him sleep a little longer. Since Professor McGonagall hasn't arrived yet, we can wake Charlie up when she does. Justin's lips twitched. You're such a good brother, taking him to sleep in the front row. Just then, a tabby cat slipped silently in through the door and nimbly jumped onto the podium. Its back has peculiar patterns, and its eyes are surrounded by spectacle-like markings, giving it an exceptionally serious appearance. Wow, what an adorable kitten! A Ravenclaw girl exclaimed softly. The tabby cat scanned the classroom, its gaze finally settling on Charlie, who was fast asleep in the first row. It squinted its eyes, wagged its tail gently, then jumped off the podium and gracefully walked to Charlie's desk. Ernie and Justin looked at the cat, wondering where it came from. Is it Professor McGonagall's pet? Ernie asked quietly. Justin shrugged. Maybe, she seems quite spiritual. The tabby cat jumped onto Charlie's table, sat up straight, and neatly wrapped its tail around its body. It stared at Charlie for a moment, then stretched out its paw and gently patted Charlie's head. Charlie didn't react and continued to drift off to sleep. The tabby cat seemed a little confused. It's during class time, isn't it? Her schedule is correct. He patted Charlie's head again, this time with a little more force. Charlie still showed no signs of waking up, only mumbling a few inaudible words in his sleep. The tabby cat's tail began to wag, and a stern glint flashed in its eyes. Just as it was preparing to strike again, Charlie suddenly stirred in its sleep. He reached out, and in the instant the cat was stunned, pulled it into his arms like he was holding a plush toy. He adjusted his position, rested his head on the cat's soft body, and continued to sleep soundly. His Majesty has humiliated his teachers and insulted the Grand Tutor. Tyrant Points +5. The system's voice didn't wake Charlie either, he just mumbled something. The tabby cat froze, its eyes wide open, clearly stunned by the sudden action. It tried to break free, but Charlie held it too tightly, and it didn't want to hurt the student with its claws, so it was unable to move for a moment. Ernie and Justin stared in disbelief at the scene, unsure whether they should go and save the cat. This cat is so well behaved, Justin murmured. My mom used to have a cat that would scratch you if you touched it. Ernie nodded. Yes, it's so gentle, I wonder whose pet it is. I'd like to have a cat like that too. For some reason, Ernie felt that the tabby cat had given them a disapproving look, and that its eyes seemed to contain some kind of warning. He couldn't help but shiver. Don't you think this cat's eyes look a little human? Ernie asked Justin in a low voice. The tabby cat brushed Charlie's nose with its tail, trying to wake him up. Charlie's nose itched from being brushed by the fluffy tail. He frowned and finally woke up from his sleep. He groggily opened his eyes and found himself holding a cat and was immediately stunned. The tabby cat seized the opportunity to break free, nimbly jumped off the table and quickly ran out of the classroom. Charlie stared blankly in the direction the cat had disappeared, then turned to Ernie and Justin. "What was that just now? Why was I holding a cat?" Ernie breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you're finally awake. I don't know where that cat came from. You were hugging it while you were sleeping." "Thankfully, Professor McGonagall hasn't arrived yet," Justin breathed a sigh of relief. "If she sees you sleeping in class, you'll definitely lose points." They had all witnessed Professor McGonagall's seriousness during the sorting process yesterday. A moment later, the classroom door was pushed open, and Professor McGonagall strode in. Ernie noticed that her steps were somewhat hurried, and her wizard robes were disheveled as if they had just been trampled on. Ernie was startled by his own thought. That was the head of Gryffindor after all. Who could possibly abuse her? Dumbledore? Quiet. Professor McGonagall tapped the podium with her wand, and the classroom immediately fell silent. "Welcome to the Metamorphosis class. I am Professor Minerva McGonagall." Her voice was serious and clear. "Transfiguration is one of the most complex and dangerous spells taught at Hogwarts. Anyone who misbehaves in my class will be expelled and never allowed to return." With that, she flicked her wand, turning the podium into a pig that grunted and squealed. Everyone's expression hardened, and no one questioned Professor McGonagall's words anymore. Let's turn to our textbooks and look at the 5 exceptions of metamorphosis. Professor McGonagall's voice echoed in the classroom, and she felt very depressed. The cat's original intention in transforming into a tabby was to scare the new students and get them to focus on their lessons, but Charlie interrupted it. Having lost face in front of so many students, she was too embarrassed to change back in public, so she ran away and became human again. Charlie sat up straight, but his mind was elsewhere. As soon as Professor McGonagall began her lecture, she felt a strong wave of drowsiness wash over her. Last night's adventure left him with barely any sleep, and now he's so sleepy his eyelids are drooping. Professor McGonagall glanced in Charlie's direction and saw him sitting properly in his seat, head down, looking at his textbook, his legs shaking incessantly. Assuming he was paying attention, she continued the lecture. Little did they know, Charlie had already been gone for quite some time. Even when he's asleep, he sits upright with his legs shaking rhythmically, a skill he's mastered after years of schooling. His Majesty neglects state affairs, is lazy and incompetent. Tyrant Points +2, the system notifications kept ringing in Charlie's mind, but he was fast asleep and couldn't hear them at all. As the course progressed, the theoretical knowledge had been largely grasped. Now we're going to have our first practical exercise. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and a match appeared in front of each student. Today's task is to transform this match into a silver needle. Please remember the incantation and hand gestures I just explained. The students excitedly picked up their wands and began experimenting with the transfiguration charm. The classroom was soon filled with the sounds of incantations and sighs of defeat. Ernie gently nudged Charlie. "Wake up." Professor McGonagall told us to turn matches into silver needles. Charlie still did not respond. Ernie was sweating profusely and kept shaking Charlie's shoulders. Professor McGonagall noticed the unusual activity. She put down her lesson plan and walked towards Charlie. "Mr. White, how's your progress?" Professor McGonagall stood in front of Charlie and asked in a serious tone. Ernie turned pale with fright, and Justin, standing beside him, was too nervous to utter a sound. However, to their surprise, Charlie immediately opened his eyes upon hearing Professor McGonagall's voice, as if he had never been asleep. "Good morning, Professor." Charlie gave a polite smile, his voice unusually clear. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "What was the task I just assigned, Mr. White?" Charlie had no idea. He had just woken up, and his performance was simply due to another special skill. "Hearing my name called in class instantly wakes me up as if I've never been asleep." Charlie blinked, his mind racing. He heard the chanting of spells echoing through the classroom and heard his classmates waving wands and immediately understood the situation. "Transforming silver needles, Professor," Charlie answered with certainty. Professor McGonagall raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Now that you know what the task is, why don't you put it into practice, Mr. White?" Charlie gave a confident smile. "Because I already know it, Professor." Upon hearing this, not only was Professor McGonagall stunned, but the students around her also stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Charlie. Ernie and Justin were completely dumbfounded. They had seen Charlie sleep through the entire class. "Oh no, now I'm not only sleeping in class, I'm lying to the teacher too." Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, her expression turning serious. She had a deep impression of Charlie. After all, she was the one who personally brought him into the magical world. She initially liked Charlie a lot, but what she least wanted to see was students lying in class. Is that so? Professor McGonagall's tone turned cold. Then please show it to everyone. The classroom fell silent instantly and all eyes were on Charlie. Ernie's palms were sweating with nervousness. He was genuinely worried about his new roommate. Charlie didn't respond. He simply picked up his wand and waved it gently. Transforming silver needles, Charlie murmured. The match on the table trembled and then, under everyone's watchful eyes, transformed into a gleaming silver needle. The entire class gasped, and even Professor McGonagall's eyes widened. She reached out and picked up the silver needle, examining it carefully to confirm that it was indeed a perfect silver needle without any trace of a match. Impressive, Mr. White. Professor McGonagall's tone was tinged with obvious surprise. She hadn't expected Charlie to actually know transfiguration. You see, even for a pureblood wizard who has been exposed to it since childhood, it's very difficult to successfully transmigrate in the first lesson, let alone a muggle-born wizard. It seemed Charlie had studied hard during the summer vacation. Thinking this, she gave him an approving look. Professor McGonagall admires students who love learning the most. 5 points for Hufflepuff for Mr. White's excellent transfiguration, Professor McGonagall announced, then turned to the class. See. This is the result of previewing and diligent practice. Ernie and Justin stared at Charlie in disbelief, their expressions as if they had seen a flying pig. Dude, you can get extra points for sleeping. The school bell rang and Charlie finally woke up completely. Professor McGonagall put away her wand and scanned the classroom. Today's homework is to practice turning matches into silver needles and write a paper about it. I will check everyone's progress next class. The students packed their bags, preparing to leave the classroom. Justin lamented that the assignment was too difficult. He had never written a paper before. The three of them walked out of the classroom together, Ernie still praising Charlie's talent incessantly. Back in the Hufflepuff common room, Charlie found a corner to sit down and began checking his raffle winnings from the previous night. Little Tong, what did you draw last night? Your Majesty, last night I gained Levitation Charm Proficiency plus 20, Flock of Birds Proficiency plus 100, Polymorph Proficiency plus 50, Animagus. The system rattled off a long list of messages, leaving Charlie bewildered. Stop. Let's focus on what Animagus is. Animagus is a high-level transfiguration ability that allows a wizard to transform into a specific animal form. This is an extremely rare talent. There are no more than 7 registered Animagus in the entire British magical community. Charlie's eyes lit up instantly. Transform into an animal. Then I want to transform into an Eastern dragon. Your Majesty, I regret to inform you that while Animagus created by the system can transform into magical creatures, they must be animals that exist in this world. What's the point then? Charlie slapped his thigh in disappointment. Justin grimaced and removed his hands from his legs. Is it okay if you take a picture of your own legs? Charlie gave a vague, dismissive answer. I'll let you copy my homework. Dad, give it a couple more pats, otherwise I won't feel comfortable copying it properly. Justin's expression changed instantly. Charlie's transfiguration skills were undeniable. His homework must have been done very well. Having managed to fool Justin, Charlie continued to ponder. His original idea was to become a dragon from Eastern mythology, capable of anything from flying to diving into the sea, with explosive combat power. The only result is that it can transform into an animal that already exists in this world. Your Majesty need not be disappointed, for there are many powerful beings among the magical creatures of this world. For example, fire dragons, thunderbirds. Although I can't become a dragon, a fire dragon seems pretty good too. Charlie rubbed his hands together. Then I'll turn into a fire dragon. The types of fire dragons include Australian egg-eyed white dragon, Hungarian tree beetle, Huxia fireball dragon. No need to say more, it's the Huxia fireball dragon. Charlie felt a sense of familiarity with the name. Have you confirmed your choice of fireball dragon as your Animagus form? Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. I'm sure, Charlie said without hesitation. Selection complete. Your Majesty's Animagus form has been set to the Huxia fireball dragon. Thanks to system enhancements, you can transform directly without a learning process. Charlie was excited at the thought of being able to fly after transforming. Who didn't dream of flying when they were a child? Charlie got up and walked over to Ernie and Justin. I'm going out for some fresh air. You two do your homework. Want to come along? Ernie asked, looking up. No need, I'm just taking a walk. Charlie waved and quickly left the common room. He walked along the corridor toward the Forbidden Forest. The place is remote and sparsely populated, making it perfect for testing new abilities. Charlie soon reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The tall trees stood densely packed, their thick canopies almost impenetrable to sunlight. The place exudes a mysterious and dangerous aura, irresistibly drawing people in to explore its secrets. Charlie was about to go inside when a rough shout came from behind him. "Hey, little wizard, where are you going?" Charlie turned around and saw a giant figure walking towards him. The man was at least 3 meters tall, with disheveled black hair and beard that almost completely covered his face, revealing only a pair of gentle black eyes. "It's Hagrid, the gamekeeper at Hogwarts." "Mr. Hagrid," Charlie greeted politely. Hagrid strode up to Charlie and looked down at him. "Oh, I recognize you. You're Charlie, right, Harry's friend. You used the glow spell very well. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Hagrid." Charlie nodded. "What are you doing here?" Hagrid's tone turned serious. "They're not planning to enter the Forbidden Forest, are they?" Charlie blinked, feigning innocence. "I just wanted to see the scenery here. I heard the Forbidden Forest is spectacular. You can look at the scenery, but you absolutely cannot go inside." Hagrid shook his head seriously. "The Forbidden Forest is dangerous. There are werewolves, giant A-tide spiders, and many other dangerous creatures you can't even imagine. Even 7th grade students aren't allowed into the Forbidden Forest without a teacher's supervision, let alone a first-year student like you." Charlie nodded repeatedly on the surface. He wasn't bothered by it. As far as he knew, werewolves only transformed on the night of a full moon. As for giant spiders, he could transform into a fire dragon and fly in the sky. Why would he be afraid of a spider? "I heard from the Weasley brothers yesterday that they've been in there many times. To reiterate, Hogwarts is a school. If there were any real danger, would Headmaster Dumbledore have allowed this place to remain standing until now?" However, he remained cooperative verbally. "I understand, Mr. Hagrid. I won't go into the Forbidden Forest." "That's good." Hagrid nodded in satisfaction. "You should go back to the castle. Lunchtime is almost here." "Okay, I'll go back now," Charlie said obediently. Hagrid watched Charlie's departing figure, nodded in satisfaction, and then turned and walked towards his own cabin. Charlie walked for a while, and once he was sure Hagrid couldn't see him, he immediately changed direction. "The Forbidden Forest is so vast. Are you worried about not finding a place to enter?" He walked a long circle around the edge of the Forbidden Forest, arriving at the Forbidden Forest on the other side of the castle. It's far from Hagrid's cabin and hidden by a small hill, so there's no need to worry about being discovered. His Majesty entered the royal hunting grounds during class, indulging in pleasure. Tyrant Points +2, as soon as he entered the Forbidden Forest, he sensed the difference. The air became damp and chilly, and the sunlight was almost completely blocked by the dense canopy of trees. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, which rustled underfoot. Strange sounds could be heard from the surroundings from time to time, including bird calls and insect chirps. "That's really creepy," Charlie muttered to himself but didn't stop walking. He walked deeper and deeper into the area. The trees in the Forbidden Forest are all exceptionally tall. Some ancient oak trees have a diameter of over 3 meters, requiring several people to encircle them. The tree trunk was covered with vines and moss, and it looked like it had been growing for hundreds of years. After walking for about half an hour, Charlie finally found a relatively open space. It's about half the size of a basketball court, surrounded by tall trees that form a natural barrier. The tree canopy overhead is sparse, allowing a small patch of sky to be seen. This is it. Charlie nodded in satisfaction. A thought flashed through his mind. The body began to change and scales gradually grew out. Its scales are bright red and very smooth, and its face has a ring of shimmering tassel-like spikes. Huge wings, a slender body, sharp claws, and a majestic appearance. In just a moment, the change was complete, without any pain, but rather with an indescribable sense of comfort. Charlie's perspective shifted to a much higher vantage point. Looking down, he realized he had completely transformed into a giant fire dragon. The Huxia Fireball Dragon's body was even larger than he had imagined. Its wingspan exceeds 12 meters, and its body length is 7 or 8 meters. Its entire body is covered in brown skin, with a long neck and a sharp head, making it look majestic and imposing. Charlie excitedly flapped his wings, trying to fly. Its enormous wings flapped, stirring up a fierce wind. The leaves around them rustled in the wind, and some smaller branches were even snapped off. Fallen leaves were flying everywhere, turning the open space into a chaotic mess. His first takeoff was a bit clumsy, but he quickly got the hang of it. The enormous body slowly rose into the air, flying higher and higher. When he broke through the height of the Forbidden Forest trees, the feeling of free flight intoxicated him. The wind whistled past beneath the wings, and the whole world unfolded beneath my feet. He could see the entire Forbidden Forest, Hogwarts Castle in the distance, and the mountains even further away. Is this what flying feels like? It's so exhilarating. By the way, little commander, can I still cast spells after transforming into a fire dragon? In principle, wizards cannot cast spells while in animagus form, but the magic drawn by the system is not subject to these conditions. But your majesty cannot use a wand or speak at this time, only when your spellcasting level reaches 4, unlocking the ability to cast spells silently and without a wand can you do so. Charlie seemed thoughtful. He had asked the system about it during the summer vacation. What are the differences between the different levels of a spell? Level 1 only allows you to use spells. Level 2 is proficient, roughly equivalent to the level of a 5th or 6th grader in a typical wizarding class. Level 3 allows for silent spellcasting without incantations. Level 4 allows you to cast spells without a wand. Level 5, on the other hand, is like clapping your hands together, conjuring up whatever you desire. Its power is like a forbidden spell, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Charlie circled above the forbidden forest, enjoying the thrill of flight. Its enormous wings shimmered in the sunlight, and its majestic figure inspired awe. The small animals in the forbidden forest were terrified by the sudden appearance of the huge shadow. Deep in the forbidden forest, Ferens is hunting in secret. He has the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse. He is a centaur who lives in the forbidden forest. Ferens had just spotted a plump wild deer and was preparing to draw his bow and arrow. Suddenly, a huge shadow flashed across the sky. The deer were immediately startled and fled, and Ferens' hunting plans were completely ruined. He looked up at the sky in confusion, and through the dense branches he could only see a huge flying object hovering overhead. "What is that?" Ferens frowned. Based on his knowledge, this was definitely not an ordinary bird. Its size, its wingspan, it looked exactly like. "A fire dragon?" Ferens gasped. "Has Hogwarts started raising dragons?" Friends was completely baffled and could only secretly remember the matter, preparing to go back and tell the clan chief. Charlie in the sky, of course, had no idea that he had been discovered. He experienced the thrill of flying for a while, then landed in an open area, preparing to return to Hogwarts the same way he came. He still vividly remembered the feeling of soaring freely in the sky. The power and speed of the Huxia fireball dragon exceeded his expectations. Simply flapping its wings can create a fierce wind. As Charlie left the forbidden forest, he deliberately avoided the direction of Hagrid's cabin. Although he didn't care about being discovered by Hagrid, being discovered would still be troublesome. We returned to the castle just in time for lunch. The auditorium was already filled with students, and the long tables of the 4 colleges were laden with sumptuous food. Charlie walked over to Hufflepuff's long table and found an empty seat. "Charlie, where have you been?" Ernie saw him and immediately came over. "We've been looking for you for so long. Just wander around and get familiar with the castle." Charlie answered casually, picking up a roasted chicken leg and starting to eat. Justin was struggling with a chess piece when he saw Charlie return, and his eyes lit up instantly. "Charlie, would you like a thrilling game of wizard's chess?" "No, I'm allergic to wizard chess." Charlie took a bite of the chicken leg and mumbled that he was really starving and hadn't eaten breakfast. "Oh, okay then, I'll ask someone else." Justin immediately wilted and ate his food forlornly in a corner while holding the wizard's chess set. Ernie smiled. "I just taught him wizard's chess and he's really interested in it now." Charlie nodded, so he was also allergic to wizard's chess. Ever since he was given a handicap of a rook, a knight, and a cannon by an old man in the park, and was also covered in a thin veil, he has become allergic to all kinds of chess. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Filch has triggered the bomb Tyrant Points +20. Charlie nearly choked on the chicken leg. This was the first time he'd ever gained so many Tyrant Points at once. Previously, things were built up gradually, 1 or 2 points at a time. This time, it came down to something big. He was so excited he almost jumped up, but he maintained his composure and continued gnawing on his chicken leg. "What's wrong?" Ernie noticed Charlie's unusual behavior. "It's nothing, this chicken leg is just too delicious," Charlie made up an excuse. Just then, the auditorium doors were suddenly pushed open and a brightly colored figure rushed in. All the students turned to look and then burst into laughter. Filch was covered in rainbow colors, red, yellow, blue, green, a mix of all sorts of colors that made him look like a walking color palette. His hair was also multicolored and paint was still dripping from it. What's even funnier is that he was also carrying a tattered toilet seat which was also covered in various colors of paint. "Ha ha ha, Filch has turned into a rainbow. What happened? Did he fall into the paint bucket? That's hilarious, I'm dying of laughter." The students' laughter rose and fell and the entire auditorium was in an uproar. No wonder all the students were laughing. Filch was just too annoying. He even suggested that Dumbledore change solitary confinement to an old-fashioned punishment, using chains to punish students. The Weasley brothers also found various instruments of torture in his room. It's hard for students to like someone like that. Filch was trembling with rage. He stormed toward the Gryffindor table and headed straight for Fred and George. "It was you did it." Filch roared angrily, slamming the broken toilet seat heavily onto the table. Fred and George exchanged a glance, their faces showing innocence. "Mr. Filch, what makes you say that?" Fred asked, looking bewildered. "We've been eating here the whole time, we haven't done anything," George said, feigning a wronged expression. Still trying to argue. Filch was so angry his face turned green, or rather, he was already green. "You've tampered with my toilet." Just then, Professor McGonagall heard the commotion and quickly walked over. Seeing Filch's miserable state, her lips tightened and her face turned ashen. She had a bad feeling that this matter was most likely related to the Weasley twins. "What happened?" Professor McGonagall asked seriously. "Professor." "They tampered with my toilet." Filch pointed at Fred and George, his voice trembling with anger. "I was horrified the moment I sat on it, my whole body was stained like this." Professor McGonagall first waved her wand, and a stream of clear water gushed from the tip of the wand, washing Filch from head to toe. The paint was washed away, and Filch finally regained his normal skin color. A flicker of disappointment crossed Fred's face as he witnessed this. He was expecting to see Filch in all his colors all week, but Professor McGonagall cleaned him up so quickly. "Mr. Weasley, did you do this?" Professor McGonagall turned to the twins, her tone stern. "Of course not," Fred immediately denied. "Professor, we're innocent." "Exactly, we've been eating in the auditorium the whole time, how could we possibly have touched Filch's toilet?" George quickly tried to defend himself. Filch sneered and flipped the toilet seat over. "You still dare to argue? Look at this for yourselves." On the back of the toilet seat, a line of text was written in gold lettering. "Weasley presents you with the most creative magical tricks." Fred and George looked annoyed when they saw the message. "Damn it, I forgot to remove the labels," Fred muttered to himself. "This is it, we're doomed." George also looked miserable. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened further upon seeing this evidence. With the evidence irrefutable, she could no longer and did not want to exonerate these two students. "Mr. Weasley, do you have anything else to say?" Professor McGonagall's voice was so cold it could freeze. Fred and George exchanged a glance, knowing that further arguing was pointless. "Okay, we did it," Fred admitted helplessly. "Mr. Filch was always giving us trouble last semester and we wanted to get back at him." "This is no excuse for your pranks," Professor McGonagall snapped. "Gryffindor minus 50 points, Fred and George each in jail for a month." The entire auditorium fell silent upon hearing this. The Gryffindor students were shocked. On the very first day of school, their house had already lost 50 points, turning into a negative score. "50 points?" exclaimed a Gryffindor student. "Isn't that too much? It's over, we're definitely out of the running for the Academy Cup." A month of confinement and Gorgon's gone berserk. Professor McGonagall is truly furious. Fred and George looked remorseful, their heads bowed as if in repentance for their actions. But Fred turned his head and secretly exchanged a glance with Charlie. Both of them had smiles in their eyes. That label wasn't left lying around, it was intentionally left there. This is tantamount to giving their prank product a resounding advertisement in front of the entire student body. Now everyone knows how amazing the Weasley twins' pranks are, and there will definitely be a lot of people coming to them to order custom pranks. As for the house points, what do the points deducted by Gryffindor have to do with Gryffindor? Charlie almost burst out laughing. Those two guys were really wicked. On the surface, it appears they were caught red-handed, but in reality, this is part of their marketing strategy. "Enough, quiet down, all of you." Professor McGonagall roared like an enraged lion as she saw the students still whispering. "Mr. Weasley's, come to my office at 8 o'clock tonight. We need to have a serious talk." After lunch break, Hufflepuff students emerged from the common room, heading to their afternoon history of magic classes. Charlie stretched and followed Ernie and Justin toward the classroom. "History of magic, I've heard it's the most boring subject," Justin said, yawning. Charlie, however, was somewhat expectant. He had always wanted to learn more about the history of the magical world. After all, as a time traveler, he knew far too little about this world. Using history classes to supplement one's knowledge is a good option. "I'd really like to hear about the history of magic," Charlie said. "We need to understand the world we live in." "You're so enthusiastic," Ernie asked, somewhat surprised. "I thought you'd continue sleeping." "I'm not sleeping this time, I'm going to pay attention in class." Charlie said seriously, "Even if we don't collect any points for the Tyrant, we still need to listen carefully in this class." Upon arriving at the History of Magic classroom, it was found that there weren't many people there, and everyone seemed rather listless. It has to be said that Hogwarts courses are really easy, with only 2 or 3 classes a day. With plenty of free time to choose from, some top students will spend their free time in the library. Charlie, however, was allergic to libraries and couldn't go there. Charlie found a seat in the front row, took out his quill and parchment, and prepared to listen attentively to the lesson. The school bell rang, and a semi-transparent figure floated into the classroom. That was Professor Binns, Hogwarts' only ghost teacher. He looked quite old with a white beard and wore an old-fashioned wizard's robe. "Hello everyone, I am Professor Binns," he said in an extremely monotonous and dull voice. "Today we will be learning the basic chapters of the history of magic." Charlie perked up and prepared to listen attentively. "First, let's learn about the story of the villain Morrick," Professor Binns began. "Morrick lived in the Middle Ages and he was infamous for his misuse of magic." Professor Binns' voice was like the static from an old-fashioned radio, terribly monotonous. His tone was completely flat, like a high school principal reading from a prepared speech. Charlie tried to concentrate but found it much more difficult than he had imagined. Professor Binns' teaching style was far too rigid, completely lacking any passionate or vivid descriptions. Less than 10 minutes later, Charlie began to feel sleepy. He glanced around furtively and noticed that many of his classmates were already dozing off. Then came the story of the eccentric Uric, Professor Binns continued in that hypnotic tone. "Uric is known for his unusual magical experiments." Charlie's eyelids started to droop. "This isn't a class, it's practically hypnosis." "No, I'm going to fall asleep if this keeps up," Charlie thought. No wonder the history of magic is widely considered the most boring subject. Finally, Charlie could no longer tolerate it. He raised his hand and exclaimed, "Professor." Professor Binns stopped lecturing and the entire classroom fell silent instantly. All the students who were dozing off were startled awake by the sudden sound and turned to look at Charlie. Is there a problem, classmate?" Professor Binns was clearly surprised. He hadn't had a student ask a question in a long time. "Professor, could you tell us something exciting?" Charlie asked directly. Whispers filled the classroom. The students were shocked by Charlie's bold move. Ernie whispered, "Charlie, are you crazy?" Justin's eyes widened as well. "That's a professor. Even if he's a ghost, he's still a professor." Charlie ignored them. Professor Binns floated in midair, looking at Charlie with his ancient eyes. "Awesome content. What would you like to hear?" Charlie replied without hesitation, "Tell us about Voldemort." The moment those words were spoken, the entire classroom fell into a deathly silence. All the students gasped, some even sliding off their chairs in fright. "My God, what did he just say? He said that name." The students turned pale and some even began to tremble. Even Professor Binns the ghost showed a look of fear. His translucent body began to tremble violently, and his figure became several shades dimmer than usual. Don't say that name." Professor Binns' voice trembled. Charlie was a little confused. He just wanted to learn about Voldemort's history, so why is everyone reacting so strongly? Charlie had long wanted to ask about Voldemort. Although the name was legendary in his past life, he didn't know what Voldemort had done. After arriving at Hogwarts, everyone around him knew that he was a dark wizard who had killed many people and was eventually killed by Harry Potter. When asked for specific details, no one knew. "Professor, I just want to learn about history." Charlie tried to explain. "No, absolutely not." Professor Binns' figure grew dimmer and dimmer, looking as if it might vanish at any moment. A Gryffindor student shouted, "Oh no, Professor Binns is terrified. Quickly, go to Professor McGonagall's office and fetch her." Several students immediately rushed out of the classroom to seek help. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Intimidating the commander, Tyrant Points +5, the system's voice rang in Charlie's mind, leaving him even more confused. "No, I really didn't intend to farm points for the tyrannical ruler." Professor McGonagall arrived at the History of Magic classroom very quickly. She strode to the podium and quickly offered Professor Binns some words of comfort. Professor Binns looked much better. At least he seemed more solid, but the class was almost over. After learning what had happened, Professor McGonagall glared at Charlie, deducted 2 points from Hufflepuff and then stormed off. "Really?" she muttered as she walked. "I'm constantly angry. Staying at Hogwarts for too long will short my lifespan." The students left the classroom one after another, and many of them looked at Charlie with strange eyes as they passed by. Evening arrived quickly, and students began to arrive at the auditorium for dinner. Charlie had just sat down at the Hufflepuff table when he saw the Weasley twins walking over with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Charlie," Fred patted him on the shoulder excitedly. "You're a genius." "Yeah, how could I have imagined scaring Professor Binns in the History of Magic class?" George also gave a thumbs up. Charlie was exasperated. "I really didn't mean to." Harry watched Charlie quietly from the side, his feelings somewhat complicated. He heard that Charlie turned a stick into a needle during the first class of the morning, and even Hermione, the most talented girl in Gryffindor, could only conjure the tip of a needle. In the afternoon, I scared the professor half to death again. Compared to Charlie, he, the so-called savior, was utterly unremarkable. However, Harry wasn't jealous of Charlie. He felt he was doing very well, he had enough to eat and wear and so many friends, he was already very happy. Charlie, your transfiguration is really amazing, Harry said sincerely. It's all right, maybe it's just a natural talent, Charlie replied modestly. Just then Hermione suddenly spoke, her tone serious and clearly disapproving. Charlie, you shouldn't scare the professor like that, it's wrong. You should use your talents for studying. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Fred and George exchanged bewildered glances and Harry was at a loss for words. Charlie put down the chicken leg he was holding and looked at Hermione. I was just asking a question. Who knew Professor Binns would be so easily startled? You know perfectly well that you can't just say that name. Hermione's voice rose. But I don't know why I can't say, Charlie shrugged. I'm Muggleborn, I don't know much about the taboos of the wizarding world. Hermione was taken aback. She was also a Muggle, but she had already learned these common-sense facts from books. Then you should have found out the answers before asking questions. Hermione was somewhat exasperated. Understand what? Charlie countered. I asked because I wanted to learn about history. Hermione opened her mouth but found herself speechless. Indeed, without knowing the context, Charlie's behavior was simply asking a normal question. Fine, I'm not talking to you anymore. Hermione turned and walked away angrily. Ron watched Hermione's departing figure, then leaned closer to Charlie and whispered. Ignore her, that's just how she is, always thinking she knows everything. Sometimes it can be really annoying. Over the next few days, Charlie experienced various courses at Hogwarts. Charlie couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Professor Flitwick lecturing while standing atop a pile of books during his charms class. This short professor, who has fairy blood, is very knowledgeable and passionate about teaching. When he first called Harry's name, he was so excited he almost fell off the pile of books. Mr. Potter, Professor Flitwick cried out, his voice trembling with excitement. What an honor, what a great honor. The herbalist teacher was Professor Sprout, the headmaster of Hufflepuff. She was a short, stout witch who always wore patched-up clothes and had dirt under her fingernails. But she was extremely kind to her students, even those who knew nothing about herbalism, and was very patient with them. Because Charlie insisted on going on nightly outings to the castle with the Weasley twins, he was always drowsy during class. Professor Flitwick would simply tap his desk with his wand and angrily deduct Hufflepuff's points. Mr. White, this is the second time this week that someone has fallen asleep in my class. Hufflepuff deducts 5 points. However, when Charlie is awakened and displays the perfect spell, Professor Flitwick excitedly adds the points back. Fantastic, perfect levitation spell, Hufflepuff plus 5. Professor Sprout, however, took a more moderate approach. Whenever Charlie fell asleep in her class, she would quietly go to his side and rub his head with her rough but warm hands until he woke up. Mr. White, I know you're tired, but the mandrake's cries won't stop just because you're asleep. She always spoke so gently without a trace of blame. This made Charlie too embarrassed to sleep in her class. Friday arrived quickly. There's only one potions class in the morning, which I have with Gryffindor. Fanfiction adaptation, Charlie and the Weasley brothers explored the castle until late last night, so much so that he fell asleep on his desk as soon as he got to the classroom this morning. Ernie and Justin sat on either side of Charlie, already used to his behavior. What do you think Professor Snape will do to Charlie? Justin asked Ernie in a low voice. I don't know, but she certainly won't be as gentle as Professor Sprout. Ernie glanced worriedly at the sleeping Charlie. The classroom door was suddenly flung open, and a greasy-haired man strode in, his long black robe billowing behind him, making him look like a giant bat. The classroom immediately fell silent, and all the students held their breath. As soon as Snape entered the classroom, his eyes were fixed on Harry. As he walked toward the podium, he spoke softly in his flat, indifferent voice. You've come here to learn the precise science and rigorous processes of potion making. Harry felt a chill run down his spine as he listened intently to his voice. At the same time, he had a bad feeling. The professor seemed to care about him a lot. Here, there are no foolish wand swings. Many don't even believe it's magic. I don't expect you to truly appreciate the subtle beauty of the cauldron simmering slowly, releasing its fragrant aroma. I don't expect you to truly understand the wondrous magic of the liquid flowing into people's veins, captivating their hearts and minds. Just as Snape was about to call Harry's name, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye, and his voice stopped abruptly. All the students followed his gaze and found Charlie fast asleep, slumped over the table. The temperature in the classroom seemed to drop several degrees suddenly. It seems, Snape's voice grew lower, carrying a dangerous undertone, some of us believe we've already mastered potions and don't need to attend classes anymore. No one dared to speak. Ernie gently nudged Charlie, but he just grunted and went back to sleep. Snape's face turned ashen. He grabbed the blackboard eraser from the podium and hurled it at Charlie. The blackboard eraser hit Charlie precisely on the top of his head. Charlie jolted awake, groggily lifting his head to see the entire class staring at him with Professor Snape's gaze practically murderous. "Tell me your name, Charlie White." "Mr. White," Snape said coldly. "It seems my classes are so boring for you that you'd rather use them to catch up on sleep." Charlie rubbed his eyes, realizing he was wrong. It's one thing to doze off in class, but to just lie down and sleep like that shows a complete lack of respect for the teacher. "I'm sorry, Professor. I was studying very late last night and accidentally fell asleep." Snape narrowed his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Reviewing, I think you're just wandering around the castle." Charlie was startled. How did he know? Did he see me and the Weasley twins last night? "Since you have so much energy to roam at night, you must be quite proficient in potions as well," Snape said slowly, each word carrying a chilling edge. "So, Mr. White, tell me, what do you get by putting daffodil root powder and artemisia infusion together?" Charlie was taken aback. "Mugwort, is it for treating colds? But it's best not to answer carelessly. Being honest will prevent him from making further mistakes." "I don't know, Professor." Hermione immediately raised her hand, almost jumping out of her seat. Snape completely ignored Hermione, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Tusk Tusk, it seems your monstrous brain doesn't live up to your reputation. I heard you excelled in transfiguration class but were completely clueless in mine." Some students in the classroom chuckled. "I'll give you one more chance," Snape continued. "Tell me, what's the difference between asterisk aconitum carmichaelia and aconitum kuznetsovii?" Hermione raised her hand even higher, almost touching the ceiling. Ernie whispered something to Charlie, but his voice was too soft for Charlie to hear. Snape gave Ernie a cold look and the latter immediately shut his mouth. Charlie frowned. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult. "I don't know, Professor. It's a pity. Since your brain is completely empty, you should be paying attention in class, you idiot." The students laughed even harder. "One last question, Mr. White." Snape's eyes gleamed with malice. "Where can I find manure stones?" Charlie finally understood. Snape was just looking for trouble. "I had only slept in before class and apologized when I came in, but he still wouldn't let it go. If that's the case, why indulge him?" "Professor," Charlie replied coldly, "in the dung." Due to the way the sentence is punctuated, this statement sounds highly ambiguous. The classroom erupted in laughter. Snape's face instantly turned ashen. "Quiet," he roared, and the classroom immediately fell silent. "Utterly stupid," Snape said through gritted teeth. "Narcissus root powder and mugwort infusion can be mixed to make life-and-death water, a highly potent sleeping pill. Aconitum carmichaelia and Aconitum kuznetsovii are the same plant, both being Aconitum asterisk. As for dung stones, they are taken from the intestines of goats." "Stop being so self-important. This isn't your Gryffindor common room." Clearly, he mistook Charlie for a Gryffindor. Charlie was furious after being scolded. He admitted that sleeping in class was wrong, but even a clay figure has some temper. He accepts all the blame he's shown, even if it's pointed out. But what's the point of deliberately making things difficult for him elsewhere? "Professor," Charlie looked directly into Snape's eyes, his voice clear and firm. "There are many medicinal preparations that can be made by combining narcissus root powder and mugwort with different excipients. How can I know which one you're referring to? There are so many types of aconite. Do you expect a student on their first day of school to be able to distinguish them all? Is your brain or poop filling the goat's intestines?" The moment those words were spoken, the entire classroom fell into a deathly silence. Hermione's mouth dropped open, her face filled with disbelief. Harry stared at Charlie in disbelief, his eyes shining with adoration. He was practically a god of war. Snape's face went from ashen to deathly pale and then to purplish red. 30,000 points deducted from Gryffindor. Snape finally roared, his voice so loud it nearly shattered the classroom windows. "What, 30,000 points?" Ron jumped up instantly, knocking over his chair. "Professor, Charlie is from Hufflepuff School." Snape was stunned. He was so angry he lost his mind. But how could someone like this be a Hufflepuff? Was the Sorting Hat fooled by the Gryffindor sword? "Shut up, Weasley." Snape glared at Ron, enraged. "Disrespecting the professor, 5 points deducted from Gryffindor." Then he pointed his wand at Charlie, gritting his teeth, and said, "Hufflepuff, deduct 50 points. The 30,000 points he just scored were clearly due to his impulsiveness, but 50 points is still a lot for someone who talks back to a teacher. Just then, the door to the potions classroom was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Professor McGonagall burst in, her hair disheveled. She had just passed by the funnel of house grades and saw that Gryffindor had lost 30,000 points. It's so hard to guess who dunked. "Has Severus gone mad?" "Severus," Professor McGonagall gasped for breath. What's going on? How did Gryffindor get 30,000 points deducted? Snape's gaze began to wander, a little embarrassed to answer. He usually deducts 10 or 20 points at most, so this time it was really too much. Snape cleared his throat. It was just a small misunderstanding. Hermione then raised her hand and spoke in her omniscient tone. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape deducted points for mistaking Charlie for a Gryffindor student. Professor McGonagall turned to look at Charlie, her eyes filled with deep weariness. She felt utterly exhausted. This dark-haired boy is even more troublesome than Gryffindor. Why did Mr. White lose so many points, 30,000? Professor McGonagall asked seriously. Hermione immediately began to recount what had just happened. Professor Snape asked Charlie 3 questions, to which Charlie answered that he didn't know the answer. Then Professor Snape called Charlie incredibly stupid and even called him an idiot. Charlie retorted that there was something wrong with Professor Snape's questions and finally asked Professor Snape if his brain was filled with shit. The students in the classroom couldn't help but laugh again. Hermione was so honest. Professor McGonagall looked at Charlie with her lips pursed, her face so dark it could drip water. Mr. White, you shouldn't talk back to the professor. Professor McGonagall's voice was calm, but Charlie could hear the anger in it. Charlie still respected this serious but upright professor and immediately became serious. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, I won't do it again. Professor McGonagall nodded, then turned to Snape, her gaze becoming even more stern. Severus, I understand you have high expectations for your students, but you can't just insult them like that, Professor McGonagall said in a very serious tone. Remember, you are a professor. Snape's face darkened further. Being reprimanded by his colleague in front of the students made him feel extremely humiliated. I'm just correcting a student's misbehavior, Snape said coldly. Correcting mistakes is not the same as making personal attacks, Professor McGonagall insisted. As professors, we should lead by example. Snape snorted coldly, his face darkening as he remained silent. Professor McGonagall quickly waved her wand, adding back the 30,000 points that Gryffindor had mistakenly lost. Severus, I hope this misunderstanding won't happen again. And Charlie, come to my office after dinner. Professor McGonagall left the classroom wearily after saying those words. She felt like she was dealing with all sorts of unexpected situations every day at Hogwarts, and she was so worried she was going to lose her hair. The classroom fell silent again, and Snape walked back to the podium with a grim face. His black robe billowed behind him, and he exuded a dangerous aura. Now, let's continue the lesson. Snape's voice was even colder than before. Today we're going to learn about the medicine for treating scabies. He began writing the recipe on the blackboard. The recipe is simple, but I warn you, any mistake in any step will make your faces uglier than trolls. Charlie felt Snape's gaze sweeping over him from time to time. Mr. White, Snape called out suddenly, since you've just demonstrated such erudition, tell me, when should Porcupine Thorn join? Charlie glanced at the recipe on the blackboard. Porcupine quills were written in step 4. That's insulting. How can someone get an open book exam wrong? Step 4, the professor. Wrong, Snape immediately retorted. It should be added after removing it from the heat, otherwise it will cause the potion to explode. Hufflepuff, deduct 1 point. Charlie's eyes widened. Damn, isn't the 4th step after leaving the fire? You must have a confrontational personality. Harry muttered to himself, he's targeting you. Mr. Potter, Snape's voice suddenly rang out. Since you care so much about your classmate, then you answer this. What is the function of slug mucus? Harry was stunned. He had no idea what the answer was. I don't know, Professor. Foolish, slug slime can neutralize the toxicity of porcupine quills. Gryffindor, deduct 2 points. The following lessons were a nightmare. Snape was like a mad dog, picking fights with Charlie and Harry in every way possible. Mr. White, your vegetable cutting skills are absolutely appalling. Mr. Potter, you're stirring in the wrong direction. You two are a disaster for the potions world. Charlie and Ernie were working together to concoct a potion. The finished product looked fairly normal, with small bubbles rising in the crucible from the pale green liquid. Ernie carefully stirred the potion. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? Charlie nodded. At least there was no explosion. Enduring Snape's venom spray was already a success. Snape walked up to them, scooped up a little of the potion with a silver spoon and examined it carefully. Too dark in color, too viscous in texture, completely unacceptable, he said coldly. Hufflepuff deducts 2 points. Ernie looked at his work with frustration. It looked almost identical to the potion on the next table, so why were they the only ones getting points deducted? Finally, the bell rang, and all the students packed up their things with a sigh of relief. Charlie, Ernie, and Justin walked out of the classroom together, with Harry and Ron following closely behind them. That old bat is insane, Ron said angrily. He started the fight first, so why did he deduct so many points from our score? Exactly, that's so unreasonable. Harry was also very dissatisfied. Our medicine was clearly made quite well. Ernie shook his head. Professor Snape has always favored Slytherin. He's strict with the other houses. Seriously, Justin said quietly. I think Professor Snape might really have a problem. A normal teacher wouldn't target students like that. In Muggle society, a teacher like that would be considered a pervert. I heard he used to be a Death Eater, Ernie said in a low voice. Although Dumbledore trusted him, who knows what he was really thinking? Harry walked beside Charlie, his feelings a mix of emotions. Charlie was targeted because he slept before class and insulted Snape, but why he was targeted in the first place is puzzling. Thankfully, Charlie was there. If he were alone facing Snape, it would have been unbearable. Just then, Hermione quickly caught up, a worried expression on her face. You shouldn't be going against Professor Snape, she said, frowning. He can deduct points at will, you can't handle him. Ron rolled his eyes. He started this, we didn't do anything wrong, but you did talk back to the professor. No matter what, he's a teacher and we should respect him. Charlie realized that Hermione actually cared about them and didn't want them to lose too many points, but her self-righteous tone was really uncomfortable. Hermione, I know you mean well. Charlie softened his tone, but sometimes simply giving in will only embolden the other party to go further. But Hermione wanted to say something more. All right, stop nagging. Ron waved his hand. Let's hurry to the auditorium for lunch, I'm starving. Hermione followed behind the group, pouting. She really just wanted to help her classmates, why don't they understand? The unlucky morning is finally over. Charlie sat at the long table in Hufflepuff, looking at the sumptuous lunch before him, and his mood improved considerably. Harry and Ron came over and sat down next to him. On their way here, they were busy with Justin and Ernie, launching a relentless attack on Snape. The quickest way to get closer to classmates is to complain about a certain teacher together. Now we're even sitting down to eat together. Charlie didn't participate, their language was simply too weak. He opened the system interface to check the Tyrant's Points. Tyrant Points, 678 this week with daily classes, sleeping and night outings, plus bombing Filch and battling Snape. I finally accumulated 678 points. System, start the draw. Charlie silently chanted in his mind, Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have gained plus 50 proficiency in the Flaming Blaze spell. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have gained plus 45 proficiency in the Stun spell. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have gained plus 30 to your Levitation spell proficiency. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have obtained the perfect recipe for the water of life and death. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have gained plus 1 talent point. Charlie's eyes lit up, he was lucky this time. The spells Blazing Flames and Stun have reached the advanced level 2 and are almost at the level 3 proficiency stage. This is essentially at the level of a Hogwarts graduate. Once you reach level 3, you can cast spells silently. At level 4, you can not only cast spells silently and without a staff, but also cast spells while in animagus form. Most importantly, I also drew a long-awaited talent point. He completely ignored the recipe for the water of life and death. No matter how well he adjusts it, that old B*** D Snape will always find fault with it. Charlie didn't hesitate to add his talent points to Polymorph, instantly maxing out his level 9 Polymorph talent. A strange feeling welled up inside Charlie, and he felt that his understanding of transfiguration had suddenly become much deeper. What's going on? Ron suddenly frowned, looking at his cutlery. Where's my fork? Why are there 2 spoons? He picked up his cutlery, looking puzzled. Charlie glanced at it, casually pulled out his wand and waved it easily. The spoon in Ron's hand instantly transformed into a standard silver fork, adorned with exquisite patterns. Merlin's toothbrush, Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide as he examined the fork closely. Charlie, you're amazing. It's only been a week since school started. Much better than some of those know-it-alls who just preach, Ron muttered to himself. Harry quickly nudged Ron's arm, signaling him to say less. Even though Hermione isn't here, it wouldn't be good if this got out. Charlie, however, was inwardly shocked. That simple spell just now actually increased my polymorph skill by 5 points. He already had very little skill level to spare for upgrading his transfiguration ability, and these 5 skill points directly upgraded it to level 2. That's what makes max-level talents so terrifying. Charlie had previously asked the system, and it was said that level 1 transformation could only transform objects into each other, such as turning a stick into a silver needle or a spoon into a fork. Level 2 transfiguration can transform a creature into an object, such as turning a rat into a snuff box. Like 3rd-level spells, 3rd-level polymorph can be cast silently and can transform objects into living beings, just like Professor McGonagall turned a table into a pig. Level 4 Polymorph not only allows for casting without a staff, but also transforms one creature into another. This is more difficult than transforming creatures with objects, because it involves the structures of two different creatures. Level 5 Transformation can even achieve permanent transformation. Charlie's interface received another major update at this time. Your Majesty, Charlie White age, 11 years old, magic talent rating, max level 10, transfiguration 10, charmsology 8, potion mastery 6, defense against the dark arts 7, herbalism 4, astronomy 4, history of magic 5, tyrant points 8. Mastered spells, polymorph level 2, 0, 500, blazing inferno level 2, 450, 500, stun level 2, 470, 500. Oh right, Charlie, Harry suddenly said. We don't have classes this afternoon. I'm planning to go talk to Hagrid. Do you want to come with me? Cha thought for a moment, then shook his head. You go ahead, I have other plans this afternoon. He had no desire to go to Hagrid's place for tea and conversation. That would be too boring. Moreover, he's figuring out how to cause trouble and earn more tyrant points. Oh well, Harry was somewhat disappointed, but he didn't insist. After lunch, Harry and Ron walked excitedly toward Hagrid's hut. Charlie strolled alone on the lawn outside the castle, while Ernie and Justin returned to the common room. In September, sunlight filters through the clouds and falls on the ancient walls of Hogwarts in the Scottish Highlands. Charlie was thinking about where he could have another big, tyrannical tyrant. Just then, he saw two familiar figures sneaking around behind a big tree, secretly observing something. Fred, George, what are you doing? Charlie quietly walked over and patted them on the shoulder. SHH, the two of them made a shushing gesture at the same time, then pointed forward. Charlie followed their gaze and saw a figure wearing a purple headscarf slowly strolling along the lake. The man walked in a rather strange manner and would occasionally stop and look around. Isn't this Professor Quirrell? Charlie squinted. Quirrell is a defense against the dark arts professor, a class that should theoretically teach some powerful spells. But this guy stuttered when he spoke, would just read from the book in class and reeked of garlic, making it hard for Charlie to sleep soundly. That smell was so intense that if one could smell it in the morning, one could die content in the evening. It's him, Fred said in a low voice. We think there's something wrong with him. What's the problem? Charlie asked, intrigued. George pointed at Quirrell's head. Look at that headscarf he wears all day long. He doesn't even take it off when he eats. Yeah, right, Fred chimed in. When he was teaching Muggle research, he was a fairly normal person. His hair was thinning, but at least presentable. Now he looks like an Arab sheik. Charlie stroked his chin, an idea forming in his mind. Don't you want to know what's under his headscarf? Charlie deliberately prompted. The three exchanged a glance and all revealed the smile of the demon orb. You have an idea. Fred's eyes lit up. Of course. Charlie put his arms around their shoulders and the three heads huddled together. I have a plan. The three discussed some more details, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. As the sun sets, warm lights illuminate the windows of the castle. Oh no, Charlie suddenly slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. Professor McGonagall asked me to come to her office tonight. What is it? George asked curiously. Because of what happened in potions class today. Then go ahead, you can't be late for Professor McGonagall's appointment. As Charlie ran towards the castle, he gave the two men some instructions. The necessary tools are yours. Don't worry. Professor McGonagall's office was on the second floor, and Charlie jogged along the way. When he arrived at the office door, he straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and then knocked. Come in. Professor McGonagall's slightly tired voice came from the office. Charlie pushed open the door and entered. Professor McGonagall was sitting behind her desk, holding a stack of parchment, seemingly grading papers. Mr. White, please have a seat. Professor McGonagall gestured to the chair opposite her. Charlie obediently sat down. Being a tyrant doesn't necessarily mean courting death. He'd already been summoned to the office. He might as well just wait to die. Professor McGonagall put down the parchment, took off her glasses, and rubbed her temples. Mr. White, I know Professor Snape's behavior today was indeed somewhat excessive. Her tone was much gentler than Charlie had expected. But that's no excuse for you to insult the professor. Charlie nodded. I know, Professor McGonagall, I admit I acted impulsively. Given that you insulted the professor, I've decided to place you in solitary confinement for 1 month, Professor McGonagall said, pursing her lips. You need to report to my office every Wednesday and Friday evening this month. Charlie looked miserable. I can't do it. After announcing the punishment, Professor McGonagall's expression softened considerably. She put her glasses back on and carefully examined Charlie. However, there's something I'm curious about, Professor McGonagall said. How far have you progressed in your transfiguration skills? In the very first lesson, Professor McGonagall was amazed by Charlie's displayed talent for transfiguration. They're also testing the waters now so they can tailor their teaching to individual needs. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of a genius to teach him using the same methods? Charlie was somewhat surprised. Would you like to see it? Of course, I'm a transfiguration professor and I'm very interested in my students' levels. Charlie stood up and took out his wand. He first waved his wand towards the corner of the office. Spider, come on. A small spider flew from the corner into Charlie's hand. Then Charlie waved his wand again and the little spider turned into a button lying in his palm. Although the button looks simple, it is indeed a complete button. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened, her face filled with shock. She slowly stood up, walked to Charlie, picked up the button and examined it carefully. Merlin's shaved beard, Professor McGonagall muttered to herself. You've only been in school for a week. Although the button's appearance is indeed rough, proving that Charlie's transfiguration skills are not yet refined, this level is perfectly capable of earning an O excellent grade on the first-year final exam. That flying spell just now was also quite amazing. No wonder you're always daydreaming in class, even dozing off, Professor McGonagall said, suddenly realizing. The material in class is too easy for you. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall felt a pang of guilt. She failed to fulfill her responsibilities as a teacher to a gifted student like Charlie. Please wait a moment, Mr. White. Professor McGonagall walked to the bookshelf and took down a thick notebook from the top shelf. This notebook looks quite old, the cover is a bit yellowed, but it's very well preserved. This is my transfiguration notebook. Professor McGonagall handed the notebook to Charlie. It contains my understanding and insights into transfiguration over the years. I hope it will be helpful to you. Charlie took the notebook and felt its weight. Although he didn't need this theoretical knowledge, Professor McGonagall's kindness warmed his heart. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Charlie said sincerely. Professor McGonagall smiled with satisfaction. Remember, talent is only part of success. Effort and character are equally important. Charlie nodded. And cheating too. Very good. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. That's all for today. Remember, be on time next Wednesday at 8 p.m. Charlie, clutching his notebook, said goodbye to Professor McGonagall and left the office. Professor McGonagall watched Charlie's departing figure with admiration in her eyes. This child is not only exceptionally gifted, but also very polite. It must have been Snape who went too far and angered him. It's just a pity he's not from Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall sighed softly. If Charlie were a Gryffindor student, she would have more opportunities to interact with and mentor him. But it's fine now, at least she can still guide him through the confinement period. Charlie came out of the office, his stomach growling loudly. Dinner time was long over, there probably wasn't a soul in the auditorium. He can only pray now that his two good roommates, Ernie and Justin, have left him some food. Pushing open the door to the Hufflepuff common room, Ernie was playing wizard chess with Justin. Charlie walked up to them, his face full of anticipation, looking at them expectantly. Ernie glanced up at him, completely bewildered. What's wrong? Are you constipated? Justin glanced at Charlie, then shuddered as if he'd just remembered something, a look of disgust on his face. Dude, what are you thinking? Charlie immediately deflated and slumped onto the sofa next to him. It's nothing, I'm just hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Ernie smiled mysteriously and put down the chess piece in his hand. How could we as Hufflepuff students possibly lack food? He beckoned to Charlie, come with me. Charlie followed Ernie out of the lounge, puzzled. Ernie stopped in front of a still life painting of fruit and gently scratched the pear in the painting. A magical thing happened, the pear turned into a green doorknob. Ernie pushed open the door and entered, and Charlie followed curiously. Charlie's eyes widened at the sight behind the door. This place is a hidden gem. It's a huge kitchen with a high ceiling and gleaming copper pots and pans hanging on the walls. A group of creatures, only up to Charlie's waist in height, were bustling about inside. These creatures have pointed ears, tennis ball-sized eyes, and wear clothes made of tea towels in various colors. If you ignore the clothes, she looks a lot like the goblins Charlie saw in Gringotts. These are all house elves, Ernie explained. They are responsible for the daily cleaning of Hogwarts as well as all the meals. Upon seeing the young wizard enter, the house elves all dropped what they were doing and rushed over enthusiastically. What does the little wizard need? Billy is happy to serve you. Are you hungry? We can make any food. The cacophony of voices left Charlie flustered and disorganized. I didn't have dinner and I'm a little hungry. The house elf named Billy immediately stepped forward. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine. English, French, Italian, or Huxia. Charlie was somewhat surprised. There's Huxia style too. Then I'd like to have a Manchuhan Imperial Feast. I thought the house elf would be confused about what a Manchuhan Imperial Feast was, but instead he asked me, a Manchuhan Imperial Feast. Which dish would you like to eat? Charlie was stunned. You can do that. Billy proudly puffed out his chest. Of course, a student from Daxia once left us a complete recipe. That wizard said, a chef who can cook a Manchu-Han imperial feast is a true chef. Charlie swallowed hard, then I want to eat duck. One wild duck with 8 treasures. The house elves shouted in unison and then immediately got to work. Charlie looked at the Huxia kitchen utensils in the kitchen and felt a sense of incongruity. In less than 20 minutes, with the help of magic, a fragrant 8 treasures wild duck was served. The duck is roasted to a golden brown, and its belly is stuffed with glutinous rice, mushrooms, chestnuts, and other side dishes. Just the smell alone is enough to whet your appetite. Is there anything else we need? The elves asked Charlie expectantly. And some more rice and soup, Charlie said without any hesitation. Soon, steaming hot rice and sweet pumpkin soup were served. Ernie watched from the side, his mouth watering. I just ate dinner, but this smells so good. Let's eat together, Charlie suggested. This duck is so big, I can't finish it all by myself. The two sat down and began to enjoy this unexpected late-night snack. Charlie tore off a piece of duck leg and put it in his mouth, instantly captivated by its delicious flavor. It's so delicious. Ernie exclaimed, I never expected Huxia food to be so delicious. Charlie smiled. There are so many delicious Huxia dishes, I wonder if house elves could make them all. Billy proudly said from the side. Billy and his companions can make any food you can imagine, as long as you can describe it. After eating and drinking his fill, Charlie patted his belly contentedly and took out a gleaming galleon from his pocket, placing it on the table. Thank you for your hospitality, this duck is fantastic. Billy froze when he saw the galleon, his tennis ball-sized eyes widening even further. Sir, what do you mean by this? Billy's voice trembled slightly. This is for your meal, Charlie said matter-of-factly. Paying for meals is a matter of course. Billy shook his head and backed away repeatedly. No, sir, Billy can't accept money. Billy loves serving wizards, it's his honor. The other house elves also shook their heads, looking quite excited. Take it, Charlie insisted. You've done such a good job, you deserve to be paid. Billy's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He took the gallon with trembling hands and hugged it tightly to his chest. Billy has never met such a kind wizard, he choked out. You like Mr. Harry Potter are the best wizards in the world. The other little elves were also incredibly excited, expressing their gratitude in a cacophony of voices. Charlie was a little confused. It was just money for a meal, why such a big reaction? From now on, you only need to call Billy's name in the dorm and Billy will appear immediately, Billy solemnly promised. Billy will do anything for you, Charlie waved his hand, not taking it seriously. It's like saying goodbye, I'll treat you to dinner next time. All right, I'll head back now. Ernie followed Charlie out of the kitchen and on the way he said, actually you don't need to pay, house elves don't need these things, they love to work. Charlie was somewhat surprised. Don't people who love their work deserve more compensation? I never imagined that you, Ernie, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be such an evil capitalist. Just you wait, I'll hang you on a lamppost sooner or later. Ernie blushed upon hearing this and quickly explained, muttering something about not being a capitalist and being kind. Charlie walked ahead, ignoring everything like a tortoise chanting scriptures. Back in the dorm, Justin was already asleep. After Charlie finished washing up, he lay in bed thinking about the plans he had discussed with the twins that day. Half a month passed, and life at Hogwarts gradually returned to normal. Charlie also fully adapted to the school's pace. Sleeping in class every day, causing trouble after class, and occasionally blowing up Filch's office, he lived a fairly fulfilling life. Led by George and Fred, they explored all the secret passages of Hogwarts. Charlie knew everything about the secret passage behind the witch statue and the underground passages of the Honey Duke. There was one place that left them helpless, the 4th floor corridor. That damned staircase seemed to have a mind of its own. Every time they tried to go up, it would veer in a different direction. There's definitely something wrong with this staircase, Fred complained. We've tried more than 10 times and it fools us every time. There must be something important hidden there, George analyzed. Otherwise, Dumbledore wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Charlie wasn't in a hurry, he figured he'd have his chance sooner or later. That evening, Charlie came to the stairs once again. To his surprise, the stairs remained obediently stationary, showing no sign of turning. There's hope. Charlie's eyes lit up and he quickly headed up the stairs, afraid he'd regret it. The 4th floor corridor looked unremarkable, no different from the other floors. Rows of portraits lined both sides of the corridor, and moonlight streamed through the high windows onto the floor, creating an exceptionally quiet atmosphere. At the end of the corridor was a heavy wooden door without any markings on it. Charlie was about to go forward to check when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Are they here to arrest people who stay out all night? He quickly pulled out his wand and cast a disillusionment charm on himself, instantly blending into his surroundings like a chameleon, completely invisible in the pitch-black night. Just then, four figures came running over in a panic: Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Harry walked in front, looking flustered. It was all Hermione's fault for threatening to expel him. He was genuinely afraid. "I told you we shouldn't have come out," Hermione muttered as she ran. "That B*** D. Malfoy is obviously playing us, the midnight duel and all that was a trap." "What's the point of saying all this now?" Ron retorted breathlessly. "The key is to avoid getting caught by Filch. If you hadn't insisted on going, we would be in bed by now," Hermione continued to nag. "If we get caught, we'll definitely lose points and we might even get expelled. Now we're really in trouble, we're lost, and Filch is chasing us." Neville was desperately following at the back, his face deathly pale. Ron, having listened to Hermione's nagging the whole way, finally couldn't take it anymore. "Merlin, I really wish I could learn the tongue-locking spell to shut you up." Hermione opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to teach him the tongue-locking spell, but in the end she angrily ignored him, isolating the other three. The four ran to the end of the corridor and Harry reached out and pulled the doorknob. "It's locked," Harry said, frowning. "Filch shouldn't be able to find this place, right?" Neville asked cautiously. Charlie realized they weren't catching night owls, so he dispelled the disillusionment charm and suddenly said, "Don't worry, he won't find them." Yeah. All four of them screamed in fright and Neville even sat down on the ground. "Okay, we've definitely found it now." Charlie sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. After the initial shock, the four calmed down. "Charlie," Harry recognized him, "what are you doing here?" "Just like you guys out at night," Charlie shrugged. "You all yelled just now, the whole castle probably heard it. Filch is on his way." Sure enough, Filch's voice came from afar. "You little brats, you can't escape, I heard you. Go quickly, Mrs. Loris." Meow. "Oh no," Hermione exclaimed, her face turning deathly pale. "He really came looking for us." Ron was jumping up and down in panic. "We're doomed." Harry pulled hard on the doorknob. The door won't open. Neville had already started crying. "I don't want to be fired. Don't panic." Charlie took out his wand and gently pointed it at the lock. "The Alaho cave is open." With a click, the door lock opened. "Come in," Charlie pushed open the door. The five people filed in, with Charlie being the last to enter, closing the door behind him. The five people pressed themselves against the door, holding their breath and listening to the sounds outside. Filch's footsteps grew closer, accompanied by Mrs. Loris's meows. "Damn brats, I knew you were here." Filch cursed from outside the door, yanking hard at the doorknob. The door remained completely still. Seeing that he couldn't open the door, Filch assumed no one was there and walked away grumbling. The footsteps faded into the distance, and the five people finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, he's gone." Harry wiped the sweat from his brow. "Let's hurry back to the dorm," Hermione whispered. Just then Neville spoke, his voice trembling. "Guys, look behind you." The four people slowly turned around, instantly petrified. A huge three-headed dog was staring menacingly at them, each head as big as a bucket, its 6 eyes gleaming in the darkness. Its mouth revealed sharp teeth and saliva dripped down its throat. "Ow!" Apart from Charlie, the other four people let out a deafening scream. Charlie's eyes widened, his mind racing. "Which be asterisk D said Dumbledore wouldn't leave danger in the castle." Faced with this situation, Charlie almost instinctively pulled out his wand. Flames are raging. A raging fire instantly erupted in front of him, forming a wall of flames. Charlie didn't attack the three-headed dog directly, fearing he would anger the big guy. He just wanted to use fire to stop it. Charlie wanted to shield the others in front of him, but then he turned around. Damn it, where is everyone? Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville took off running and disappeared without a trace. Damn it, these bastards. Charlie couldn't help but curse. Just as Charlie was about to run away, he discovered that although the three-headed dog looked ferocious, it was standing still. Doesn't this thing bite? A bold idea popped into Charlie's mind. "Billy," he called softly. With a bang, Billy appeared in front of Charlie. "Mr. White, is there anything Billy needs? Since I gave Billy a galleon 2 weeks ago, this house elf has actually come running whenever I call it." Even every morning when Charlie woke up, there would be a hot breakfast placed beside his bed. "Get me a piece of meat, fresh it," Charlie said in a low voice. Billy vanished instantly, returning in less than 10 seconds with a large piece of beef. Charlie took the beef and carefully walked towards the three-headed dog. "Come here, big doggy, suckle suckle." I don't know if the dog in this other world can even suckle, but never mind, I'll just suckle it anyway. The three-headed dog's 2 side heads instantly changed their expressions, drooling all over the ground. Only the middle head maintained its ferocious expression, but its wildly wagging tail betrayed it. Charlie couldn't help but laugh. "Didn't we take it down? I knew old Deng was reliable." Your Majesty bribed the Treasury guards, absurd and outrageous behavior, Tyrant Points +1. On the other side, Harry and his friends ran quite a distance before stopping, only to realize that one of them was missing. Where's Charlie? Harry asked breathlessly. Oh no, we've left him behind. Ron's face turned ashen. Hermione wanted to tell the teacher, we should go find Professor McGonagall right away. Ron scoffed. By the time the teacher gets here, Charlie probably won't even be left with bones. Harry clenched his fists, guilt flashing in his eyes. We left Charlie behind, we have to go back and save him. After saying that, he ran back. Hermione reached out her hand as if to say something, but then stopped herself from speaking. Gritting his teeth, he followed behind Harry. She didn't lecture him further. Her companion's safety was more important than the rules. Ron and Neville exchanged a glance, and despite being terrified, they followed. Merlin, may Charlie be alive, Neville said, trembling. The four returned to the door of the room and walked forward cautiously. Strange chewing sounds came from inside the door, crunching and clicking, and they sounded particularly loud. Harry's face turned deathly pale and he froze on the spot. It's over, Charlie. Ron covered his mouth, his eyes filled with fear. My God, Charlie's gone silent, only that dog is gnawing on him. Don't talk nonsense. Although Hermione was terrified, she was more rational. She would never make a judgment before seeing the truth. With trembling hands, she gently pushed open the door a crack and peeked inside. The next second, all four of them were stunned. The enormous three-headed dog was lying comfortably on the ground, its three heads buried in a large piece of beef, munching away with great relish. And what about Charlie? He was sitting leisurely next to the three-headed dog, stroking the middle head. Good dog, third young master, truly a good dog. Charlie's voice came through, his tone as gentle as if he were praising his own pet dog. Seeing this, the two dogs on either side came over and rubbed their heads against Charlie's arm as if they were being affectionate. Charlie chuckled and patted the other two dogs' heads. Good children, they're all very good. Harry's eyes widened, he could hardly believe what he was seeing. Charlie, you're all right. He was so excited he almost rushed in, but Ron grabbed him. Whether the dog attacked Charlie or not, the four of them couldn't say for sure. Charlie heard the sound, turned around, and saw the four of them returning. He felt quite relieved. After all, this shows that these guys didn't really abandon him. They still have a conscience. The three-headed dog noticed the four people at the door, but only glanced at them before continuing to gnaw on its meat. Hagrid's instructions were simply to keep an eye on the trapdoor beneath them. As long as these young wizards didn't get in, everything would be fine. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, but a new question arose in her mind. Charlie, where did you get that piece of meat from? Magic, I guess, Charlie replied casually. Ron's eyes lit up. Charlie, you can actually conjure food. But Hermione wasn't so easily fooled. She frowned and said, no, Gamp's fundamental laws of transformation clearly state that food cannot be created out of thin air through transformation. Charlie sighed, thinking, little girls who know so much aren't cute at all. Okay, you're good. It was delivered by the house elves of the castle. But compared to this, don't you think we should focus on more important things? He pointed to the area beneath the three-headed dog. For example, the trapdoor that the third young master is sitting on. Although Hermione was interested in the house elves Charlie mentioned, the matter of the three-headed dog was clearly more important. Following his finger, everyone saw that the three-headed dog was indeed perched on a wooden trapdoor. Harry blinked. What's down there? Who knows? Charlie stroked his chin, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. But since Dumbledore went to such lengths to have the third young master watch over things, there must be something good down there. At this moment, the three-headed dog seemed to understand their words and sped up its eating, devouring the large piece of beef clean. It let out a satisfied burp, then straightened up, its three heads staring straight ahead as if it hadn't just been eating meat. Third young master. Charlie patted its hind leg. Excuse me, could you move aside? I want to go down and take a look. The three-headed dog pretended not to hear and remained motionless. Stop pretending, I know you understand, Charlie continued his persuasion. Just one look, I'll be up shortly. The three-headed dog still ignored him. Charlie gritted his teeth and pulled out his wand. Do you believe I can knock you out? Upon hearing this, the three-headed dog finally reacted. It slowly turned its middle head and looked at Charlie with disdain. Given Cerberus's resistance, even spells cast by adult wizards would have difficulty defeating it. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat awkward. Charlie coughed lightly and silently put away his wand. Just kidding, just kidding. Just you wait, fortunes change every 30 years. Harry and the others covered their mouths, trying not to laugh out loud. Charlie can't beat Cerberus, but can he not beat them? Unable to resist Charlie's persistent pleading, the Cerberus simply lay down on the trapdoor and pretended to be asleep. Go to hell. You eat and then forget about me. You really are the third young master. Charlie was so angry he gritted his teeth. kicked the three-headed dog, and turned to leave. On her way back to the dorm, Hermione started her rambling mode again. "I told you long ago we shouldn't go out at night," she said indignantly as she walked. "This almost killed us, and worse, we almost got fired," Ron muttered to himself from behind. "I said, doesn't she have a problem distinguishing which consequence is more serious?" Charlie and Harry couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. "All right, Professor McGregor, stop reading," Charlie said with a smile. "I'm so tired of hearing about it." Hermione glared back at the four heartless boys, but the title Professor McGonagall made her feel a little happy. Professor McGonagall was her idol, and she always held herself to Professor McGonagall's standards. Suppressing a little bit of smugness, Hermione walked away with her head held high. "HMPH, you heartless fools have no idea how important your studies are." Charlie parted ways with the others and returned to his dormitory. Ernie and Justin were fast asleep, while Charlie tiptoed to wash up and went to bed. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye and Friday arrived. Charlie groggily got out of bed. After washing up, a sumptuous breakfast prepared by Billy was already laid out on the bedside table. The hot fried eggs and bacon, along with the freshly baked toast, smelled wonderful. How thoughtful! Charlie ate his breakfast while marveling at the quality of Billy's service. "His Majesty is indulging in pleasure. Tyrant Points +1. Hey, can't I even enjoy myself a little?" Having eaten and drunk his fill, Charlie strolled leisurely toward the potions classroom. In class, Snape, as always, was causing trouble for Harry and Charlie. He would always stand quietly behind the two of them, using his unique tone to seize upon their minor mistakes and deduct points ruthlessly. This lesson teaches about a new potion, the Chaos Potion. In fact, Charlie had just managed to obtain the perfect recipe for the Chaos Potion through his lottery draws these past few days. A recipe even more sophisticated than the one in the book. 20 minutes later, standard silvery white steam was rising from Charlie's crucible, and the surface of the potion shimmered with a subtle pearly sheen. Snape walked to Charlie's table and looked down at the potion in the cauldron. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but his face remained expressionless. "Oh, if anyone says Professor Snape has mood swings, I'll kick their asterisk and tell them to stop telling science fiction stories." HMPH, barely passable. However, the preparation speed was too fast, clearly a sign of being impatient for quick results. Hufflepuff deducts 1 point. Charlie had become desensitized to this kind of operation. "I just want to see what kind of trouble he'll cause each time and what excuse he'll come up with to deduct points." The bell rang, and the students packed up their things with a sigh of relief, ready to leave. Just as Charlie was about to leave the classroom, Fred and George appeared mysteriously at the door. The two raised their eyebrows at Charlie, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Charlie understood immediately. The props were all ready. "How is it?" Charlie asked in a low voice. "Everything is ready," Fred said with a mysterious smile. An empty corridor. Charlie had previously observed that Quirrell passed through this corridor every day, so he had the twins make an automatic hook. They installed hooks in the hallway so that Quirrell would snag his headscarf as he passed by. Fred pulled a delicate mechanical hook from his pocket. A thin rope was attached to the tip of the hook, and the entire device emitted a faint magical glow. "Has this been tested?" "How well did it work?" Charlie looked at the little mechanism with curiosity. George patted him on the shoulder, a smug look on his face. "Don't worry, bro, just watch me hook it." "The working principle of this hook is very simple," Fred explained as he installed the device on the ceiling. "The sensory magic will detect an approaching target and then automatically release the hook. The hook will precisely position itself on the headscarf, so fast that it's impossible to react." Charlie nodded. The two brothers were indeed quite skilled. The device was cleverly hidden behind the decorative carvings on the ceiling, making it completely undetectable. The three men lay in ambush at the corner of the corridor. A moment later, familiar footsteps could be heard in the distance. Charlie peeked out and saw that it was Professor Quirrell. He still looked timid, his purple headscarf tightly wrapped around his head, and he walked with a trembling gait. "Here it comes, here it comes." George rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Get ready to watch the show." Fred's eyes gleamed with cunning. Quirrell walked step by step toward the trap area, completely unaware of the danger overhead. Charlie held his breath, a strange sense of anticipation rising within him. He wondered how many points this wave would generate for the Tyrant. As Quirrell walked directly beneath the device, a hook suddenly popped out from the ceiling, landing precisely behind him and catching a corner of the purple headscarf. Snap! The hook was suddenly pulled upwards. However, something unexpected happened. The headscarf was stuck to the back of Quirrell's head as if it were glued on. The hook pulled upwards with all its might, stretching Quirrell's entire back of the head out of shape, like it was being stretched out of clay. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed down the corridor. The sound was completely unlike Quirrell's usual timid voice. Instead, it had a cold, hoarse quality like the sound of a snake. Charlie felt sorry for him. How much force must that be? It deformed a person's head. His Majesty tortures his teachers and is extremely tyrannical. Tyrant Points plus 50 so much. Surely you wouldn't have to rip off your headscarf. Now my heart doesn't hurt anymore and I even feel a little comfortable. Quirrell reacted quickly, grabbed the hook and forcefully pulled the headscarf off. After putting his headscarf back on, Quirrell looked around, his eyes becoming unusually wary. That timid expression vanished, replaced by a chilling wariness. He quickly left the scene. Once they were sure Quirrell was far away, the three of them emerged from their hiding place. "What a pity," Fred said, his face full of regret. "Still can't see the back of Professor Quirrell's head." "That headscarf is stuck on way too tightly," George said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Don't tell me he was possessed by a female ghost in Egypt and he's hiding the ghost behind the back of his head." Charlie chuckled. "Then this female ghost must smell terrible, like she's covered in garlic." The three retrieved the device and Fred looked utterly defeated. George, equally dejected, said, "Looks like we'll have to think of something else." Charlie was in a good mood. The 50 Tyrant Points the system had just given him made him grin from ear to ear. This is much more satisfying than the usual petty squabbles. "It's all right, take your time." Charlie patted the two of them on the shoulders. The twins exchanged a glance, both seeing resentment in each other's eyes. How could their grand scheme of pranks be tripped up by a headscarf? No, we need to intensify our efforts. "I'm off, I need to report to Professor McGonagall." Charlie waved and walked happily toward Professor McGonagall's office. Today is Friday, which is Professor McGonagall's detention period. Meanwhile, Quirrell rushed back to his office and slammed the door shut. He leaned against the door, panting heavily, his purple headscarf askew. "My master, someone just attacked me." Quirrell's voice trembled. A cold, menacing voice came from behind him, laced with obvious anger. "You piece of trash, you actually got ambushed by a student." "It's my incompetence, master." Quirrell knelt down with a thud. "I really didn't expect anyone to—" "Shut up." Voldemort's voice was chillingly cold. "As a grown wizard, to be completely fooled by a few students, I'm utterly disappointed in you." Quirrell felt a piercing pain in the back of his head, as if countless needles were stabbing him. "Ah, master, please spare me." He writhed on the ground in agony, clutching his head tightly with both hands. "I've already given you a chance, Quirrell." Voldemort's voice was filled with disgust. "If I didn't still need your body, you would have died countless times." I was wrong, please, master, spare your loyal servant," Quirrell cried uncontrollably. "You'd better pray that this kind of mistake doesn't happen again," Voldemort scoffed. "Otherwise, the next punishment will be worse than death." The pain finally stopped, and Quirrell collapsed to the ground, his face covered in tears and snot. Charlie was organizing books in Professor McGonagall's office at that moment. "Your Majesty's willful and reckless actions have caused your teachers to weep bitterly." Tyrant Points plus 2. Charlie paused for a moment. "What is that? Who is weeping bitterly?" He turned to look at Professor McGonagall. "No, they're grading homework right now." Ding. System notification. Your Majesty's willful and reckless actions have caused your teachers to weep bitterly. Tyrant Points plus 2. Here we go again. Who is this division commander? It couldn't be Quirrell, could it? Is Professor Quirrell really that sensitive? Did he go back to his office and cry? Charlie has been having a wonderful time these days, going out at night and on adventures. The only problem is that I haven't done a single assignment. He always asked Ernie to copy his homework, which puzzled Ernie. Charlie, homework is a piece of cake for you. Why are you copying? Ernie handed over the potion's homework while asking a question in confusion. Charlie answered confidently. How can you waste precious time on homework? His Majesty neglects state affairs and indulges in pleasure. Tyrant Points plus 1. The key is having Tyrant Points. Not studying equals Tyrant Points. Tyrant Points equals magical ability, and magical ability equals studying. Therefore, not studying is the same as studying. Thankfully, Charlie is Hufflepuff. If he had said those words in the Gryffindor common room, one of the professors would have nagged him to death. Ernie sighed. Okay, I can do your homework for you, but I'd appreciate it if you could give me some pointers on spells and transfiguration. Charlie's eyes lit up. Make a deal. This deal couldn't be more worthwhile. Not only could he cast the spells provided by the system directly, but he also had all the knowledge points memorized, making him more than capable of guiding Ernie. Over the next few days, Charlie enjoyed a more comfortable life. Every morning, Billy prepares a hearty breakfast for her. Ernie does her homework. She continues to sleep in class, and after class, she goes on adventures with the twins. The only thing that bothered him was the place guarded by the three-headed dog, which he couldn't get into at all. Even the Weasley brothers didn't know if there was a secret passage leading inside. Dumbledore must have cast a special protective spell on that place, Fred analyzed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had Cerberus guarding the goal, George added. Harry also told him that what was hidden underground were things Hagrid had brought back from Gringotts. Someone even broke into Gringotts trying to steal it, but luckily Hagrid and I got there first, otherwise they would have succeeded. Harry said mysteriously. Until Halloween Eve, Charlie was in Snape's office organizing medicines. Don't ask why, it's just that during class I tricked Shameless of Gryffindor into blowing up the potion. As a result, Snape was covered in sores, and in a fit of anger, he added 2 more months of solitary confinement to Charlie's sentence. Charlie is now in solitary confinement with Professor McGonagall on Wednesdays and Fridays, and with Snape on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Charlie was exasperated. The lockdown schedule was more packed than a concert. Let's see who wins Monday and gets a grand slam. Snape stood in front of a pile of messy herbs, coldly watching Charlie sort and organize all these medicinal herbs. He said in his signature cold tone. Silver unicorn horn powder, viper fangs, mandrake roots, each item must be stored separately according to its age and quality. Charlie glanced at the mountain of medicinal herbs and cursed inwardly. How long will it take to sort this out? Professor, tonight is Halloween dinner. Charlie tried to bargain. Could you? Then you'd better hurry up. Snape's lips curled into a cold smile. Don't expect to eat until you've finished cleaning up. After saying this, he gracefully walked behind his desk, sat down, and picked up a copy of the Daily Prophet to begin reading. His dark eyes would occasionally glance at Charlie, making sure the kid wasn't slacking off. Charlie gritted his teeth and began sorting the medicinal herbs. Ever since he drew various potion recipes, he has always been able to concoct perfect potions in Snape's class. This left Snape with no reason to deduct points, so he resorted to tormenting him in this way. Time passed by and the sky outside gradually darkened. Charlie's stomach started rumbling and he glanced furtively at Snape. The old bat was still pretending to read the newspaper, but in reality it had been watching him the whole time. Just then Snape's stomach rumbled loudly, much to his dismay. An awkward silence fell over the office. A flicker of unease crossed Snape's face. He put down his newspaper and cleared his throat. I'm going to a banquet. He stood up, his black robe billowing. What if I come back and find you haven't finished tidying up? I'll turn you into a toad, then I'll brew you into a magic potion. Charlie scoffed. You're just trying to fool kids. Snape narrowed his eyes, gave Charlie a dangerous look, and then strode out of the office. The moment the door closed, Charlie immediately stood up and clapped his hands. Get rid of your tyrant. He stretched his limbs, preparing to slip away, but the banquet is probably almost over by now, so there's no point in going. Billy, Charlie called softly. With a bang, the house elf appeared in the office. Mr. White, what do you need? Billy asked respectfully. Give me something good to eat, I'm starving. Charlie rubbed his stomach. Billy vanished immediately, returning in less than a minute with a large plate of food. Roasted chicken legs, pumpkin pie, butter beer, they have it all. Charlie carried the food to the window and sat on the large windowsill. Outside, the sky was filled with twinkling stars, and the moonlight shone on the towers of Hogwarts, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. This is what life is all about. Charlie took a bite of the chicken leg, feeling happy. His Majesty neglects state affairs and indulges in pleasure. Tyrant Points +1. Meanwhile, Snape rushed to the Great Hall. The Halloween dinner was already halfway through, with the long table laden with all sorts of delicious food. Giant pumpkin lanterns floated in the air and bats flew around on the ceiling. Severus, why are you so late? Professor McGonagall asked, somewhat surprised to see him. Researching potions, Snape replied briefly, walking to the teacher's table and sitting down. Professor Flitwick chuckled and said, Severus is always so focused. Workaholic. Professor Sprout shook his head. It's good to relax sometimes. Snape didn't respond, he just silently ate the food on his plate. The professors didn't pay much attention. Snape remained in that same deadpan state as if his wife had died. The auditorium was bustling with activity as students excitedly enjoyed the festive atmosphere. Laughter echoed from Gryffindor. The Hufflepuff students were having a contest to see who could eat the most. Snape finished eating quickly, put down his cutlery, and prepared to leave. Just then, the auditorium doors were suddenly pushed open. Quirrell stumbled in, his face pale and his purple headscarf askew. Troll, he shouted at Dumbledore, his voice filled with terror. There's a giant monster in the basement. I assumed you knew. After saying that, he collapsed to the ground and fainted. The auditorium erupted in chaos with students screaming in terror. Really? How could a troll get into the school? But that's what the professor said. It's just Quirrell, maybe he's mistaking a house elves for trolls. Quiet. Dumbledore stood up and tapped his wine glass with his wand. Purple fireworks shot from the tip of the staff, blooming in the air. The auditorium gradually quieted down. Prefects, lead your students back to their dormitories immediately. Dumbledore's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Teachers, follow me. The students left in an orderly fashion under the guidance of their class leaders, but a tense atmosphere still lingered in the air. Snape frowned. How did a troll suddenly appear at Hogwarts? Who let it in? Severus, go check the 4th floor, Dumbledore said in a low voice as he approached. Make sure there are no problems there. Snape nodded, understanding Dumbledore's meaning. The magic stone is hidden in a secret room on the 4th floor. Its safety must be ensured. He strode out of the hall, his black robes billowing behind him. Harry and Ron followed Percy toward the Gryffindor Tower, where the corridors were filled with panicked students. A troll. There really is a troll. My God, is this school still safe? Hurry up, don't fall behind. The students' chatter rose and fell, but Harry became increasingly uneasy as he walked. Suddenly he grabbed Ron's sleeve, etc. Ron was pulled so hard he stumbled. What are you doing, Harry? Hermione. Harry's face turned pale. Hermione's still in the bathroom. Ron paused for a moment, then remembered what had happened that afternoon. He said everyone couldn't stand Hermione, saying she was a nightmare. Hermione ran away crying and didn't even attend the dinner party. Her roommate said she was in the women's restroom on the 1st floor. Harry was so anxious he was stamping his feet. There are trolls now and she has no idea. Ron gritted his teeth, and although he was terrified, he nodded. Let's go find her. Taking advantage of the chaos, the two secretly slipped out of the group and ran towards the 1st floor. On the other side, Charlie, having eaten and drunk his fill, patted his belly contentedly. It's about time to head back to the dorm. As for Snape's warning, not familiar with it, really not familiar. His Majesty disregards the rules, Tyrant Points +1. Charlie hummed a little tune as he walked out, and as soon as he reached the 1st floor corridor, a stench hit him. Holy crap, he covered his nose. Did the Weasley brothers blow up the toilet? It's no wonder Charlie thinks that way. If something seems illogical at Hogwarts, even if the Weasleys weren't the ones who did it, they're bound to know what's going on. The smell was even more tangy and pungent than Quirrell's garlic, so Charlie quickly cast a head-soaking spell on himself. A thin film instantly covered his head, blocking out the stench. Phew, that's much better. Just then, a scream came from the women's restroom. Ah! This was followed by heavy footsteps and roars sounding like the howls of wild beasts. Charlie's heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. He rushed to the toilet, pushed open the door, and was shocked. A giant monster, easily 3 meters tall, was wielding a thick wooden club and attacking wildly. It was grayish-green all over, with muscles as solid as rocks, but its head was small and its eyes were dull. Hermione was huddled in a corner, pale-faced, tears welling in her eyes, trying to avoid the danger. Troll. After spending several months in the magical world, Charlie was no longer a complete novice. He could even recognize creatures like trolls. Without a second thought, Cha rushed in. When they encountered Cerberus before, Hermione and Harry were able to come back to save them. Of course, we can't just stand by and watch Hermione get smashed into mincemeat by the troll. The troll raised his club to smash Hermione, but Charlie reacted quickly and waved his wand. The thick wooden stick instantly turned into a fluffy ball of cotton, floating softly past Hermione. The giant was stunned, holding up the cotton and looking at it in confusion. Its pitiful intelligence simply couldn't comprehend what was happening. Hermione, come here right now, Charlie shouted. Hermione saw Charlie, her eyes lighting up with hope, and she ran toward him immediately. The troll then noticed Charlie barging in, immediately dropped the cotton in its hand, and roared as it charged forward. Each step it took shook the ground, and the tiles in the toilet were crushed under its feet. Charlie remained calm and waved his wand again. A burst of flames erupted from the tip of the staff, instantly engulfing the giant's entire body. Orange-red flames rolled in the toilet, illuminating every corner. During this time, Charlie frantically drew cards, and his skills, blazing flames and fainting, had long been upgraded to level 3, unlocking silent casting. However, the troll had extremely high magic resistance. The flames merely obscured its vision and did not cause any real damage. It spun around in place, roaring angrily and waving its arms in an attempt to extinguish the flames on its body. Charlie's eyes narrowed. If magic damage doesn't work, then let's use physical damage. The magic wand pointed at the toilet in the bathroom. The 6 toilets instantly transformed into thick iron chains, which rattled and wrapped around the giant's feet. The giant, which had been spinning in place, suddenly lost its balance and fell to the ground. Boom! The toilet tiles were smashed to pieces by the giant. The giant was still struggling on the ground, the chains creaking and even beginning to deform under its immense force. Charlie's face darkened. This guy was incredibly strong. He collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. A beam of red light shot from the tip of the wand, striking the giant's head precisely. The giant shook its head, its eyes even more dazed, but it showed no signs of losing consciousness. It's tough and thick-skinned. Charlie waved his wand repeatedly, striking the giant with one stun after another. Just then, the bathroom door was pushed open, and Harry and Ron rushed in a panic. "Hermione, are you all right?" Halfway through their conversation, the two of them froze in place upon seeing the scene before them. The giant was tightly bound by chains, and Charlie was frantically casting spells. "Merlin's large, wavy-faced lid," Ron exclaimed. "Charlie, you defeated the troll all by yourself." Harry stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief. Is he still a first grader like me? The impact was no less than seeing Snape dance for him in a skirt. Charlie ignored the two and continued casting spells to prevent the giant from getting up. "Don't just stand there, help." Hermione called out from the side. Harry and Ron immediately raised their wands, but these two academically challenged students clearly didn't know any offensive spells. He stood there, wand in hand, stunned. Hermione performed much better. He collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. A beam of red light shot towards the giant, but its power was significantly weaker than Charlie's, and it had almost no effect. Finally, with Charlie's final devastating blow, the troll lost consciousness completely, its massive body slumping to the ground. Charlie breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. "The troll almost touched my clothes." Just then, a discordant sound came from behind. "Hee, it seems Mr. White is as arrogant and conceited as his savior friend. Always believes he can save the world." Charlie looked back. Several professors were standing at the door, each with a different expression. Leading the group were Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, followed by Professor Flitwick and Snape. Dumbledore is observing the giants on the ground. Professor McGonagall looked serious and angry, while Snape looked at Charlie and the others with a mocking expression. Those were the words Snape just spoke. "Don't be so serious, Severus. Mr. White defeated a troll with his superb magic." As soon as Professor Flitwick entered, he saw Charlie fighting a troll using a silent spell. As Charlie's charms teacher, he was naturally honored. "Perfect silent spellcasting, Mr. White Hufflepuff." Before he could finish speaking, Professor McGonagall glared at him fiercely. Professor Flitwick immediately swallowed his words. "That was close. I almost added fuel to the fire for Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and looked at the four students seriously. "You four, can you explain why you're here?" Her voice was calm, but anyone could hear the anger in it. The professors clearly ordered all students to return to their dorms. "Why didn't you listen?" "What if I get hit and injured by a giant?" Charlie shrugged. "Professor, I just finished Professor Snape's confinement and didn't go to the Great Hall, so I don't know what happened." Professor McGonagall glanced back at Snape. Snape pretended not to see it and turned his gaze to Harry. "And what about our savior, mister?" Snape's tone was malicious. "And what brings you here?" Harry stammered, unsure how to explain. Just as Harry was at a loss, Hermione suddenly spoke up. "It's my fault, Professor." Her voice trembled slightly, but it was clear. "I wasn't feeling well and stayed in the toilet. Ron and Harry came to rescue me because they were worried about my safety." Professor McGonagall's gaze lingered on Hermione's face for a few seconds, noticing the tear stains still visible at the corners of her eyes and her somewhat pale complexion. Professor McGonagall initially wanted to press Hermione for why she was alone in the bathroom, but seeing Hermione's visibly shaken state, she softened her stance. Knowing Hermione as she did, the little witch never lied. "Miss Granger, in light of today's events, Gryffindor is deducting 5 points." Professor McGonagall ultimately said this, her tone stern but much gentler than expected. Harry and Ron breathed a sigh of relief. They had expected to lose even more points or even be put in solitary confinement. At this moment, Dumbledore, who had been observing the troll, finally straightened up, his blue eyes gleaming with wisdom behind his glasses. Minerva's handling of the matter was fair. Dumbledore nodded, his voice calm. "However, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter risked their lives to rescue their friend, and their courage is commendable. Gryffindor, 10 points." Snape snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with the decision. Dumbledore pretended not to hear and continued. "Mr. White saved his friend." He paused, then turned his gaze to Professor Flitwick, who was looking at him expectantly. "Plus this perfect silent spellcasting technique, Hufflepuff gets 20 points." Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick puffed out his chest proudly, his smile brighter than any flower, as if Ravenclaw had been the one to gain points. As Charlie's charms teacher, the student's outstanding performance is the best proof of his teaching ability. A silent spell. Professor Flitwick couldn't help but exclaim in admiration once again. "To master this skill in first grade, I've never seen such talent." Snape's face darkened further and he glared fiercely at Charlie. "This kid always manages to concoct perfect potions in potions class, and now he's demonstrating such superb spellcasting skills. He simply couldn't find a reason to deduct points. Now every house is having a banquet in its own common room," Dumbledore continued. You should still be able to make it if you go back now. Just as everyone was about to leave, Charlie suddenly spoke up. Professor Dumbledore, what should we do with this troll? Dumbledore glanced at him with some surprise. It will be cut into magical materials for use in school classes. Every part of the troll has high magical value. No one sympathizes with the troll. After all, it is indeed ugly. Charlie's eyes lit up and he immediately spoke. As the one who defeated the troll, could I apply for the right to use a portion of the troll's hide? What do you need the troll's skin for? Professor McGonagall frowned. The request was indeed rather strange. I want to make a set of armor out of troll hide, Charlie said, making no attempt to hide his thoughts. While attacking the troll, Charlie had been incredibly envious. Wouldn't it be possible to become immune to some spells if one had a set of armor made from troll hide? The professors present were stunned. An 11-year-old wizard actually wanted to make armor. This idea is certainly creative, but it's also crazy. Ha ha ha, Dumbledore suddenly burst into laughter. An interesting idea, Mr. White. I agree to your request. Principal, Professor McGonagall exclaimed with concern, letting first-year students come into contact with these dangerous magical materials. Minerva, don't worry, Dumbledore waved his hand. The troll's skin itself isn't dangerous, and Mr. White's demonstration of strength just now proves he's capable of handling these situations. Charlie was satisfied after receiving Dumbledore's permission. Now you can go back to your dorms, Professor McGonagall urged. As the students prepared to leave, Harry, who was at the very back, suddenly noticed that Snape's gait was somewhat unusual. His right foot was clearly trying to avoid gravity, and through his black robe, you could see that his calf appeared to have been bitten. Even more strangely, Snape was carrying a small package that smelled of food. Harry blinked, making sure he wasn't seeing things. Professor Snape packing food for people. This was even more shocking than seeing him in a pink robe. Hurry up, Harry, Ron urged. Harry hurried to catch up, but his doubts only deepened. After the professors watched the students leave, Dumbledore turned to Snape. Severus, what's the situation on the 4th floor? Everything is fine, Snape replied expressionlessly. Someone did try to break in, but the dog stopped them. Dumbledore nodded, his blue eyes gleaming behind his glasses. It seems our protective measures are quite effective. He paused, his gaze falling on Snape's slightly limping right leg. What happened to your leg? It's nothing serious, Snape said indifferently. It was just a bite. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Looks like Lou Williams still has that volatile temper. Snape didn't respond, he just pursed his lips tightly. Dumbledore's gaze then shifted to the package in Snape's hands, a puzzled expression on his face. I remember you ate quite a bit at the banquet, Dumbledore said, feigning confusion. Why did you order another one to go? Are you planning to have it as a late-night snack? He paused for a moment, a sly glint in his eyes. Or is this for someone else? Snape's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared intently at Dumbledore, his eyes practically spitting fire. If your observation skills were that sharp, Snape said sarcastically, how could they put a troll in Hogwarts? After saying this, he angrily threw the package in his hand on the ground, flicked his black robe, and strode away. Dumbledore watched Snape's departing figure and gave an awkward smile. Then he bent down to pick up the package from the ground, muttering to himself, Hey, don't waste food. On the other side, 4 students were walking towards their respective dormitories. After what happened that night, there was a slight awkwardness between Hermione and Harry Ron. Although the conflict had been resolved, both sides remained silent until one of them spoke first. The corridors had returned to calm, save for the occasional bursts of laughter and music that reminded them that the various colleges were holding celebratory banquets. Charlie, thank you so much. Hermione suddenly spoke, her voice trembling slightly. If you hadn't arrived in time, I might have. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone knew what she wanted to say. It's okay, we're friends. Charlie waved his hand, appearing quite relaxed, but Hermione felt a strong sense of frustration. When I saw Charlie cast the silent spell just now, the smoothness and skill he displayed were something I'd only ever seen with the professor. And what about myself? Despite studying diligently every day, memorizing various incantations and theories, he could only hide in a corner and tremble when it mattered most. Charlie, you must study very hard, right? Hermione couldn't help but ask. To master the silent spell, one must have spent a great deal of time practicing. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, both trying to suppress a laugh. Diligent? Charlie, putting these 2 words together is even more unbelievable than a troll being able to dance ballet. Charlie sleeps in class, has someone else do his homework, and runs around with the twins after class. Is that what you call being diligent? Yes, he is indeed quite diligent. Charlie nodded seriously. After all, magic is something you can't learn without effort. Hermione nodded deeply, confirming her suspicions. Even geniuses need to work hard. Charlie's current abilities are undoubtedly the result of unimaginable effort behind the scenes. Thinking about this, she admired Charlie even more. "Oh, right, Hermione," Charlie suddenly said. "If you really want to thank me, then help me with my homework." The corridor fell silent instantly. Hermione froze, staring wide-eyed at Charlie. Harry nearly choked on his own saliva and coughed several times. Ron's mouth dropped open. They usually get a severe scolding if they try to copy Hermione's homework. They can spout a whole bunch of grand principles like learning is your own business and copying homework is disrespectful to knowledge. And Charlie is now having Hermione do his homework for him. Isn't this like unleashing a powerful attack right at point-blank range? But to everyone's surprise, Hermione wasn't angry. She tilted her head and thought for a while, then a sudden realization flashed in her eyes. "I understand," Hermione said excitedly. "Charlie, you're doing this to toughen me up, right?" "Huh?" Charlie looked completely bewildered. "With your strength, you must be learning magic from higher levels." Hermione thought about it, and it made more and more sense. "Those basic assignments in class are of absolutely no help to you." "But I'm different. I still need to build a solid foundation." She clenched her hands, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "If you give me your homework, I can do it twice and understand it more thoroughly." "Charlie, you're so thoughtful." Charlie froze for half a second. "That's right, that's exactly what I think." Charlie immediately agreed. "From now on, my homework will be yours. You will definitely become even more outstanding." "No problem," Hermione readily agreed, her face full of gratitude. Harry and Ron looked at each other, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. Charlie must have cursed her. Hermione," Ron asked tentatively. "Our homework, don't even think about it." Hermione glared at him immediately. "Ron, you're so lazy. Of course you should do your homework yourself." Ron was crestfallen. He was indeed being treated differently. Charlie was in a great mood. Now Ernie does one assignment for him and Hermione does another, and his homework problem is completely solved. At the fork in the road, Charlie and the three went in different directions, and it was time to part ways. Harry walked at the very back, his brow furrowed, his mind replaying the scene he had just witnessed. Suddenly he stopped. "Wait." Harry called out to the three people in front of him. "What's wrong, Harry?" Ron asked, turning around. "Have you noticed Professor Snape's leg?" Harry's voice was urgent. Hermione looked at him with a puzzled expression. "What's the meaning?" "I saw that his calf was bitten," Harry said, becoming more and more agitated. "And the wound was quite large, like it was bitten by some large animal." Ron gasped. "You mean Cerberus?" Harry nodded firmly. "Only a monster like Cerberus could inflict wounds like that." Charlie frowned. "Are you sure you saw it clearly?" "Of course I'm sure." Harry pushed up his glasses. "My eyesight isn't good, but I'll have no problem seeing this." Ron was somewhat surprised. "Doesn't that mean Snape wanted to steal what was under the trapdoor?" And the troll today? The more Harry thought about it, the more sense it made. How could a troll appear at Hogwarts for no reason? Someone must have let it in on purpose. "You mean?" Hermione's eyes widened. "That's right." Harry gritted his teeth. "The troll was released by Snape to distract everyone so he could steal the thing. As a result, he was bitten by the three-headed dog," Ron added. "That damned old bat." Charlie was speechless for a moment and couldn't help but speak up. Wait a minute, isn't your reasoning a bit too far-fetched? It's all speculation, there's not a single piece of evidence." "Isn't Snape being bitten evidence?" Harry argued. Charlie shook his head. "While it might sound plausible at first glance, Snape being bitten doesn't prove he's connected to trolls. Snape was a bit of a jerk, a bit disgusting, a bit unhygienic, a bit annoying, and not a very good teacher." "See, you admit he's not a good person," Ron interjected. But Charlie emphasized, "Releasing giants is completely out of character for him." "Why do you say that?" Hermione asked curiously. Charles thought for a moment and said, "Given Snape's personality, the troll would probably be killed by his anti-stupidity disorder before he even gets to school. With a troll's intelligence, he wouldn't last 3 seconds against Snape." Ron couldn't help but laugh. "That explanation is quite in line with Snape's character." And Charlie continued his analysis. "Even if Snape really wanted to steal something, would he choose such a stupid method? If he really wanted to steal something, even by drugging it, he wouldn't have caused such a commotion." Hermione nodded thoughtfully. "Charlie is right. There may be other reasons for the bite. Then why was he bitten by Cerberus?" Ron was still persistent. Charlie shrugged. "Who knows, maybe they're checking the protective measures. After all, there's something important hidden there." "As a teacher, he has a responsibility to ensure the safety of the school," Hermione agreed. "A giant is invading tonight. Checking other security measures is normal." Harry wanted to insist, but was persuaded by their reasoning and nodded sullenly. "Damn it, I thought I could report Snape." "Okay, maybe I'm overthinking it. Harry, you just love to meddle in other people's business. Not everything has a conspiracy." Hermione looked at Harry and Ron seriously. "And you shouldn't talk about the professor like that." Regardless of how Professor Snape treats us normally, he is still a teacher at Hogwarts. As students, we should maintain basic respect. Ron rolled his eyes. It was still Hermione, that familiar scent. Charlie returned to Hufflepuff's dormitory, where the young wizards were laughing and chatting in the common room. They had no idea what was happening inside the castle. In their view, since the school allowed the banquet to continue, it wasn't a big deal and the professors would handle it. When Ernie saw Charlie return, he happily took out the food he had left for him, knowing that Charlie had been locked up with Snape that day. "Charlie, look at this. It's a Halloween special pumpkin roast meat. It's especially delicious." "You didn't encounter anything on your way back, did you?" "Nothing much, just encountered a giant monster." "Oh, a troll, a troll." Ernie cried out in surprise, but the surroundings were already noisy, so it didn't attract much attention. "Then you must have been rescued by the professor. Thank goodness you're all right." In his view, although Charlie was powerful, he was only a first-year wizard, while the troll was a dangerous creature of level 4x. Charlie smiled but remained silent, offering no further explanation. After the banquet, Charlie returned to his dormitory and opened the system panel to check. "Your Majesty, Charlie White, age 11 years old, magic talent rating, max level 10, transfiguration 10, charmsology 8, potion mastery 6, defense against the dark arts 7, herbalism 4, astronomy 4, history of magic 5. Tyrant Points 968, mastered magic, polymorph level 2, 280 500, blazing inferno level 3, 61,000, stun level 3, 101,000, expel Hermes level 2, 210 500, armor level 2, 380 500. I've been trying to win prizes lately, but I haven't got anything good, not even talent points. However, it did raise most of the spells to level 2. System, start the lottery. Each draw costs 10 Tyrant Points. You currently have 96 draws available. Do you want to draw all? Smoke. A dazzling array of lottery images flashed by, and Charlie's mind was instantly flooded with a wealth of information. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have gained 50 proficiency in the fainting skill. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have obtained weapon proficiency 30. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have obtained obstacles abound proficiency 40. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have obtained flame blaze proficiency 60. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have obtained talent points x2. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring patroness charm level 1. Charlie was overwhelmed by the sheer number of rewards that appeared. What excited him most were the 2 talent points and the patroness charm. Little Commander, put all your talent points into spellcasting. Charisma talent, 8, right arrow 10. Instantly, Charlie felt his hearing and vision sharpen. All those vague magical theories from before now make perfect sense. As a result, the spell proficiency level on the system panel also increased by 1 level. It felt like my brain had suddenly become enlightened, and knowledge about patroness charm also flooded into my mind. This is an extremely profound magic that can summon guardian spirits, specifically to deal with dark creatures. However, Charlie is only at level 1 now and can only emit silver light from the tip of his staff. He is still a long way from summoning a physical guardian deity. I'm a little curious about what my guardian angel will be. Charlie stroked his chin. According to theory, the form of a guardian deity reflects the caster's inner world and personality. At this point, Charlie's system panel has changed to Your Majesty, Charlie White, age 11 years old. Magic talent rating, max level 10, transfiguration 10, charms 10, potion mastery 6, defense against the dark arts 7, herbalism 4, astronomy 4, history of magic 5, Tyrant Points 8, mastered magic. Omitted, I now possess 3 level 3 spells, blazing flames, stun, and armor. The experience bar, already mostly full, was burning brightly and the person was lying unconscious on the ground. Charlie closed the system panel, lay down on the bed, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, when Charlie came out of the dormitory, he sensed that something was wrong. The students in the hallway stopped talking as soon as they saw him and then began to whisper among themselves. Charlie didn't think much of it. All he wanted to do was get a good night's sleep in the classroom. Although I didn't go out for a night stroll last night, the banquet went on very late and I felt extremely sleepy this morning. After a morning of classes, Ernie took Charlie to the auditorium for lunch. I had barely sat down when the twins came rushing over. Charlie. Fred plopped down opposite him. Ron said you beat a giant. George sat down right after him. Is this true? Charlie then realized why everyone around him had been staring at him. He nodded. That's right, I won. Ernie's fork fell directly into the plate. What? Ernie's eyes widened. You really defeated the troll. Didn't you say last night that the professor saved you? I didn't say that, you said it. Charlie calmly cut his steak. Ernie recalled it for a moment and realized it was true. But who would have thought that a first-year wizard could defeat a troll? It's not that he was prejudiced. The twins exchanged a glance, both seeing excitement in each other's eyes. Tell me the details quickly, Fred urged. The rumors circulating outside are getting more and more outrageous. George picked up the conversation. Some say Charlie was actually a troll prince, and that troll was his attendant, sent to take him back to the kingdom to inherit the throne, but Charlie didn't want to go back, so he beat it up. Charlie nearly choked on his steak. What the hell is that? Fortunately, most people don't really believe these rumors. George shrugged. Especially the older female students, they all called that guy an idiot after hearing it. Fred and George exchanged glances. Charlie is very popular among the older female students. Charlie ignored the two gossips and instead pondered what to do with the troll skin. Ernie, do you know anyone who can make armor? Charlie suddenly asked. Ernie was drinking pumpkin juice when he heard the question and paused for a moment. Armor? You want to make armor? Dumbledore promised to give me some troll skin last night. I want to use it to make a set of protective gear. Although Ernie was unhappy that Charlie hadn't told him yesterday, he still answered Charlie's question seriously. When it comes to crafting armor, fairies are the experts. The weapons and armor they forge are of very high quality. However, fewer wizards use these now since magic is more practical than melee weapons, Ernie continued. This has led to a decrease in the number of fairies doing this job, and I don't know exactly who will do it. Charlie pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of someone who might know which goblin could make armor. After the troll incident, Charlie felt like he had become a rare animal at Hogwarts. Wherever he goes, he always attracts a lot of attention. In the corridor, the whispering students would immediately fall silent as he passed by, secretly glancing at him with admiring and curious eyes. The source of this trend, of course, is the Gryffindor brothers, Harry and Ron, who are known for their big mouths. Thanks to their propaganda, the story of Charlie's brave battle with the trolls has spread throughout all four houses, spawning countless outrageous versions. In the afternoon spells class, the moment Charlie stepped into the classroom, the previously noisy room instantly fell silent. Everyone turned to look at him. Charlie walked to his seat expressionlessly, ignoring the stares of those around him. He sat down, and contrary to his usual behavior, instead of lying down to sleep, he straightened his back and opened his textbook. Professor Flitwick stood on a stack of books so he could see beyond the podium. When he saw Charlie sitting upright with clear eyes, he almost fell off the pile of books. Is this really Charlie? He hasn't slept at all. The sun rose in the west. Professor Flitwick was moved to tears. Class, today we're going to learn the fluorescent spell. Professor Flitwick's voice was exceptionally loud and full of passion. He felt full of energy. He had to perform exceptionally well in this class to live up to Charlie's dedication. Charlie was indeed very serious about not falling asleep, since he needed their help and sleeping would be too much. The bell rang and the students packed up and left. Charlie stayed behind and voluntarily went to the podium. Professor Flitwick was organizing his lesson plans when he heard Charlie's voice, and a bright smile immediately spread across his face. Mr. White. I'm very pleased that you listened very attentively in class today. Do you have any questions? Professor, I have a question. Please feel free to speak. Do you know any fairies? The moment he finished speaking, Professor Flitwick's smile froze. The enthusiasm in his large eyes quickly faded, replaced by a complex and wary look. The air in the office felt heavy. Although he was a highly respected charms professor at Hogwarts, his 1000th goblin blood remained a thorn in his side. Decades ago, the wizarding world still valued pureblood supremacy. One can imagine how much trouble his fairy bloodline had caused. His biggest worry was that his students, whom he admired, would develop a different opinion of him because of this. Why are you asking this, Mr. White? His voice became somewhat hoarse. Charlie keenly sensed the change in atmosphere and immediately explained, Professor, as you know, I want to make a set of armor from troll hide. I've heard that fairies are the best craftsmen, so I think. Professor Flitwick's tense body relaxed. He breathed a sigh of relief, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and a smile returned to his face. So that's how it is. Yes, the armor and weapons forged by fairies are indeed the best. I happen to know a blacksmith with exceptional skill, though he has a rather eccentric temperament. Great, Charlie's eyes lit up. If you're in a hurry, I can take you there tonight. Charlie was a little embarrassed. Professor, I'm afraid I can't tonight. Oh. Is there something urgent? I'm going to Professor McGonagall's for solitary confinement. Professor Flitwick paused for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Okay, fine, you're usually so naughty. How about tomorrow night? Charlie's expression became even more awkward. I'm going to Professor Snape's for solitary confinement tomorrow night. Professor Flitwick, he stood on the stack of books, his small frame filled with immense confusion. Mr. White, Professor Flitwick asked in his high-pitched voice with profound sorrow. Can you tell me which days you're not in solitary confinement? In the end, the two could only set the date for Saturday. On Saturday afternoon, Charlie knocked on Professor Flitwick's office door right on time. The office was warm and comfortable, with walls covered in medals and certificates, and bookshelves crammed with thick magic books. Professor Flitwick was standing on a high stool, watering a pot of dancing daffodils. Seeing Charlie come in, he happily jumped off the stool, took out a delicious-looking honey cake from the drawer and handed it to Charlie. Here, have something to eat first, it's a bit of a long way. Charlie took the cake and thanked him. The two went to the fireplace in the office and Professor Flitwick grabbed a handful of glittering powder. Have you ever used flue powder? Charlie shook his head. Hold on tight, don't let go and then clearly shout out where we're going, Professor Flitwick demonstrated. Go into the fireplace. Charlie went into the fireplace, grabbed a handful of flue powder and shouted like the professor. Break the cauldron bar. Suddenly the world spun around him and green flames enveloped him. The next second he stumbled and fell out of the fireplace in the leaky cauldron. Professor Flitwick followed closely behind, emerging gracefully, his clothes spotless. Instead of leading Charlie through the bar lobby, he led him to the small courtyard at the back. Hold on to my arm, Mr. White, Professor Flitwick said sternly. What followed might feel a bit strange, like being stuffed into a very tight tube. As soon as Charlie grabbed his arm, he felt the whole world around him being squeezed, the air being sucked out of his lungs, and his internal organs being out of place. This feeling lasted only a moment. When he could breathe again, he was standing in a dense forest. The light here is dim, the tall trees block out the sun, and the air is filled with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. It's so quiet that you can only hear your own heartbeat. We've arrived, Charlie half squatted down, the feeling from just now making him feel extremely nauseous. Professor Flitwick handed me a glass of honey water. Drinking it will make you feel better. It's always like this the first time you apparate, you'll get used to it. Charlie drank the honey water and said with difficulty, Is this spell called apparition, Professor? Oh yes, that's right. Charlie mentally activated the system. Little Commander, block this spell for me, I absolutely won't use it. Professor Flitwick pointed to a path deep in the forest. The blacksmith lives here, he doesn't like to be disturbed. The two walked along the path overgrown with weeds, the surrounding trees growing older and the atmosphere becoming increasingly secluded. After walking for about 10 minutes, a small clearing appeared ahead. In the center of the open space stood a small log cabin, with wisps of smoke rising from its chimney. In front of the wooden house, a short but exceptionally sturdy figure was hammering metal on an anvil. The two stepped into the open space and the short, sturdy figure stopped what he was doing. He turned around, revealing typical elf features, pointed ears, deep-set eyes, and those somewhat frightening yellow eyes. Phileas. The fairy put down the hammer, a look of surprise flashing across her face. What brings you to my place? Professor Flitwick strode forward, a friendly smile on his face. Grip, long time no see, your cooking is still as good as ever. Charlie carefully observed the goblin blacksmith. Grip's arms were muscular and his hands were calloused, a typical craftsman's physique. But when his gaze fell on Charlie, his yellow eyes immediately filled with wariness and hostility. What are you doing bringing a wizard cub here? Grip's voice turned shrill. Wizards are not welcome here. Professor Flitwick had told Charlie on the way that the relationship between fairies and humans was very complicated. There have been several demon rebellions throughout history, and the two sides have a deep-seated grudge. He specifically instructed Charlie not to say anything out of turn and to listen to the professor in everything. Charlie obediently nodded in agreement. Grip, that's how it is, Professor Flitwick explained. This is my student, Charlie White. He recently acquired some troll hides and would like your help to craft a set of armor. Grip's expression darkened further after hearing this. He looked Charlie up and down, his eyes full of disdain. Oh, I see. Grip sneered. Phileas, have you completely sided with the wizards? You even have to fulfill the request of this little brat. Professor Flitwick's smile was somewhat stiff, but he still spoke patiently. Grip, we're friends, aren't we? This kid really needs this armor. Friends? Grip scoffed. A friend would beg me for the sake of humans. Phileas, don't forget, you have fairy blood flowing through your veins. But what are you doing now? Serving as a dog for humans, teaching them magic, making them stronger. That way they can turn around and bully the fairies. Grip's words grew increasingly harsh. He had suffered no shortage of humiliation at the hands of wizards since childhood. That's why he moved to this remote forest, hiding in a place where the wizard's radiation couldn't reach. But then Flitwick asked him to do things for the wizard, which made him feel betrayed. You think those wizarding students really respect you? They're just putting on a show. Behind your backs, they still call you a half-blood monster. Professor Flitwick's face turned pale instantly and his body trembled slightly. These words struck at his most vulnerable spot. He certainly heard these kinds of things a lot during his student years. Charlie, who was listening nearby, was furious. Although Professor Flitwick warned him not to act impulsively, he couldn't bear to watch his teacher be humiliated because of him. Charlie wouldn't indulge him just because he had his reasons. That's enough. Charlie suddenly stood up, his voice icy. Grip was taken aback, not expecting this wizard brat to dare to speak. If you don't want to build armor, that's your business. Nobody can force you, Charlie said, enunciating each word clearly. But she's so sarcastic and cynical even towards her own friends, no wonder fairies are so unpopular. What did you say, you rude brat? Grip roared in fury. I've been very polite. If the professor hadn't been there, he would have scolded you already, Charlie retorted without backing down. You say the professor betrayed the fairies, but he integrated into wizarding society, taught students, and helped the wizards and fairies live in harmony. What have you done now? Charlie's voice grew colder and colder. A good-for-nothing who only bullies his own kind, what right does he have to insult a professor? Professor Flitwick stood there, stunned, a lump forming in his throat. No one knows how difficult it was for him to be caught between the two tribes. They had to endure the prejudice of wizards and the accusations of fairies. Charlie's words struck a chord with him. Grip was trembling with anger, pointing and gesturing at Charlie. Let's go, Professor. Charlie pulled Flitwick away. At worst, we won't build it. Wait. Professor Flitwick stopped Charlie. He gave Charlie a deep look, a warm feeling welling up inside him. To protect him, the child was willing to break ties with the demon. Professor Flitwick was determined to help Charlie get this done. He walked up to Grip and took out a beautiful little box from his pocket. Upon opening the box, one finds an ancient silver badge engraved with intricate fairy script. Grip's eyes widened instantly when he saw the badge. Is this an ancestral medal? Grip's voice trembled. Phileas, how did you get this? This was left to me by my grandmother, Professor Flitwick said softly. This medal is yours if you make the armor for Charlie. Ancestral medals hold immense significance for fairies. They are recognition of the achievements of their ancestors and are priceless. Grip stared at the medal, his expression complex. He remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Are you really going to give me your ancestral medal for some human brat? Yes, Professor Flitwick replied without hesitation. This medal is an honor for fairies. Giving it to you is returning it to its rightful owner. It's of no use to me anyway. Grip remained silent for a while, then finally sighed. Fine, I agree. He looked at Charlie, his tone still indifferent. However, I'll charge 150 galleons for processing. I'll cover all materials except the troll hide. Charlie looked at Professor Flitwick and saw him nod at him, so he began to make his own plans. You still have 200 galleons in Gringotts. It's a good deal to exchange 150 galleons for a piece of equipment that can resist curses. Make a deal. Grip nodded but did not accept the medal. He pushed the box open and said to Flitwick, take the medal back. Professor Flitwick was stunned. Grip. Stop talking. Grip waved his hand. You're my friend. I was too emotional just now. I apologize. He raised his head, not even looking at Charlie, and rushed down the tunnel. Kid, for Phileas's sake, I won't take your deposit. Send the troll hide as soon as possible. Pick up the finished product in a month. At that time, it will cost 150 galleons, not a single gnat less. Charlie's lips twitched. Was this considered Sundir? You've really made me lose interest in both elves and Sundir types at the same time. With the deal settled, Professor Flitwick said goodbye to Grip and left with Charlie. But neither of them noticed that before they apparated, a pair of dark red eyes were watching them from the shadows of the forest. Hold on tight to my arm, Professor Flitwick reminded him. Charlie had just grabbed it when he felt that nauseous sensation of having a tube shoved into him again. This time it was better, probably because I was mentally prepared. Back at the Leaky Cauldron, Professor Flitwick didn't rush back to Hogwarts, but instead ordered 2 drinks. Underage wizards are prohibited from drinking alcohol, and Professor Flitwick also drank beverages with Charlie. Charlie, about Grip, he's actually not a bad person. Professor Flitwick hesitated. Charlie waved his hand. Professor, you don't need to explain anything. Everyone has their own troubles, I understand. Charlie took a sip of his drink, feeling warm and comforted. But that doesn't mean I'll tolerate him insulting you. Professor Flitwick's eyes were a little red. Thank you, Charlie. He is indeed my friend. Professor Flitwick sighed. However, after I became a professor at Hogwarts, he became very dissatisfied with me. Actually, there are many fairies like Grip. Professor Flitwick's voice was somewhat heavy. They were oppressed by the wizards but powerless to resist, so they could only hide far away. A small number of fairies chose to retaliate, targeting wizards. Professor Flitwick suddenly turned around and looked at Charlie seriously. Remember, Mr. White, if you encounter a fairy like this, run as far away as possible. Charlie nodded, offering no rebuttal. Professor, you're very popular with the students, Charlie said earnestly. Everyone respects you. Professor Flitwick's eyes welled up with tears and he wiped them with his sleeve. Charlie, can you please stop sleeping in Charm's class? Charlie's smile froze instantly. Goodbye, Professor. He took off running, leaving Professor Flitwick standing there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Time flies and November is here in the blink of an eye. That morning, Charlie looked out the window at the falling snowflakes and sighed. Time flows like a river, never ceasing day or night. Ernie stood to the side, completely bewildered. What the hell? The dead man looks like your husband. He looks exactly like him day and night. Ernie's eyes widened. Where are the dead? Do you have a husband? Charlie ignored him. Lack of education is truly terrifying. Ernie wanted to ask more questions, but was interrupted by the noise from the Gryffindor long table next door. Malfoy is up to his old tricks again. Neville has a bad memory. Whenever he forgets something, the memory orb will turn red to remind him. Malfoy obviously wouldn't let this opportunity to mock others slip by, so he snatched the memory ball and had Crabbe and Goyle stop Neville. Lombardin, I think you shouldn't use this ball anymore. Malfoy held the memory ball high, a malicious grin on his face. Anyway, you'll forget what it was reminding you of. Neville wanted to be angry, but then he realized that what Neville said seemed to make sense. So her face flushed red and she stammered, I'm already stupid, can you guys please stop teasing me? The surrounding Slytherin students burst into laughter. Crabbe and Gore slapped the table, laughing so hard they were doubled over. Neville's eyes reddened, but he dared not resist and could only lower his head to endure the ridicule. At that moment, Harry stood up. Malfoy, aren't you bored? You always steal Neville's memory ball. Give the ball back to Knave. Harry's voice was calm, but his eyes flashed with anger. He cannot tolerate anyone bullying his friends. Malfoy sneered and raised the memory ball even higher. Is Mr. Savior going to steal the spotlight again? His silver-gray eyes were full of malice. Let's see what you do without a broom this time, Potter. He also stole Neville's memory ball during flight class. Harry stood up for Neville, riding a broomstick to try and steal the ball back. When Harry rode the broomstick, his skill was so impressive that Malfoy was quite intimidated. It's said that Harry even joined the Quidditch team because of this, and in a few days he'll be able to play in a Quidditch match. This drove Malfoy insane with jealousy. Anger flashed in Harry's eyes. Ron couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for Neville. Malfoy, is it really necessary for you to bully Neville like this every time? Give the ball back to him, Malfoy chuckled. I'm not paying you back, what can you do about it? How dare he call himself a wizard with that stupid look on his face? I'm really worried he won't even learn a single spell in a whole semester. Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, Neville felt ashamed and lowered his head. Sometimes he even doubted whether he was truly a wizard. Tensions were high on both sides, and students from Gryffindor and Slytherin gathered around. Just then, Charlie walked over. He was still holding half a piece of bread in his hand, chewing as he asked, Malfoy, are you itching for a beating again? Malfoy's expression changed instantly when he saw Charlie. He was genuinely a little afraid of Charlie. He'd been thoroughly humiliated by him on the Hogwarts Express, and they couldn't beat him either. And this guy even dared to insult their dean Snape. But my underlings are watching, I absolutely cannot back down. What business is it of yours, Hufflepuff? Malfoy said, forcing himself to speak. Charlie smiled. Malfoy reminded him of the people who had bullied him in his past life. That's how bullies are. They never think there's anything wrong with their behavior, but when they're bullied themselves, they can't accept it. Charlie had also been bullied, but he chose to fight back, and since then no one has bullied him anymore. This also made Charlie deeply resent bullies. He pointed at Malfoy with the bread. It's your pleasure to bully Neville, and it's my pleasure to bully you. Any objections? If so, come out and fight me one-on-one. Malfoy's expression was quite interesting, alternating between pale and flushed. He wanted to confront Charlie but didn't dare. After all, this guy could even take down a giant. At this point, Gore spoke up. Brother, he wants to fight you one-on-one? Who does he think he is? You go and choose him, let him see what you're made of. Malfoy, dude, you mean you want me to grab a wand and fight him to the death? Do you think I can beat him? He can even take on giants, you're such a fool. This put Malfoy in a completely awkward position. But Goyle didn't care about any of that and raised his wand to cast a spell. Malfoy's heart sank. Disarm you? Charlie's reaction was astonishingly fast. A red light instantly sent Gore flying. The wand traced an arc in the air before landing steadily in Charlie's hand. Gore screamed as he was sent flying, knocking over several chairs. Malfoy was startled and no longer cared about saving face. You're not allowed to touch me, my dad is. Before he could finish speaking, Charlie shoved Goyle's wand down Malfoy's throat. Malfoy immediately started gagging, his face turning purple. His Majesty bullies the young student, is arrogant and domineering. Tyrant Points +2. Charlie withdrew his hand with a look of disgust. Get lost, you guys make me lose my appetite. Malfoy covered his throat, tears welling up in his eyes. Harry, you just wait, I curse you to fall during the Quidditch match. This guy didn't even dare to say anything harsh to Charlie, so he could only take it out on Harry. Charlie glanced at him and Malfoy felt a chill run down his spine from that icy gaze. Run, run, run. Malfoy grabbed Crabbe and rushed out, not even bothering with Goyle. Gore got up from the ground, his face bruised and swollen, and ran after them. After the conflict ended, the atmosphere in the auditorium gradually calmed down. Harry walked up to Charlie, his eyes filled with gratitude. Charlie, thank you, it's nothing. I also dislike Malfoy. Neville sat dejectedly to the side, his head hanging low, looking completely listless. Malfoy's words were still echoing in his mind, each one piercing his heart. Ron quickly sat down next to Neville and patted him on the shoulder. Neville, don't listen to Malfoy's nonsense. Ron's tone was very serious. That guy is a B*******. You're much better than him, really. But Neville remained dejected, head bowed, and whispered, but he's right. I'm really stupid, I haven't even learned a decent spell yet. Even Seamus can cast spells, but I can't do anything, Simo. If I weren't so heartbroken to see you like this, I would have really messed with you. Neville's voice grew softer and softer and his eyes reddened. Charlie couldn't stand it anymore and sat down next to Neville. Navy, don't pay attention to what others say. Charlie's tone was calm. If anyone bullies you, fight back. I used to be bullied, but I beat them all up and then no one bullied me anymore. Neville abruptly looked up, his eyes filled with surprise. What, Charlie, you were bullied too? Neville simply couldn't believe it. But you're so strong you can even defeat giants. Strength isn't something you're born with. I achieved my current ability through hard work, Charlie said slowly. Later, I understood a principle. The more you fear trouble, the more trouble will find you. The more assertive you are, the less others will dare to mess with you. Harry nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. Dudley always bullied him, and the more he tolerated Dudley, the more Dudley took advantage of it. Neville was still frustrated, but I'm really stupid. Like Malfoy said, I haven't even learned a single spell yet. I really have no talent for magic. Charlie patted him on the shoulder. Whether you're smart or not isn't something others say. You always have things you're good at, you just haven't discovered them yet. Think about which class you perform best in. Neville's eyes lit up. I did all right in herbalism class, Professor Sprout praised me. She said I have a talent for plants and can sense their needs. That solves it. You're better than most people at herbalism. Would you call that a talent? Spells are only a part of magic, not the whole thing. Even if your spells aren't as powerful as his, you still have your fists. It's said that Gryffindor, the founder of your house, had a sword. He didn't even like using spells, he just drew his sword and charged into battle. Courage is more important than magic. These words completely lifted Neville's spirits and his eyes lit up. Yes, I can learn swordsmanship, or I can just use my fists. He clenched his fists, and his entire demeanor changed as if some switch had been flipped. Charlie's heart skipped a beat when he saw Neville's excited expression. I think I've led people astray. Will Professor McGonagall cause me trouble? At this moment, Harry leaned closer nervously and whispered, Charlie, I want to ask you something. Could you cast a spell on my broom so that Malfoy can't curse me? Charlie paused for a moment. You really think Malfoy is so powerful that he could curse you? He can only talk the talk. If he really wanted to do something, he would have done it already. But Harry was still worried and said anxiously, what if Malfoy gets Snape to cast a curse? His father is on the school board, so Snape will definitely listen to him. Charlie rolled his eyes inwardly. Snape, with his argumentative personality, would actually listen to others? Nonsense. You still know too little about Snape. Besides, I'm in the same grade as you. Do you think I know magic like that? Harry then realized what was happening and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Sorry, Charlie, it's just that you're so easy to forget about your age. It feels like you can do everything. Charlie shook his head. If you're really worried, go ask Professor McGonagall for help. If Malfoy can talk to the dean, so can you. Harry's eyes lit up. Yeah, how come I didn't think of that? After saying that, he thanked Charlie and ran off excitedly. Charlie picked up the chicken leg from the table and started eating. Harry ran all the way to Professor McGonagall's office, stood outside the door for a while and took a few deep breaths before daring to knock. He still held this serious professor in some awe. Come in. Harry pushed the door open and entered. Professor McGonagall was grading papers and didn't even look up. Harry suddenly regretted not bringing Charlie along. Mr. Potter, is there anything I can help you with? Professor, I need your help, Harry said quietly. Professor McGonagall put down her quill and looked up at him. Speak. Professor, could you please cast a spell on my broom to prevent anyone from cursing it? Professor McGonagall frowned. A curse? Mr. Potter, what are you worried about? Well, Malfoy said today that he's going to curse me to fall during a Quidditch match, Harry stammered. Nonsense. Professor McGonagall said sternly. No one at the school would curse a student. Harry grew anxious seeing Professor McGonagall's unmoved attitude. Suddenly an idea struck him. Professor, actually this is Charlie's idea. Professor McGonagall frowned. Harry might be fooling around, but Charlie shouldn't be. Why would he bring this up? Did Mr. White say that? Yes, yes, yes. Harry nodded quickly. Charlie said that although the professors at the school were all upright, it was hard to guarantee that someone wouldn't secretly interfere with the competition. He suggested I come to you to cast a protective spell on the broom. Professor McGonagall fell into deep thought. Charlie's words made sense. Although she wouldn't interfere with the competition, some professors who like to wear black robes might be biased towards students from their own colleges. Although she didn't believe Snape would kill a student in matters like Quidditch, which concerned the honor of the school, who knew if he might resort to underhanded tactics, Mr. White has thought this through very well. Professor McGonagall nodded slowly. Prevention is indeed better than cure. She stood up and paced back and forth in the office. However, it would be unfair to only cast a protective spell on your broom. Professor McGonagall stopped and looked at Harry. I've decided to cast a bounce curse on all the contestants' brooms. This way, no one can successfully interfere with the game. Harry, having achieved his goal, left the office with a smug look on his face. Professor McGonagall was very efficient. The next morning, she went to the heads of the 4 houses and the Quidditch captain to discuss casting a protective charm. The deans and team leaders had no objections, and just like that, all the contestants' brooms were given a protective spell. Professor Snape felt very awkward when he was casting the spell, and Professor McGonagall was giving him strange looks. Time flies, and 2 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. Charlie woke up from his dream of charms class. Professor Flitwick is standing on the podium explaining the new spell. Seeing that Charlie was awake, she turned a blind eye and ignored him. The bell rang, and Charlie packed his things to leave. Ron ran over excitedly and grabbed Charlie's arm. Charlie, come with me quickly. Why are you so agitated? Charlie stumbled as he was pulled. You charging mountain giant, how could you not know? Today's Quidditch match is Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Ron's eyes lit up. And Harry is on the team too. I've heard Fred say Harry is really good, we're sure to win the game. Charlie remembered today was indeed game day. That's fun. One of his greatest pleasures in his past life was watching ball games. He wondered how ball games in the magical world differed from football. Wait a minute. Charlie stopped the impatient Ron. Billy. With a snap, Billy appeared in the hallway, startling Ron. What does the little wizard need? Billy asked respectfully. Charlie took a galleon from his pocket and handed it to Billy. Charlie gives Billy a galleon every week. Otherwise, why would anyone keep taking care of him? In reality, compared to Billy's service, this gallon was pitifully small. But when Charlie tried to give Billy more, Billy would refuse, believing that Charlie had given enough and even being very grateful to Charlie. Could you please get me some braised food? Braised chicken legs, braised eggs, braised tofu, anything is fine. What's a football game without food? It's a pity we can't have a little wine. Ron watched in stunned silence. You can do it like that? Billy soon returned with a large bag of fragrant braised food. The rich aroma wafted through the air, making passing students salivate. Let's go, we can go watch the game now. The two walked together toward the Quidditch pitch. The stadium was packed with people. Students from all 4 colleges had come. Hermione, Neville, Shameless, and the others had already secured prime spots, holding up a banner with a huge lion painted on it using bedsheets. Hermione even used magic to make the lion move, roaring majestically. Hagrid was sitting next to them. Here, here. Neville waved to Charlie and the others. When the group saw that Charlie had brought a lot of food, Neville and Seamus immediately became happy. Oh, Charlie, you've thought of everything. Seamus rubbed his hands together. Food should be served with the competition. This should have been done a long time ago. Hermione frowned, as if she wanted to say something about violating school rules, but she didn't speak. Since the troll incident, she's become less resistant to breaking the rules. Soon the players from both sides entered the field. The Gryffindor players wore bright red uniforms while the Slytherins wore green. Harry was among them, riding his Nimbus 2000, waving to his friends in the stands. Go Harry, Ron shouted. The competition has officially begun. Mrs. Hodge tossed the quaffle high into the air and 14 players instantly soared into the sky. Commentator Lee Kyoden began his passionate commentary. The match begins. Gryffindor gets the quaffle first. Angelina Johnson dribbles past her marker, a beautiful feint. Charlie listened to the explanation while leisurely munching on a braised chicken leg, completely absorbed in the moment. Yeah, eating braised food while watching a football game, that's the real deal. In the sky, Harry was intently searching for the golden snitch. As the seeker, his task is to catch the golden snitch and score 150 points for the team. But out of his sight, Quirrell was staring darkly at Harry in the sky from the teacher's table. A malicious glint flashed in his eyes and a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Quirrell inwardly praised his master. "Master, I will make Potter fall to his death in front of everyone. That way we can get rid of him and make it look like an accident." He began to mutter a spell under his breath, cursing Harry's broom. In the sky, Harry suddenly felt the broom begin to tremble uncontrollably. Harry's heart leaped into his throat. He gripped the broom handle tightly and squeezed it between his legs. What happened? Did Malfoy really have someone put a curse on me? Harry tried to steady the broom, but the feeling of losing control grew stronger. The broom began to sway from side to side and its height decreased rapidly. Gasps of surprise erupted from the audience below. "What's wrong with Harry? Could someone really be casting a curse on him?" Ron stood up nervously. "Something doesn't seem right," Hermione frowned. Charlie pulled out his wand. If Harry fell, he could catch him with the levitation charm. Just then, Harry's broom suddenly emitted a faint glow. Under the sunlight, it was inconspicuous, like the light reflected from a broom. The audience was so focused on Harry's dangerous situation that no one noticed this detail. Harry felt a sense of relief as he sensed the broom becoming obedient again. Professor McGonagall's magic must have worked. Thank goodness I listened to Charlie. Harry secretly rejoiced. Despite the perilous situation, the competition continued, and Harry, equally eager for victory, persisted in his search for the golden snitch. In the professors' seats, the professors were all watching the competition intently. Harry's appearance just now startled them. A slick-haired professor, who had been wondering if it was a curse and was about to try to break it, noticed that Harry had stopped, which dispelled his doubts. Suddenly, a loud bang came from behind. "What's that sound?" Professor Snape turned around. The other professors also turned around, but there was nothing behind them. "Wasn't Professor Quirrell behind us just now?" Professor Sprout asked, puzzled. "Where are the others?" Dumbledore looked thoughtfully at the empty back seats, a deep meaning flashing in his eyes. At that moment, behind the professor's seat, Quirrell was scrambling to his feet. He was chanting the curse with great enthusiasm when he suddenly felt a powerful force rebound back, throwing him off his seat. The back of his head slammed hard against the ground, the pain making him see stars. Even worse, Voldemort was parasitizing the back of his head. This collision really gave the Dark Lord a hard time. "Fool," Voldemort's voice roared in Quirrell's mind. "What did you do?" "Master, I don't know." Quirrell clutched the back of his head, wincing in pain. "I was clearly casting a curse on Potter's broom. How did it suddenly?" "Shut up," Voldemort roared in fury. "You useless piece of trash, you can't even handle a child." A sharp pain shot through the back of his head. It was Voldemort punishing him. Quirrell was writhing on the ground in pain but dared not cry out for fear of being discovered. "Master, please spare me," Quirrell pleaded in a low voice, his voice filled with anguish. "I really don't know what happened." Quirrell's pathetic state only made Voldemort angrier. The thought that he, the mighty Dark Lord, was now reduced to parasitizing someone like Quirrell filled him with rage. He became so angry that he intensified his torture. Another wave of excruciating pain washed over him, and Quirrell couldn't help but start sobbing softly. He hid in the shadows behind the professor's desk, covering his mouth and weeping bitterly. In the audience, Charlie put down his wand, and suddenly a system notification sounded. Because of His Majesty, the commander wept bitterly, Tyrant Points +5. Charlie was completely bewildered. "What did I do? I was just watching the game here." In the sky, Harry gripped his broom tightly, his heart pounding. The golden thief was right in front of them, its wings flapping rapidly as it flew up and down. Slytherin's seeker has also spotted the snitch, who is rushing in from another direction. Harry lunged forward, his arms outstretched. The golden thief was right at his fingertips. He could feel the faint vibration. "Gotcha!" Harry raised his right hand high and the golden snitch struggled in his palm. A deafening roar of cheers erupted from the entire arena and the Gryffindor students jumped wildly. "Gryffindor wins." Lee Jordan's voice was hoarse. Although he was a commentator, he was proud to be a member of Gryffindor. Final score, Gryffindor 210 points, Slytherin 60 points. "Slytherin, if you're bad, practice more." "Jordan, I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, I was just too excited." Charlie clapped excitedly, just like when he first watched a football game. The intense atmosphere at the scene was infectious, captivating everyone present. After the match, Harry found a few people they had previously planned to celebrate at Hagrid's hut. Charlie hadn't planned to go, But then he suddenly remembered that Harry had said the things hidden on the fourth floor were retrieved by Hagrid from Gringotts. This is a good opportunity to get some information from Hagrid. That damned three-headed dog won't give him any chance, so he'll try to find another way. So they happily walked together toward Hagrid's cabin. Hagrid's cabin was warm and cozy, with a roaring fire in the fireplace. Hagrid poured hot tea for everyone and also brought out some rock-skin cakes he had made himself. Charlie looked at the cookies, which were so hard they could kill someone, and silently withdrew his hand. "Harry, you did a fantastic job today," Hagrid exclaimed excitedly, his beard trembling. "That move you used to catch the golden thief was exactly the same as your dad's." Harry scratched his head sheepishly. "Actually, something went wrong in the middle. My broom suddenly went out of control." "What?" Hagrid's eyes widened. He didn't notice anything unusual and thought Harry was just showing off. Ron said indignantly, "That B*** D Malfoy must have had someone put a curse on him." He had threatened Harry before. Hagrid was so angry his beard stood on end. What a scoundrel. He actually dared to use dirty tricks during the match. Hermione frowned in thought. "I think we should tell the professor that this is too dangerous." Harry nodded in agreement. Just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation, Charlie suddenly leaned close to Harry's ear and whispered, "Harry, you said Hagrid took that thing from Gringotts on the fourth floor, right?" Harry paused for a moment, then nodded. A sly glint flashed in Charlie's eyes. "Hagrid is here. Let's try to get some information out of him." "This isn't a good idea," Harry said hesitantly. "Hagrid has been so good to us." As soon as he finished speaking, Harry turned around and asked directly, "Hagrid, what is Cerberus guarding on the fourth floor?" Hagrid nearly dropped his teacup. "How did you know about Luwei?" His eyes widened, his face filled with shock. "Luwei?" Ron repeated curiously. "That's the name I gave it," Hagrid said, sounding a little nervous. "I bought it from a Greek man and I raised it from a kitten. It's like its mother to me." "Let's talk about guarding the things instead." Hagrid tensed up again. "You must not concern yourself with what it is guarding. Forget about it. That belongs to Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." Halfway through his sentence, Hagrid suddenly realized he had let something slip. He quickly covered his mouth, his eyes filled with remorse. Harry, his two friends, and their companions looked at each other, none of them knowing who Nicholas Flamel was, but Charlie's eyes lit up. "Niccolo Flamel?" Charlie pulled a chocolate frog card out of his pocket. "This is a card I scratched on the Hogwarts Express." The card had a picture of Dumbledore printed on it with the following text below. "He and his partner Niccolo Flamel have been very successful in alchemy, creating the Philosopher's Stone together." Charlie read the description on the card, his voice growing softer and softer. Hagrid's face grew paler and paler and he broke out in a cold sweat. "What is the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry asked. "Don't ask, Harry, don't ask anymore." Hagrid put on his mask of pain. Hermione then delivered the finishing blow. "I read in a book that the Philosopher's Stone contains infinite magic and can grant immortality." "Immortality?" Ron gasped. "Could there be a Philosopher's Stone down there?" After Ron finished speaking, all eyes turned to Hagrid. Hagrid's reaction was the best answer. He waved his hands frantically, stammering, No, you're overthinking it. How could it be a magic stone? Ha ha ha." Hagrid's laughter was more like crying and his panicked state was obvious even to a primary school student. "Oh my God." Hermione covered her mouth. "It really is the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone that can grant immortality," Harry murmured to himself. No wonder there were so many protective measures. Hagrid was completely deflated and plopped down in a chair. "I'm such an idiot." After successfully getting the information out of him, Charlie paid less attention to what was going on below the fourth floor. This is the epiphany after one's curiosity has been satisfied. Although the Philosopher's Stone sounds powerful, it's not very useful to Charlie right now. He's got a system. Is immortality really that hard? Your Majesty is just bragging, don't drag me into it. Charlie rolled his eyes. Garbage system. In short, with the items in Dumbledore's custody, a first-year wizard like myself shouldn't even think about getting them. Harry also told Professor McGonagall about the curse. Professor McGonagall summoned Malfoy for questioning, and after confirming that he had neither cast a curse nor asked anyone to cast one, the matter was dropped. Christmas was fast approaching, and school was about to start its holiday. Most students were preparing to go home for the holidays, and the whole of Hogwarts was filled with a relaxed atmosphere of impending vacation. Charlie was packing his bags in his dormitory, planning to go back to the orphanage for a relaxing vacation. "I haven't seen Grandma White for almost half a year and I miss her quite a bit." Just then Billy suddenly appeared, startling Ernie, who was packing. "Mr. White, Professor Flitwick is looking for you," Billy said respectfully. Charlie put down the clothes he was holding. "Now." "Yes, the professor is waiting for you in his office." Charlie had some guesses in his mind. Could it be that the magic resistance vest was ready? He felt a surge of excitement. I understand, I'll go right away. Charlie arrived at Professor Flitwick's office and knocked lightly on the door. Please come in. Upon opening the door, Charlie saw Professor Flitwick sitting behind his desk with a mysterious smile on his face. Mr. White, please have a seat. Professor Flitwick pointed to the chair opposite him. Once Charlie was seated, Professor Flitwick waved his wand and the drawer on his desk opened automatically. A piece of cake bounced and hopped out and landed in front of Charlie. Try this cake, it's a new one I bought at Hogsmeade, Professor Flitwick said with a smile. Hogsmeade is the largest wizarding community in England, and only third-year students can apply to go there, so Charlie naturally had never been. Charlie took a bite of the cake. Although it was delicious, he was still thinking about the magic resistance vest, so he took the initiative to ask. Professor, has Grip already finished? Professor Flitwick smiled. That's right, what you requested is now complete. Charlie and Professor Flitwick first went to Gringotts to get the money and then returned to Grip's forest cabin. The forest looked particularly desolate in winter, with bare branches swaying in the cold wind. Charlie pulled his cloak tighter around himself, his breath condensing into white mist in the air. Charlie was excited as the equipment he had been waiting for was finally finished. Flitwick smiled knowingly when he saw his expression. Don't worry, Charlie. Although Grip has a strange temper, his skills are absolutely top-notch among fairies, Professor Flitwick said with a smile. I saw the weapons he forged when he was young, and I dare say they were in no way inferior to the swords of Gryffindor. Soon, the familiar wooden house came into view. Professor Flitwick went up and knocked on the door. Grip, it's me, Flitwick. Footsteps came from inside the house and the door creaked open. Grip poked his head out and smiled when he saw it was Flitwick, but when his gaze fell on Charlie, his smile vanished instantly. Snort, you've come at the perfect time, the food is just finished. Charlie, oh, did I eat your rice? Why are you so grumpy? The three entered the house where the warm fire dispelled the winter chill. Grip walked to the workbench in the corner and took out a package. Look at my masterpiece. He looked confident as he unpacked his bag, revealing a brown vest. Charlie's eyes lit up. This vest looks ordinary at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one can see fine runes on its surface which shimmer in the firelight. How about it? Grip said smugly. I used troll hide as the main material, combined with mithril, black gold, and other materials, and then inscribed it with ancient fairy runes. This is definitely a work I put my heart and soul into. Its magic resistance is about 80% of a troll's. Charlie reached out and touched the vest. It felt thick and heavy. What level of spells can it resist? I can handle any of the standard spells for adult wizards, Grip assured him, patting his chest. It can block the stun curse, petrify curse, and disarm curse. But if the caster is too powerful, or if it's a dark magic of the killing curse level, it can't be blocked. After all, it's just a troll's skin. Charlie nodded. Having such ability was already quite impressive. Wearing a vest doesn't mean you have to face a curse. The vest is just a last resort. That's enough. Charlie pulled 150 galleons from his bag, the agreed price. Grip took the gold coins and examined them carefully one by one. Charlie wasn't in a hurry. He let him examine it at his own pace, which was normal business practice. Just then, a deep sound came from outside. Our Grip has actually colluded with wizards. Grip's expression changed drastically, and several gold coins fell to the ground from his hand. Damn it, how did they find this place? Charlie and Professor Flitwick exchanged a glance, both sensing that something was wrong. The wooden door was pushed open roughly, and 8 fairies filed in. The leader of the demons had bloodshot eyes, a ferocious face, and a scar on his left cheek. He certainly didn't look like a kind person. Charlie instinctively gripped his wand tighter, and Professor Flitwick also adopted a defensive posture. Bagman, I didn't invite you. What do you want? Grip glared at the newcomer. The goblin named Bagman ignored Grip's questioning and instead stared greedily at the wands in Charlie and Professor Flitwick's hands. Oh, Grip, I never imagined our blacksmith would betray the fairies and cooperate with the wizard. It seems I haven't dealt with any traitors in too long, which is why you've decided to take action. Bagman let out a sinister laugh, the scars on his face writhing like centipedes. Professor Flitwick whispered to Charlie. Charlie, do you remember what I said about the fairies who hate wizards? After their defeat in the war, the wizards took away their wands, but they still refused to give up. If a fight breaks out, I'll hold them off for you, you just need to run. Although Flitwick knew that Charlie was quite strong, even capable of defeating trolls, he was, after all, only a first-year wizard. Professor Flitwick could not forgive himself if Charlie were injured. Charlie nodded. This was clearly not the time to be modest. As for whether to run or fight, that would depend on the situation. Grip, I'll give you a chance. Bagman licked his lips. Hand over these 2 wizards' wands and I'll let you go. Charlie glanced sideways at Grip, ready to unleash a fire spell on him without hesitation should the guy make any move. To everyone's relief, Grip had no intention of betraying them. "Bagman, are you insane?" Grip roared angrily. "Doing this will bring disaster upon the fairy race. Do you want to start another war between fairies and wizards?" "Disaster?" Bagman sneered. "Now the wizards are treating us like slaves, taking away our wands. Isn't this a disaster?" The fairies behind him nodded in agreement. "Exactly, why can wizards have wands but we can't? Our magic is no weaker than theirs. It's time to show the wizards what fairies are capable of." Professor Flitwick frowned. "Bagman, you are inciting racial conflict." "Shut up." Bagman glared fiercely at Professor Flitwick. "What right do you wizards have to lecture me? I will kill you all with my own hands and use your flesh to sacrifice to my people." Bagman licked his lips. "Especially the small one, the meat is the tenderest and the best." "Enough," Grip roared. "Bagman, I won't allow you to act recklessly on my turf." Bagman's smile vanished. "Grip, it seems you're determined to side with the wizards. Then don't blame me for not showing any kinship." With a wave of his hand, the fairies behind him all pulled out their wands. Bagman and the others pointed their wands at the same time, and 8 beams of red light shot out simultaneously, accompanied by a piercing buzzing sound in the air. Although the magic system of fairies differs from that of wizards, they share the common feature of having their magic wands, which greatly enhances their power. These spells were clearly too much for the enemy to bear. Professor Flitwick's eyes sharpened. The goblins had all had their wands taken away, so the origin of these 8 wands was obvious. At least 8 wizards had perished. Professor Flitwick waved his wand, armor for protection. A transparent shield instantly unfolded in front of him, and the red light struck it, exploding into dazzling sparks. "Grip, take Charlie away." Professor Flitwick shouted while simultaneously waving his wand repeatedly. The ground began to soften, and the stone slabs beneath Bagman's feet instantly turned into mud, immediately restricting their movements. "Damn it," Bagman cursed as he struggled to pull his feet out of the mud. Professor Flitwick seized the opportunity to strike. "Disarm you." A beam of red light shot straight at Bagman, who hurriedly summoned a light shield to block it. "Is that all you've got? Then you might as well wait to die." Bagman grinned menacingly. Professor Flitwick was well aware of the dangers of fighting outnumbered and knew that a swift victory was necessary. He took a deep breath and his wand traced complex trajectories in the air. Phantom transition. The next second, a shocking scene unfolded. Professor Flitwick's figure blurred for a moment, then appeared simultaneously in 4 different locations, as if he had copied himself 3 times. "What kind of magic is this?" Bagman's eyes widened. 4 Flitwick professors simultaneously raised their wands, torn apart. 4 beams of silver light shot out simultaneously, each targeting one of the 4 fairies. The 2 fairies were caught off guard and struck on the spot. One had both legs severed, blood gushing out, the other was cut in the chest, literally torn to pieces. The other 2 fairies were lucky. They were positioned further back and managed to block the attack with timely spells. Bard, Bucky, Bagman's already red eyes became even redder as if they were about to bleed. Pity. Professor Flitwick muttered to himself, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. This was his signature move from his youth, which made him invincible in dueling tournaments back then. But now that I'm older, I clearly feel physically exhausted after using this move. Bagman realized how terrifying this small wizard before him was. They underestimated their opponent, thinking that they could easily dominate them just because they outnumbered them. "Be careful, he's a master," he reminded his companion, pointing his wand at the table beside him. The table flew towards Professor Flitwick with a whooshing sound. Professor Flitwick calmly responded with a flick of his wand. The flying table instantly transformed into a bull, crashing heavily to the ground before charging towards Bagman. "Damn it!" Bagman quickly dodged. Spells from both sides began to fly everywhere, and lights of various colors intertwined in the small house, creating an extremely intense scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, Grip tapped the wall a few times and a secret passage quietly appeared. "Charlie, hurry!" Grip grabbed Charlie's arm urgently. In his view, Charlie was just a first-year wizard, and staying here would only be a hindrance. It would be better for him to escape. However, Charlie remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. "Stop looking, you can't help him. Your current spells are only good for scratching an itch." Grip was so anxious he was scratching his head. At this moment, Bagman's remaining men were completely focused on dealing with Professor Flitwick, and no one noticed Charlie in the corner. In their eyes, a junior wizard and a goblin blacksmith without a wand posed no threat whatsoever. Charlie's lips curled into a slight smile. The opportunity has arrived. He quietly raised his wand and aimed it at the nearest fairy. He collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. A beam of red light shot out and the fairy, caught completely off guard, collapsed and lost consciousness. Bagman heard the noise, turned around, and was instantly enraged. Damn brat. But Charlie had already set his sights on his next target. He collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. He collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Two more beams of red light appeared and the two demons fell to the ground. That kid. The remaining fairies then realized they had been underestimated, but it was too late. Charlie's attacks came down like a barrage of bullets. He collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. He collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. He collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. The continuous incantations made the air tremble and Charlie's wand hardly stopped, transforming into a magical turret. Grip, standing to the side, was dumbfounded. Were first-year wizards really this overachievable these days? He instantly took down 3 adult fairies, so he was actually the weakest one there. The remaining 3 fairies reacted quickly and summoned a light shield to block Charlie's spell. Red spells rained down on the light shield, creating ripples. However, the 3 fairies continuously channeled their magic to maintain the light shield, and the spells could not break it. Damn brat. One of the fairies, enraged, pointed his wand at Charlie and unleashed a beam of green light. Charlie was prepared. He immediately crouched down and waved his wand. The surrounding tables, chairs, and benches instantly transformed into thick shields, completely surrounding Charlie and blocking the incoming spells. Seeing this, Charlie still felt uneasy and shouted from within the shield formation, "Armor provides protection." A halo surrounded Charlie, providing both physical and magical protection. Do you even know what saturation defense is? If he hadn't been pressed for time, he would have liked to put the troll vest back on. Bang, bang, bang. The spell struck the shield with a dull thud, sparks flying, but it still couldn't break through. Damn it, this kid's got some skills. Bagman gritted his teeth, the curse continuing to bombard Charlie. That's why Charlie didn't take action at the beginning. Although his spells were no less powerful than those of an adult wizard, he lacked combat experience and only knew a few powerful spells. They engage the enemy head-on, use one move, and then nothing more. Therefore, he can only serve as a surprise weapon, striking when Professor Flitwick draws attention away from the enemy, catching them off guard. Wizards need to use their brains when they fight. All they do is wave their wands, shouting Avada, Avada. What's the difference between them and a troll? At this moment, the tide of the game turned. Professor Flitwick took down 2 goblins and Charlie ambushed and eliminated 3 goblins. Bagman's team has only 3 players left. Seeing that things were going badly, Bagman slowly retreated, shielding his remaining henchmen in front of him. "You two, hold off that brat, I'll deal with this old man." Upon receiving the order, the 2 fairies immediately rushed towards Charlie. Charlie felt a pang of anxiety, but he wasn't panicked, because the reliable Professor Flitwick was still outside. Just then, Professor Flitwick seized the opportunity and once again used his amazing clone technique. Phantom Transition. 4 Flitwick professors appeared simultaneously, their wands pointing at 2 goblins rushing towards Charlie. Torn apart, a flash of silver light, and the 2 fairies were instantly knocked to the ground, their fate unknown. Bagman, on the other hand, turned and ran outside the moment Flitwick made his move. He summoned a stone that flew towards Professor Flitwick, then apparated away. Professor Flitwick, concerned for Charlie's safety, did not give chase. He strode over to Charlie's shield formation, looked him up and down, and was momentarily at a loss for what to do. "Charlie, are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, Professor." Charlie peeked out from behind the shield formation and only stepped out after seeing that the dust had settled outside. This kind of real, hard-fought battle is much more exciting than fighting giants. That giant was just a stupid target. Apart from its thick skin, it had no other distinguishing features. Fighting these intelligent beings is extremely risky. Charlie made up his mind to work harder to farm Tyrant Points and draw more powerful spells. "It's good that you're all right, thank you so much, Charlie." Professor Flitwick climbed up the pile of shields and patted Charlie on the shoulder with satisfaction. "Professor, please don't say that. If you hadn't been drawing fire, my sneak attack wouldn't have succeeded." "I still don't know enough spells." Grip was dumbfounded. Does anyone say that? A first-year wizard instantly killed 3 adult fairies and he still thinks he's not overpowered enough. What else is there to say? If a fight breaks out, just declare you the winner. Wizards are terrifying. "I need to go into seclusion. Charlie, you did a fantastic job today." Professor Flitwick looked on with admiration. "If we were at school, I would definitely give you 100 points. No need for extra points, Professor." Charlie stared longingly at Flitwick. "I want to learn your clone technique." "Haha, that's not a clone technique," Professor Flitwick explained with a laugh. "That's phantom teleportation, but it's cast 3 times in quick succession within a very short period, combined with a magical attack. It looks like a clone, but it's just a visual illusion caused by the high speed. This move requires extremely strong magic control and combat experience. You can't learn it yet. Charlie screamed inwardly, "System, I want to draw this." "Didn't you say you'd block me? Then don't worry about it." After the battle, the hut was a mess. Apart from the 3 goblins that Charlie knocked out, the 4 goblins that Professor Flitwick struck were all dead beyond dead. Charlie looked at the corpse on the ground, feeling somewhat uneasy. Although he had a good mental fortitude, this was, after all, the first time he had ever seen a real dead person. Professor, they all dead. Professor Flitwick's expression was calm, completely unlike his usual gentle demeanor in class. Despite Professor Flitwick's amiable demeanor, he is ruthless when it comes to taking action. After all, they had experienced the turbulent times of the magical world in the past. Hermione said that in those days, no one dared to go out alone if they hadn't killed a dark wizard. Professor Flitwick waved his wand, and the bloodstains on the ground vanished instantly. Charlie gained a new understanding of the dean. It seems the professors at Hogwarts are no pushovers. Grip trembled in the corner, his face ashen as he looked at the corpses filling the room. "It's over, Bagman escaped, he'll definitely get his revenge on me." Grip held his head. "I have to move, the farther the better." Professor Flitwick walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll handle it for you. Bagman and his gang attacked wizards. The Ministry of Magic won't let them get away with it." With that, Professor Flitwick waved his wand and bound the 3 unconscious goblins. "Let's go back to Hogwarts first, then I'll take these guys to the Ministry of Magic." Charlie put on the troll vest and returned to Hogwarts. The sky was getting dark. The corridors were empty. Most students had already gone home for Christmas. Professor Flitwick, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and turned to Charlie with a smirk. "Charlie, could you please not tell anyone about what happened today?" Charlie looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Especially don't tell Professor McGonagall," Professor Flitwick whispered. "Otherwise, if she finds out, I'll be in big trouble." Charlie understood perfectly. He knew he couldn't betray his teacher. "Don't worry, Professor, I won't tell anyone." Just then, a completely emotionless voice came from the side. "What can't I hear about?" The 2 were startled and turned around to see Professor McGonagall standing at the corner of the corridor, looking at them expressionlessly. "Professor McGonagall," Professor Flitwick stammered. "What are you doing here?" "I'm inspecting the castle." Professor McGonagall walked over, her gaze sweeping over the 2 of them. "But what are you all doing out so late?" Charlie glanced at Professor Flitwick and noticed that the dean was sweating profusely. 10 minutes later, Charlie watched as Professor Flitwick was being lectured like a grandson by Professor McGonagall, then slipped away. Even the champion of duels is afraid of lionesses. Charlie dragged his suitcase onto the Hogwarts Express. There were many students in the carriage, but some chose to stay at school for the holiday. Harry and Ron stayed behind too. Charlie found an empty carriage and lay down comfortably. "Finally, I can go back to see Grandma White," he murmured to himself. "She must miss me terribly." "Who are you?" Grandma White asked coldly. Charlie was stunned. "I'm Charlie." "Who's Charlie?" Charlie froze on the spot. "Does Grandma White have Alzheimer's?" Charlie's eyes instantly welled up with tears. "It's okay, Grandma. Even if you don't remember me, I'll stay with you." Grandma White. The next second, a fist smashed into Charlie's head. "You little brat, what did you say when you left?" "Send me a letter." "Where's the letter?" "You haven't sent a single letter back. Should I even know you?" Charlie touched his head. It didn't actually hurt. Grandma hadn't used any force at all. Hee, sorry, Grandma, I was busy and forgot." Grandma White shook her head helplessly. She actually missed Charlie very much too. Charlie must be having a tough time studying all alone so far away. "Ernie, I wonder if anyone is bullying him." "Malfoy, Charlie is such an obedient child." "Professors." Thinking of this, Grandma White's eyes softened and she beckoned Charlie into the orphanage. "Come on in, it's so cold outside." Charlie chuckled and hugged Grandma White's arm. "Grandma, I miss you so much." "Come on, if you really missed me, why didn't you even send a letter?" Grandma White complained, but the smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. "Grandma, I was wrong. I promise I'll mail my letters on time next semester," Charlie swore, raising his hand. The sound of children's laughter drifted from the orphanage, and Charlie found it particularly comforting. This feeling is completely different from that at Hogwarts. Hogwarts also has friends and it feels like home, but the former is like an old house, while the latter is more like a family that one has built through hard work. "Brother Charlie." Several children rushed out and circled around Charlie. Charlie was overwhelmed by the crowd, so he squatted down and chatted with the children. Of course, he didn't mention a word about magic. Grandma White watched from the side, her eyes full of love. This child is still the same as before. That evening, Grandma White, Charlie, and the younger children from the orphanage had Christmas dinner together. Although it was far less lavish than the dinner party at Hogwarts, it had a warm and welcoming atmosphere. simple roast chicken, mashed potatoes, vegetable soup, and Grandma White's homemade apple pie. Grandma, your cooking is still amazing. Charlie ate the apple pie with gusto. Eat more if you like it. Grandma White served him a big bowl of soup. You're so skinny, does that school not feed you? Charlie almost spat out his soup. Skinny. He's 11 years old, 7 meters tall, and has a well-proportioned figure. At Hogwarts, everyone would call him a handsome and charming young man. Sure enough, there's a kind of malnutrition called Grandma thinks you're too thin. After dinner, Charlie and Grandma White sat in front of the fireplace and chatted. Charlie, how's school? Grandma White asked with concern. It's fine, Grandma, Charlie said earnestly. I've made some great friends and my teachers take good care of me. That's good. Grandma White breathed a sigh of relief. I'm just worried you'll suffer alone out there. How could that be? My teachers and classmates are all very kind to me. The two chatted until very late, until Grandma White was so sleepy that her eyelids were drooping, before they each went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Storm began to get busy. Its job is to deliver all the Christmas presents that Charlie prepared. First, Professor Snape's. Charlie prepared a 13-in-1 shampoo for him because his hair was always greasy and he looked unclean. This shampoo can be used as shampoo, conditioner, body wash, toothpaste, mouthwash, deodorant, peanut butter, sports drink, milk, aluminum foil, tennis shoes, dental floss, and eye drops. It has 13 effects in total, making it perfect for a reclusive old man like Professor Snape. Next up is Professor McGonagall. Charlie prepared a large portion of catnip for her. He'd heard that Professor McGonagall had a cat, and this was a cat's favorite. He hoped Professor McGonagall's cat wouldn't get too addicted. Then came Professor Flitwick. Charlie prepared a small stool for him so he wouldn't have to stand on his books during class. Professor Sprout's gift was a new pair of dragon skin gloves. Her old one was worn out. She almost got bitten by mandrakes in the greenhouse last time. As for Professor Dumbledore, whom Charlie rarely saw, he didn't prepare a gift for him. A principal of that stature must have many people with him at Christmas. Surely he wouldn't lack gifts. Harry and Ron were easy to deal with. A complete set of Charlie's special edition study notes. Charlie worked tirelessly for several days, writing down his insights on spells and transfiguration, and then gave them to them. They must have been incredibly touched. And then there are the Weasley twins. Charlie bought each of them a book on pranks which they must really enjoy. Hopefully, they can come up with even greater pranks for Hogwarts. In the eyes of his classmates and teachers, His Majesty is no different from a demon, Tyrant Points +10. How could a cold, impersonal system understand the bond between us? He also bought lots of magical candies for the younger children at the orphanage. Popping candy, chocolate frog, Birdie Bots, every flavor beans. Of course, he told the children that these were imported candies. I bought a thick wool scarf for Grandma White. The light blue color suits Grandma White's skin tone perfectly. After finishing all that, Charlie was almost out of money. But he didn't feel sorry for him at all. Your Majesty's extravagance has been detected. Tyrant Points +5. Do you really have to come out now and spoil the mood? Charlie was speechless. After finishing delivering the gifts, Charlie was finally able to look at the presents he had received. There was a large pile of gift boxes on the bedside table of various shapes and sizes which looked quite abundant. Charlie nodded, quite satisfied with his popularity. He picked up the first gift casually. The label bore Professor Flitwick's name. Upon opening the package, I found a book titled Detailed Explanation of Advanced Spells and a note. If you want to learn apparition, then work hard. Next came Professor McGonagall's gift, a copy of the latest issue of Transfiguration Today, essentially the latest academic paper in the field of transfiguration. These two books are clearly expensive. They can't be found in regular bookstores. They represent cutting-edge knowledge in their respective fields. The two professors' expectations for Charlie were palpable, but unfortunately, Charlie wouldn't be able to use either of the books. Compared to self-study, winning a prize is clearly faster and more direct. Furthermore, you can't earn Tyrant Points while studying. Without Tyrant Points, you can't participate in the lottery, and if you can't participate in the lottery, your spell progress will be slow. Slow spell progress is equivalent to not studying at all. Therefore, learning equals not learning. It's all the system's fault. Charlie really wanted to read those two books carefully. Professor Sprout gave him a nicely packaged box of cookies. Charlie opened it and tasted it. It was pretty good. He searched for a long time but couldn't find Professor Snape's gift. That old bat, not even a hint of thanks. I was completely disappointed with my 13-in-1 shampoo. That's too much. Next time I'm in solitary confinement, I'll mix up all the materials in your bag. Charlie grumbled and continued unwrapping the gifts. Harry and Ron sent a big bag of chocolate frogs together. The Weasley twins delivered a box of prank candy. Ernie gave me a set of Hufflepuff badges and tie clips, the very formal kind. Justin sent her a whole copy of Victoria's Secret. Charlie glanced outside the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Grandma White hadn't come. Charlie hiding the book under his pillow is immoral. He'll definitely get a good scolding from him tonight. The final gift was for Hermione. The box wasn't big, but it was very exquisite. Upon opening it, I found a silver alarm clock inside. What do you mean? Charlie raised an eyebrow. They said I was late for class. When have I ever been late? You always arrive right on time. Although he complained, Charlie felt warm inside. These gifts may not be useful to Charlie, but they represent his friend's care for him and show that he has truly integrated into Hogwarts and into this world. After unwrapping all the gifts, Charlie lay contentedly on his bed. It's about time for the lucky draw. He glanced at the system panel. His Tyrant Points had accumulated to 1,200. System, give me 120 draws. Charlie watched nervously as the golden wheel spun in his mind. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have obtained. Levitation spell proficiency plus 10. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have obtained. Ironclad spell proficiency plus 15. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have obtained. Free talent points. Charlie was a little disappointed after drawing spells he had already drawn several times in a row, focusing on spell proficiency. The only advantage is the free talent points, but right now Charlie's transfiguration and spellcasting talents are both at the maximum level of 10 points. Save these free talent points for later when you need them in a particular subject. Scattered into pieces, phantom teleportation, scattered into pieces. He frantically recited Professor Flitwick's little combo moves in his mind. Charlie's chances of winning the lottery are dwindling, but he hasn't won the spell Charlie wants or even a new one, just when Charlie was about to give up. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have obtained. Proficiency in using the stick in front teeth skill plus 25. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on obtaining. Divine Edge without a trace. Charlie sat up instantly. Divine Sharpness without a shadow. What kind of spell is that? The Shadowless Sword is a dark magic technique invented by Professor Snape, far more powerful than the cleave. Wounds sustained from being hit cannot heal unless countered by a corresponding anti-spell. Snape can even invent spells. His wounds haven't healed yet and he's so cunning, just like Snape. Charlie jumped out of bed excitedly. I have to try it out. He left the room and went to the backyard of the orphanage. The backyard was quiet, with only the faint chirping of insects coming from afar. Charlie found a rock about the size of a football and placed it in the center of the yard. The divine strike is without a shadow. He whispered the incantation and gently waved his wand. An invisible blade flew out, instantly slicing through the stone. Click. The stone was neatly divided in two, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. Charlie's eyes lit up. If you knew this move when fighting fairies, you could easily ambush them and kill them all. Finally, I drew a powerful offensive spell. But this is dark magic. Quirrell said dark magic can affect a person's mind, right? Quirrell may seem unreliable, but he is, after all, a professor of defense against the dark arts. You shouldn't have made any mistakes with this basic knowledge, right? Your Majesty, rest assured, the magic produced by the system does not have such side effects and will absolutely not corrupt Your Majesty's mind. Charlie was now completely relieved and opened the system panel to check the results of the lottery. Your Majesty, Charlie White, age 11 years old, magic talent rating, max level 10, transfiguration 10, charms 10, potion mastery 6, defense against the dark arts 7, herbalism 4, astronomy 4. History of magic 5, Tyrant Points 0, free talent points 1, mastered magic, polymorph level 3 0, 1000, blazing inferno level 3 800, 1000, stun level 3 761,000, expel Hermes level 3 0, 1000, armor level 3 381,000. Most of their spells have reached level 3, which is the level of proficiency in silent casting. Even the transfiguration spell has reached level 3. Level 3 transfiguration can not only be cast silently, but can also turn objects into living beings. In Charlie's view, this was the most sinister aspect of the wizard. Imagine this. When you want to assassinate a target, all you need to do is conjure a fly and poison their food, and you can kill them without them even realizing it. I've heard that Voldemort once tried to wipe out Muggles and killed many people using dark magic. Charlie thought it was incredibly stupid. If he were in charge, he could conjure up thousands upon thousands of mosquitoes, each carrying a deadly virus, and London would fall in a week. That's why they say being a wizard requires brains. Without brains, you're not even cut out to be a Dark Lord. Time always flies when you're at home. It feels like the holiday just started yesterday, but today is the first day of school. Charlie took his ticket, said goodbye to Grandma White, and went to King's Cross Station. On the Hogwarts Express, each carriage was relatively empty. Compared to the crowds during the school term, there weren't as many people going home for the Christmas holidays. In one of the train carriages, Hermione's expression was conflicted. She clutched a crumpled piece of parchment in her hand, densely covered with excerpts from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the complete book of magical creatures and ancient fantastic beast studies. Cerberus, music, sleeping. She circled those three words heavily in red ink several times on the parchment. Hermione bit her lower lip, her brows furrowing into a knot. She consulted numerous books on magical creatures during Christmas and discovered Fluffy's weakness. But now she doesn't know whether she should tell Charlie and the others. She didn't want Charlie and his friends to break the rules and go on an expedition. The last nighttime outing was dangerous enough. If I get caught, I might really be expelled. At this moment, Charlie dragged his luggage onto the train, passing through each carriage to see who was inside. He wanted to find a carriage where he knew someone or where there was no one. Upon seeing Hermione, he pushed open the carriage door and went inside. He glanced around the carriage and seeing Hermione's conflicted expression raised an eyebrow. "Are you constipated?" Hermione's face flushed red and she nearly dropped the parchment. "No." She hurriedly stuffed the parchment into her pocket, her voice shrill. "And now I understand why Professor Snape was always targeting you." Charlie sat casually opposite Hermione. "That's because he's a pervert. It has nothing to do with me. I'm a decent person. By the way, do you like my Christmas present?" Hermione's anger subsided, and she was getting used to Charlie's unreliable behavior. Those notes were a great help to her, especially the transfiguration section, which Charlie wrote in more detail than the textbook. The key points of casting each spell, the angle at which the wand should be swung, and even common reasons for mistakes are clearly marked. "You must have put a lot of thought into it, right?" Charlie nodded seriously. "Yes, it's a gift I prepared especially for you. I'm glad you like it." Detected His Majesty is spouting nonsense with a straight face, fooling a young girl. Tyrant Points +2. Charlie ignored the system. Herman was deeply moved but also felt somewhat guilty. Charlie put so much thought into his gift while I only gave him an alarm clock. Although she thought Charlie really needed an alarm clock, otherwise he would always be late for class. But in terms of value, the alarm clock is clearly not on par with Charlie's notes. This made her feel like she was being petty. Hermione made a decision in her mind, took a deep breath and said, "Didn't you always want to go see what's down there, Luwei?" Charlie's attention was instantly drawn and he leaned forward. "Do you know how to deal with Lou Williams?" I flipped through a few books about fantastic beasts during the holidays. As she spoke, she pulled out one thick book after another from her luggage. "This is from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. This is..." Seeing Hermione's familiar and detailed descriptions, Charlie felt a chill run down his spine. She had read so many books in one summer vacation. She's practically a superhero. "I found out that Cerberus falls asleep when it hears music." "Music? Any kind of music is fine. The book says it's soothing music like a lullaby. Although the Cerberus looks fierce, it is actually very easy to hypnotize." Charlie nodded. This was a wonderful surprise. Although he already knew that the Philosopher's Stone was below and he wasn't interested in it, breaking Dumbledore's rules would definitely earn him a lot of Tyrant Points. He slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacup on it to jump. "Hermione, you're amazing." Hermione suppressed the corners of her mouth that were turning up and tilted her head slightly. "I knew you guys couldn't handle this. Consider this my Christmas present." She paused. "But Charlie, I don't want you to take any risks. Professor Dumbledore himself set the rule that we are not allowed to go there." Charlie wasn't listening at all. He was already planning his nighttime stroll in his head. He looked at Hermione, his eyes sparkling. "Are you going or not?" "I'm not going." Hermione refused without even thinking. Charlie narrowed his eyes, looking Hermione up and down with a look full of doubt. "Really not going?" He pointed to the parchment in Hermione's hand. "You've already done the research. How can you not go?" Hermione felt inexplicably annoyed when she saw Charlie's suspicious look. "No way. If I go, I'll jump off Hogwarts Observatory." Charlie's gaze grew even stranger, as if he were watching an old general on a stage covered with chess pieces. The train slowly pulled into Hogwarts Station. Charlie and Hermione got off and went back to their dormitories to change into their school uniforms. Charlie had just changed his clothes when he heard the bells ringing from the auditorium. Just in time for the dinner. He strode towards the auditorium. Today is the last day of the Christmas holiday, so the dinner was quite lavish. The long table was laden with all sorts of delicious food: roast turkey, honey-glazed ham, cream of mushroom soup, pudding, and a variety of pastries. Charlie went over and sat down next to Ernie. "Charlie, it's been a long time." Ernie excitedly pulled Charlie along. "How was your holiday?" "Not bad. I spent time with my family." Charlie picked up a grilled sausage. "And you?" I went to Germany to visit my aunt, but I found her house very boring, Ernie said, pulling a stack of parchment from his pocket. Thank you for the Christmas present, Charlie. Your notes were very helpful. Here, your holiday homework. Charlie took the homework and put it aside. Ernie and Hermione did all of Charlie's holiday homework. Hermione had already given him her part on the train. At the long table for teachers, each professor was seated. Classes would begin tomorrow, marking the end of their holidays. The four deans chatted casually while eating. Oh, did you know that a first grader gave me a Christmas present this year? Professor Flitwick showed off to the other professors. What a coincidence, I received one too. Could it be Charlie? Professor McGonagall smiled knowingly. He gave me a huge packet of catnip, and my cat used it all vacation. In fact, she also smoked during the vacation, but of course, she can't mention that. Professor Flitwick wiped his glasses, moved. This child is so thoughtful. They know it's inconvenient for me to stand on my books during class. I received it too. Professor Sprout was the happiest. Her students were so well behaved, it naturally made her proud. The three professors started laughing as they talked. This is very unusual, Professor McGonagall remarked. First grade wizards are usually afraid of us, and very few would think of giving their teachers gifts. Dumbledore listened to the three's conversation, his blue eyes behind his glasses seemingly lost in thought. The last student who was liked by all the professors was Tom Riddle. He turned to look in Charlie's direction. The dark-haired boy was chatting and laughing with his classmates, looking sunny and cheerful. Back then, Dumbledore also sat at the teacher's table, listening to his colleagues praise Tom and watching Tom being adored by his classmates. Oh, this damn sense of déjà vu. However, Dumbledore wouldn't hold a grudge against Charlie because of this. People are different. He could see the evil in Tom's heart back then, and now he can see the innocence in Charlie's heart. Well, it's a bit strangely innocent, but he's not bad. This isn't some kind of magic that can read minds. It's simply the ability of a centenarian to judge people. Professor Flitwick then turned to Snape. Severus, did you receive Charlie's gift? The air fell silent instantly. Snape cut his steak expressionlessly, his dark eyes sweeping coldly over the plate. No, the sound was eerily calm. Professor Flitwick realized he had said the wrong thing, awkwardly shut his mouth, and pretended to concentrate on the food on his plate. Snape glanced coldly in Charlie's direction. Charlie was just looking up to drink his soup when he keenly sensed that someone was watching him. He turned his head and met Snape's dark eyes. Charlie immediately broke into a bright smile and waved at Snape. Snape's face darkened further. Strange, Charlie muttered to himself. Professor Snape's hair is still greasy. Why doesn't he use my 13-in-1 shampoo? Don't you like it? Dumbledore watched all this and chuckled to himself. It seemed not all professors liked Charlie. After filling his stomach, Charlie put down his fork and looked at the long table in Gryffindor. The Weasley twins were chatting animatedly with their classmates. Charlie got up and walked towards them. The twins had been taking him on nighttime walks for so long, and now that he knew how to deal with Louis, he naturally wanted to bring the twins along. Fred, George. Charlie walked to the Gryffindor table and lowered his voice. Interested in something big tonight? Fred's eyes lit up. How big? Go to the secret room on the 4th floor. George's eyes widened. Do you know how to deal with that three-headed dog? That's right. The twins exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Just then Harry came over, his eyes full of excitement. Charlie, Hermione told me you're going to the secret room on the 4th floor. Charlie raised an eyebrow. You want to participate too? Of course. Harry nodded without hesitation. There's definitely someone in the school who has designs on that thing. You know what it is. I want to see if that thing has been properly protected. Ron heard everything clearly from the side. Although he felt a little uneasy, he gritted his teeth and went along with it when he saw his friend and brother joining in. Count me in. Of course. Charlie clapped his hands. Meet in the 4th floor corridor at 11 p.m. tonight. After the banquet, the students returned to their dormitories. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron spread out their workbooks and began frantically working on their assignments. They had so much fun during the holiday that they completely forgot about their homework, so they wanted to catch up before their night out. Damn it, I haven't written a single word for my potions class paper. Ron clutched his hair, his face filled with despair. Harry wasn't much better off. A table was covered with parchment, densely packed with unfinished assignments. Hermione sat beside them, and although she didn't want them to copy her homework, she patiently explained the key points to them. The key to transfiguration is to concentrate and imagine the process of the object changing. As she spoke, she made marks on the parchment. Harry looked at her gratefully. Hermione, you're truly our savior. Just then, Hermione noticed the notebook on Harry's desk. The cover of that notebook looked familiar to her. It was exactly the same as the one Charlie gave her. Hermione frowned, reached for the notebook, and opened it. The contents, handwriting, and even the page layout were exactly the same as hers. Harry, how did you get this? Harry was startled and explained. This is a Christmas present from Charlie. Christmas presents? Yes, Harry nodded matter-of-factly. Great notes, but to be honest, there are some parts I don't quite understand. Ron also looked up and pulled an identical notebook out of his bag. I have one too, Charlie said. It was a specially made study notebook. Hermione's eyes widened. One for each person? That damn liar. Soon it was 11 o'clock and everyone in the common room went back to their rooms to rest. Harry closed his notebook and stretched. Finally finished writing, Ron put down his quill and shook his aching wrist. I swear I won't procrastinate on my homework next holiday. That's like talking to a brick wall. Just as the two were about to sneak out, Hermione suddenly stood up from behind the sofa, etc. Harry and Ron were startled and looked at her in confusion. I'll go with you, Hermione said. Harry's eyes widened. What? Ron's mouth dropped open. Hermione, she volunteered to come with us for a nighttime stroll. Is she possessed by a mischievous ghost? Harry muttered to himself. Hermione's face flushed slightly as she explained somewhat awkwardly. I'm afraid you'll get caught and have points deducted from your college grades. Gryffindor has already lost a lot of points because of you guys. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, both sensing that Hermione was acting strangely today. But since she made the request, they had no reason to refuse. Harry took out his invisibility cloak, which Dumbledore had given him for Christmas. Harry often used this cloak for nighttime outings during his holidays. Ron was used to it, but Hermione was seeing it for the first time. Although she looked surprised, she didn't say anything. The three quietly left the common room and walked down the corridor, cloaks draped over their shoulders. When they reached the 4th floor, Charlie and the Weasley twins were already waiting there. Harry lifted his cloak and appeared before Charlie and the others. Harry, what's this? Charlie was extremely surprised when a head suddenly appeared in front of him, and it was just a head. Who wouldn't be surprised? The invisibility cloak, a keepsake left to me by my father, Harry explained. Charlie looked at the cloak with some envy. As expected of a pureblood family, they have so many good things. If we were to confiscate the property of all those pureblood families, imagine how many treasures we'd find. Harry, unaware of Charlie's dangerous intentions, removed his cloak and put it away. Charlie then noticed Hermione and Ron following behind Harry. What bothered him even more was the resentful look in Hermione's eyes. What's wrong with her? Charlie asked Harry in a low voice. Harry shook his head. I don't know, I just saw the laptop you gave me looking like this. Charlie immediately understood. This means she realized she'd been scammed. He walked up to Hermione with a reluctant expression. Hermione thought he was coming to apologize, so she turned her head away from him, pretending to be aloof. Charlie said with a heavy heart, when are you going to jump off the observatory? Hermione then remembered what she had said on the train. Her face flushed instantly and she turned around to glare at Charlie. Charlie White, doesn't your conscience hurt? Charlie laughed, I don't have that kind of thing. SHH, don't attract Filch's attention. Charlie quickly covered Hermione's mouth. Let's take care of the important business first. Hermione, knowing the priorities, said no more. Charlie turned to face the familiar door and took a deep breath. Are you ready, everyone? The Weasley twins exchanged a glance. Fred grinned and pulled out a delicate little harp. Everything is ready, sir. Harry gripped his wand nervously. Hopefully this won't be as dangerous as last time. I think we should reconsider. Ron swallowed hard. Shut up, Ron. Hermione glared at him. Although she was also nervous, she couldn't back down now that she was here. Charlie pushed open the door and a familiar, fishy stench hit him. Inside the room, Louis was pressed against the trapdoor and all three heads were alertly turned towards the doorway. Upon seeing so many uninvited guests, it immediately stood up and let out a threatening growl. Roar. The three dog heads simultaneously opened their gaping maws, revealing sharp teeth. Saliva dripped onto the floor, making a chilling sound. Ron's face turned deathly pale instantly. I don't think it's very welcoming to us. Although I had seen Louis before, the three-headed dog's ferocious appearance was still quite frightening. Oh, little Ronnie thinks Cerberus should be hospitable, Fred joked. We're waiting for it to lay out a red carpet for us. Ron's face turned red. Damn, Fred, I really want to sew his mouth shut. Charlie remained calm. He had already dealt with Lou Williams several times. Don't be nervous, it's actually quite docile. Charlie took a few steps closer to Louis. Right, big guy. Louis's three heads were all staring at Charlie, but he didn't pounce. It was merely putting on a fierce appearance, trying to scare away the intruders. See, Charlie said, turning to the others. It won't actually attack the students, it's just doing its job. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. So what should we do now? Charlie winked at the Weasley twins. It's your turn. George picked up his harp, cleared his throat, and said, ready to enjoy our concert. Fred grinned wickedly and said, I guarantee you'll never forget this. Are you sure this will work? Harry asked, somewhat worried. Books don't lie, Harry, Hermione said confidently from the side. Soon the harp emitted a strange sound. It was neither a beautiful melody nor a soothing lullaby, instead, a funeral march. Even worse, the twins started singing along. "Oh, Tilda, our dear Louis Tilda," Fred sang in an extremely exaggeratedly sorrowful tone. "Please sleep quietly, Tilda," George continued singing, his voice even more off-key. It was a complete disaster. The others quickly covered their ears. "Is this what you call music? I feel like I'm going to throw up. Who could possibly fall asleep with that?" Huff, huff. Lou Williams went straight to sleep. "No way," Charlie's eyes widened. "How can it sleep through this noise?" Huff, huff. His only response was Lou Williams's snoring. "Done." The twins proudly raised their heads. "I have deep sympathy for this dog's taste in music." Harry shook his head. Charlie walked to the trapdoor and pulled the heavy door open with force. Below was complete darkness. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Fluorescent light. Charlie raised his wand and the tip of the wand emitted a bright light. The light illuminated the area below and everyone gasped. Countless black tentacles wriggled beneath. Those tentacles are disgusting." Charlie felt nauseous. The tentacles reminded him of some ominous scenarios and images. Ron gagged. "What the hell is this?" Harry frowned. Hermione peeked out and took a closer look, then suddenly realized, "This is a devil's web." "I studied herbalism. A magical plant that can entangle anyone who falls," Hermione explained quickly, "but it fears fire and light." Charlie nodded. "That makes things simple." He raised his wand and shouted, "Fire." A massive fireball shot from the tip of the staff, exploded in midair and turned into a rain of fire. The moment the flames touched the devil's web, the black tentacles writhed wildly, emitting piercing screams. Soon the entire devil's web was burned to ashes. Eugodimer Leviosa. Charlie waved his wand again, his body slowly levitating and gently descending below. After landing, he called out to those above, "Safe, you can come down now." The others landed in the same way, one after another. When it was Harry and Ron's turn, the two underachievers were stumped. They had no problem using spells, but they had never tried to precisely control themselves to float. Seeing this, Charlie had no choice but to wave his wand so that the two of them could land safely. This is a long, narrow stone chamber with luminous crystals embedded in the walls, providing dim lighting. There is a passage ahead that leads deeper into the area. "There must be other mechanisms as well," Harry said warily. "Let's be careful." Charlie led the way towards the passage. Just after everyone left, a figure suddenly appeared in Lu Wei's room. Dumbledore emerged from the shadows, looking helplessly at the open trapdoor. "None of my family members understand. A centenarian still has to work overtime and stay up all night. Young man." He shook his head, his blue eyes behind his glasses flashing with a complex light. He had originally planned to have Harry come back at the end of the term to test his choices when facing Voldemort. But now Charlie has led them to steal a house. "It's all for the best," Dumbledore murmured to himself. "Without a spirit of exploration, how can one be considered a qualified wizard?" As the principal, he was actually very happy to see his students explore the unknown, even though this slightly disrupted his plans. Dumbledore glanced at the sleeping Fulv, then followed him downstairs. The six continued forward, and at the end of the passage appeared a heavy wooden door, carved with intricate magical runes. Charlie was about to push the door open when he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from above. Puff, puff, puff. When everyone looked up, they saw countless tiny black dots flitting about near the ceiling. "What's that? A bird?" Harry squinted, observing closely. Hermione shook her head. "No, those are keys, winged keys." Sure enough, upon closer inspection, those flying little things were all kinds of keys, each with a pair of delicate wings. "The door is locked tight." Fred tried to push the door, but it wouldn't budge. George pulled out his wand. "Open Alaho." The door remained unresponsive. The unlocking spell didn't work. George frowned. Hermione pointed to the cluster of keys in the sky. "Looks like we'll have to find the right one among those keys." "There are so many, how are we supposed to find them?" Harry noticed several flying brooms in the corner of the room. "There's a broom over there, we can fly up and grab the keys." "Wait." Charlie raised his wand. "Why make it so complicated?" He raised his wand and clearly recited the incantation. "All curses have ended." An invisible wave of magic emanated from the tip of the staff. In an instant, all the flying keys lost their magical support and fell from the sky, clattering and scattering all over the ground. The room fell silent. Harry's eyes widened. "What kind of spell is this?" Hermione was so shocked she couldn't speak. She had read so many books and had never seen such magic before. The Weasley twins exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with disbelief. "All curses have ended." Fred's voice trembled slightly. "Isn't this an advanced spell that you only learn in 7th grade?" George swallowed hard, although they knew Charlie had killed a giant. But it was only then that they realized Charlie's abilities were in no way inferior to those of 6th or 7th graders. He's only in first grade. When they were in first grade, they were still correcting their pronunciation, lest they mispronounce something and summon a bison to run them over. Charlie calmly walked to the pile of keys and quickly found the key that matched the lock. This is it. Charlie opened the door and entered the room, but some doubts remained in his mind. These mechanisms are ridiculously simplistic. Can they really protect the Philosopher's Stone? The next puzzle puzzled Charlie even more. A giant wizard's chessboard. Under Ron's guidance, the group quickly overcame the obstacle. Ron, who had played a crucial role, was beaming with excitement, and Fred and George also praised him, which was unusual for them. The next obstacle is even easier. On the table are several bottles of potions and a puzzle. The answer to the puzzle is the correct potion. Drinking the correct potion will allow you to pass through the flames and enter the next room. Hermione solved the puzzle in less than a minute, and the six of them shared the potion and drank it before passing through the flames. Charlie thought these mechanisms were far too simple. Now that it's known someone is eyeing the Philosopher's Stone, what would you do as its holder? A. Keep the magic stone on your person and keep it close at hand. B. Hide the magic stone where no one can find it. C. Give up resistance and give it to the other party directly. D. Destroy the Philosopher's Stone, then nobody will have it. Haha, the correct answer is to place the magic stone in a place where it can be seen at a glance, then tell everyone not to go there and set up a few mechanisms that even a child can solve. No, you're just kidding. Charlie stopped in his tracks, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. These challenges are too much of a coincidence. The flying key Harry is the seeker in Quidditch, and finding things in midair is his specialty. Wizard chess Ron has been playing wizard chess since he was a child, and his chess skills are among the best in the entire school. The potion puzzle, for a genius like Hermione, solving a logic problem is a piece of cake. Charlie's expression was strange. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. This isn't some kind of mechanism to protect the Philosopher's Stone, it's clearly a test tailor-made for Harry. Could this have been a deliberate scheme by Dumbledore? He muttered to himself, then suddenly a more serious problem occurred to him. I led my men and cleared all the checkpoints. Will Dumbledore come after me for this? Oh no, is it too late for me to grab a bucket and run away tonight? The group stepped into the last room. In the center of the room stood a huge mirror, its frame ornate and its surface gleaming with a faint silver light. Harry recognized him immediately. The mirror of Eris. Hermione looked at him with a puzzled expression. Harry explained. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. Ron and I came across this mirror at school during the Christmas holidays. It shows what you most desire in your heart. The Weasley twins immediately turned their gazes to Ron, their eyes filled with hostility. With such a good thing our dear brother didn't tell us, Fred squinted. That's really not fair, George chimed in. Ron shrank back, his face slightly flushed. Don't just talk about me, you guys didn't tell me when you had good stuff either. Oh, this is so heartbreaking, little Ronnie. Don't call me that. As the Weasley brothers played around, they all went to the mirror. Is it really that amazing? Fred was the first to approach the mirror and his eyes instantly lit up. Oh my God, I saw myself find the Philosopher's Stone, and I used it to turn everything into gold, opening the world's largest prank shop. George pushed him away in annoyance. You didn't dream about me, let me see. The scene George saw was much the same as Fred's, except the shop was bigger and business was booming. Hermione stood in front of the mirror and saw herself with perfect scores in all her subjects, leading Gryffindor to victory in the House Cup, becoming student leader and creating a new Philosopher's Stone. Harry saw his parents again. James and Lily were smiling and waving at him. Ron, on the other hand, saw himself as the captain of the Quidditch World Cup champions, holding the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, with George and Fred licking his feet. Oh, this is so delightful. Hermione then realized what was happening and frowned, asking, wait a minute, wasn't it said that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden down there? The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Yes, where is the Philosopher's Stone? Could it have been stolen? Or is there no magic stone at all? While everyone was puzzled, Dumbledore, who was hiding nearby, watched this scene with amusement. He sometimes admired his own brilliant ideas. The Philosopher's Stone was hidden in the Mirror of Eris, and a spell was cast upon it, so that only those who truly desire the Philosopher's Stone but do not wish to use it can obtain it. These young wizards all dream of doing something with the Philosopher's Stone, opening a shop, making money, and fulfilling their dreams. This is normal, though. The Philosopher's Stone can turn lead into gold and also be used to make elixirs of immortality. It is only natural to want to possess endless wealth and eternal life. Even Harry at this point might not be able to resist the temptation. Only when Harry, facing Voldemort, thought of protecting the Philosopher's Stone rather than using it, was he able to retrieve it from the mirror. Dumbledore looked on with satisfaction at the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces. Slight changes to the plan are not a big deal as long as the final result meets his expectations. But the next moment, Charlie stood in front of the mirror. Charlie in the mirror held the Philosopher's Stone and slowly put it into his pocket. Charlie, looking out of the mirror, felt a weight in his pocket. He reached in and touched it. There lay a smooth, jade-like stone inside. Dumbledore was stunned. For the first time, he felt that things were beyond his expectations. "What's going on? My magic stopped working. Let's go back," to Charlie standing in front of the magic mirror. He desperately wanted to find the magic stone, but reason told him that he was no match for such a treasure. He understood the principle that possessing a treasure can be a crime. To put it simply, the recent troll incident shows that someone is eyeing the Philosopher's Stone. Charlie just wanted to find the Philosopher's Stone, see if he could farm some Tyrant Points, and then hand it over to Dumbledore. This way, you can get system rewards without getting into trouble. As a result, while looking in the mirror, she coincidentally achieved the condition of wanting the magic stone but not wanting to use it. The Philosopher's Stone appeared in his pocket just like that. Charlie felt the weight in the pocket, and his heart started racing. He reached out and touched it. The smooth, jade-like texture confirmed that this was not an illusion, but he didn't understand the underlying principles. On the surface, Charlie remained calm and composed. It wasn't that he wanted to keep it all to himself, but rather that the more people knew, the more dangerous it would be. With Ron and Harry both big mouths around, the whole school will know about this tomorrow. "Your Majesty has been detected stealing the legendary treasure, the magic stone." Tyrant Points plus 100. The system notification sounded in his mind, and Charlie suppressed his overwhelming joy. 100 Tyrant Points. This is the largest sum of money he has earned so far. In the corner of the room, Dumbledore, who was hidden, frowned. "What should we do? For a novice wizard, obtaining such a treasure is a very dangerous thing." It wasn't just the dangers from the outside world, but also the temptation of his own greed. If Charlie becomes obsessed with greed, given his talent, it's hard to say whether he might become the next Dark Lord. However, the Philosopher's Stone was already in Charlie's hands, and the fuse of the bomb called greed had been lit. At this point, Dumbledore could only observe the boy more closely. "Strange, where's the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry looked at the mirror with a puzzled expression. "Could it be that there's no Philosopher's Stone at all?" Ron scratched his head. Hermione carefully examined every inch of the mirror, trying to find some kind of mechanism. Impossible. Those protective measures aren't just for show. The group searched the room thoroughly, checking every single stone tile on the floor, but still couldn't find any trace of the magic stone. "Looks like we made a wasted trip." Fred shrugged. "At least the process was exciting," George comforted him. Charlie listened silently, but in his mind he was already planning his next move. The magic stone is in hand, now the most important thing is a safe retreat. "Since we haven't found anything, let's hurry back," Charlie suggested. "Any later and I won't be able to get up for class tomorrow." Hermione glanced at Charlie in surprise. It sounded so out of place coming from him. The group exchanged glances and decided to return the way they came. When they returned to Louis's room, the three-headed dog was still fast asleep, snoring loudly. The twins also have their own plans. "We need to go to the kitchen and see if we can make some midnight snacks." Fred winked. "Want to come along?" George invited. Charlie shook his head. With the Philosopher's Stone on his mind, all he wanted to do now was go back to his dorm and study this legendary treasure properly. "Never mind, I'm a little tired, I'll go back and rest." Harry, Ron, and Hermione, knowing they had classes the next day, decided to go back to their dorms. "Then let's split up." Fred waved his hand. "See you tomorrow." The crowd dispersed. Harry and his two companions cautiously made their way out of the fourth floor. The corridor was quiet, with only the faint echo of their footsteps on the stone slabs. Harry walked ahead, and the three of them discussed the events of the evening in hushed tones. "Is there really no magic stone?" "Impossible." Hagrid's reaction at the time proved that the Philosopher's Stone was definitely there. "We just haven't found the final mechanism to open it." Hermione lowered her head in thought. Just then, familiar footsteps sounded from ahead. Knock, 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 heavy and rhythmic. "Filch," Hermione gasped. Harry remained calm. He had encountered similar situations many times during the summer holidays, so he offered words of comfort. "Don't worry, Filch won't be able to find us. We have invisibility cloaks." But the next second, his face turned deathly pale. "Where is my cloak?" He frantically searched his body but found nothing. "Broken? I forgot to take the cloak. It was left in the secret room." Filch's footsteps grew closer. Harry turned pale, and the three of them panicked instantly. With nowhere to hide in the corridor, Filch spotted the three and excitedly ran over. "It's all over, it's all over, it's all over." Ron's lips turned white. That old B D looks like a vampire. Hermione closed her eyes, her mind racing to search for any possible spells. But she didn't dare lay a hand on an adult wizard. She thought Filch was a wizard. Who's there? Filch's hoarse voice rang out. The three were caught red-handed. Filch approached, lantern in hand, his murky eyes gleaming menacingly in the dim light. Mrs. Loris followed behind him, her tail held high. Three little brats. Filch grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth, still not sleeping in the middle of the night, sneaking around in the hallway. Harry opened his mouth as if to explain something, but Filch didn't give him a chance. Come with me, we're going to find your dean. In Professor McGonagall's office, the fireplace was burning brightly. She was wearing a plaid bathrobe, her hair pulled back with a hairnet, clearly having been urgently woken up. Explain, Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall's voice was icy cold, her eyes practically spitting fire. Why were the three of you in the fourth-floor corridor at midnight? Harry lowered his head, avoiding Professor McGonagall's eyes. We just wanted to. What are you thinking about? Professor McGonagall's tone suddenly rose. Want to go on an adventure? Want to explore areas that are explicitly forbidden? I thought you valued Gryffindor's honor very much. Hermione finally couldn't hold back anymore, and tears welled up in her eyes. She had never been reprimanded like that by a teacher, let alone by her most respected Professor McGonagall. I'm sorry, Professor. Her voice trembled. Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall interrupted her. I'm very disappointed in you. As an excellent student, you should be setting a good example, not leading the way in breaking school rules. This statement struck a nerve with Hermione. She bit her lower lip, tears welling up in her eyes. Gryffindor, deduct 90 points. Professor McGonagall exhaled heavily, 30 points each. The three of them turned deathly pale instantly. This means Gryffindor is virtually out of the running for the College Cup. Also, you three can expect to be put in solitary confinement. When they returned to the Gryffindor common room, almost everyone was already asleep. The three of them silently climbed the stairs without saying a word. Hermione sobbed as she crawled into her dorm room, the sound of the door closing sounding particularly muffled. Harry and Ron returned to their rooms, their hearts heavy as if weighed down by a boulder. Charlie did not return to his dormitory at this time. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, moonlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Charlie found a secluded spot and took out the warm red stone, magic stone. The legendary treasure lay quietly in his palm. The blood-red stone was about the size of an egg and felt warm to the touch. Charlie took a deep breath. He was excited and thrilled, but not greedy. For someone with a system, the Philosopher's Stone was merely icing on the cake. For Charlie, the most useful function of the Philosopher's Stone was to turn stones into gold, thus enriching his little treasury. Charlie picked up a few ordinary stones from the ground, held the magic stone close to one of them, and mentally activated the magic power contained within it. The stone changed instantly. The grayish-black surface began to gleam with gold, and the texture became heavy. A few seconds later, a piece of pure gold appeared in Charlie's hand. It really works. Charlie's heart raced as he continued to touch the other stones with the magic stone. Soon, a small pile of gold nuggets accumulated on the ground, glittering in the moonlight. The golden light was dazzling. Charlie squatted down beside the pile of gold and reached out to touch it. The cool touch told him that it was all real. He had never seen so much gold before, now it was all his. Obviously, so much gold is too much to carry away, and it would be too conspicuous. Charlie looked around and found a sturdy oak tree as a marker. He dug a hole near the roots and buried the gold nuggets in it. After covering the soil, Charlie made several marks nearby to ensure he could find the location accurately next time. I need to find a way to carry it with me, Charlie thought. The magical world must have something similar to a storage ring, right? In the shadows of the trees not far away, Dumbledore remained hidden, quietly observing everything. It's normal for an 11-year-old to be excited when faced with a huge amount of wealth. Dumbledore didn't mind Charlie producing gold, but he was worried that this wealth might corrupt Charlie's mind. So far, things seem fine. Charlie's behavior did not show any signs of madness or paranoia. It's at least much better than Tom Riddle back then. For the next few days, whenever Charlie wasn't in class, he would turn stones into gold in the Forbidden Forest, practically plundering all the stones in that area. Dumbledore, atop the castle tower, observed the movements deep within the Forbidden Forest through the crystal ball. The little wizard's diligence was both amusing and exasperating, but his diligence was misguided in a ridiculously skewed direction. Every morning, Charlie would appear punctually under the marked oak tree. Every evening, he returned home laden with his catch. The Philosopher's Stone, which originally had a blood-red, jewel-like luster, has now dimmed considerably. Dumbledore shook his head, wondering how much gold this kid would ever be satisfied with. Perhaps we should stop him. If we let him continue like this, he might never be able to stop. The old headmaster stroked his long, silvery white beard, a complex light flickering in his blue eyes. Just as Dumbledore was about to lose his composure, Charlie took the initiative to come to the 8th floor of the castle that day. The stone steps echoed softly underfoot. Charlie stopped in front of the principal's office and looked at the gargoyle stone beast at the entrance. The ugly stone beast remained motionless, its eyes tightly closed. Charlie knocked on the door tentatively. Knock, knock, knock. The stone beast opened its eyes and jumped aside. The stone wall behind them slowly parted, revealing a spiral staircase leading upwards. Charlie followed him upstairs. A faint magical aura permeated the circular room. The table was covered with all sorts of strange and unusual silverware, which were buzzing and emitting white smoke. The walls were covered with portraits, some were dozing, while others were curiously observing the uninvited guest. Behind the table, the tattered sorting hat sat crookedly on the shelf. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, holding a document in his hand. When Charlie came in, he put down the parchment and gave a gentle smile. "Mr. White, please have a seat." Dumbledore waved his wand and a chair slid automatically in front of Charlie. "Would you like some dessert?" Before Charlie could answer, a plate of exquisite candies appeared on the table. The colorful gummies emitted an enticing aroma. Charlie sat down in the chair, mentally planning his opening remarks. "Professor, there's something I'd like to tell you." "Oh." Dumbledore seemed to know nothing, looking at him with great interest. What could possibly require our gifted student to make this trip in person? Charlie took the warm, red stone from inside his robe and carefully placed it on the table. The Philosopher's Stone shimmered faintly in the candlelight, noticeably dimmer than it had been a few days earlier. Dumbledore felt sorry for the Philosopher's Stone. After being exploited for so many days, even the strongest bull couldn't withstand such exploitation. It was completely empty. "I'm so sorry, Flamel. I didn't take good care of your Philosopher's Stone. That little blondie stole it. I found this at school." Charlie's expression was incredibly sincere. "Whose is it?" As he spoke, he casually picked up a lemon candy and popped it into his mouth. The cloying sweetness exploded in his mouth, making him frown. "This candy is so sweet it hurts your teeth. You feel like throwing up, but you don't want to embarrass Professor Dumbledore." He quietly pushed the plate of candy away. Dumbledore looked at the Philosopher's Stone on the table, his blue eyes behind his glasses gleaming with amusement. "Was it really found?" His tone was relaxed, but Charlie keenly sensed the deeper meaning behind it. Charlie felt a chill run down his spine. The headmaster knew, as expected, that the Philosopher's Stone had been taken. But why hasn't he responded? More importantly, what if all the gold I've painstakingly accumulated is taken back? Wouldn't that make me look like a clown? Charlie remained outwardly calm and continued chewing on the dreaded lemon candy. "Of course I found it." He blinked, looking completely innocent. "It was in the 4th floor corridor. I don't know who dropped it. But I know that if I find something, I should return it to the owner, so I came to the principal for help." Dumbledore looked at him with a smile, feeling quite pleased. The fact that this little guy voluntarily handed over the magic stone shows that he wasn't blinded by greed. Although he spent almost half the Ministry of Magic on gold these past few days. "Thank you, Charlie. This is mine." Dumbledore reached out his hand, wanting to put the Philosopher's Stone away. Charlie suddenly pulled the stone back, his movement swift. Dumbledore's hand froze in midair. "What's wrong?" Charlie looked at him strangely, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Professor, I found something so important to you, and I came all this way to return it." He paused, a hint of mischief in his voice. "You're such a high-ranking principal, you wouldn't just leave without saying anything, would you?" His eyes seemed to say, "If you don't give me a reward, you're just a stingy old man." Dumbledore was taken aback. "Who says this brat isn't greedy?" Mammon, the god of greed, must have had his image tattooed on his back. Dumbledore began to regret observing Charlie. Wouldn't it have been better to take the magic stone back from the beginning? He's clearly trying to extort money from me, and I have to pretend I know nothing about it. A hint of helplessness flashed in the old principal's blue eyes. The words of thanks have already been expressed. To change them now would seem petty. "So, Mr. White, what reward would you like?" Charlie chuckled. "Professor, is there any way to carry a large amount of space with you?" Dumbledore understood. Charlie indeed intended to take the gold with him. "Yes," Dumbledore nodded. "The seamless stretch charm can expand enclosed spaces, giving an ordinary box a vast area." Charlie's eyes lit up, but he quickly calmed down. There's no such thing as a free lunch. A cunning old fox like Dumbledore must have conditions. "However, if you want my help, you need to agree to one condition." Just as I expected, Charlie didn't agree immediately but instead asked a question. "Professor, please state your conditions first." Dumbledore crossed his arms on the table, his expression turning serious. "If you are safe and capable, I hope you will help Harry when necessary." Charlie paused for a moment. This condition was unexpected. He had assumed Dumbledore would demand that he study hard or restrict his use of the gold conjured from the Philosopher's Stone. The result is to help Harry. Charlie smiled. Harry is my friend and I'm happy to help my friends. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. It's illegal to cast a sealless extension charm on an object without authorization, so I need to register and get approved by the Ministry of Magic first. It will take a few days. I understand. Charlie indicated that there was no problem. Anyway, the gold is buried there. It's not going to disappear. Moreover, since Dumbledore has promised he won't go back on his word. Seeing that the matter was settled, Charlie got up to take his leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. Professor, your candy is way too sweet. Eating so much sugar isn't good for your health. Dumbledore paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Don't deprive an old person of their last pleasure. Charlie shrugged and left. The stone steps echoed softly under his feet, and Charlie was in a good mood. The magic stone was handed over, but the benefits were also received. The box made with the seamless stretch charm will make storing gold much more convenient in the future. In his office, Dumbledore watched Charlie's departing figure, a thoughtful smile on his face. He agreed to Charlie's request partly because he genuinely hoped Charlie could help Harry in a crucial moment. Charlie's abilities far surpass those of his peers and are even comparable to those of graduates. With such a friend by his side, Harry would feel much safer when facing danger. On the other hand, it also shows that he has high hopes for Charlie. Although this kid likes to take advantage of others, is lazy, doesn't like to study, has a sharp tongue, and loves to play pranks. But the fact that he voluntarily returned the Philosopher's Stone is enough to prove his inner strength. Faced with legendary treasures, boundless wealth, and eternal life, how strong must one's heart be to voluntarily hand them over instead of hoarding them for oneself? It's important to know that throughout history, countless adult wizards have succumbed to the allure of the Philosopher's Stone. Charlie was just an 11-year-old boy, a funny little guy. Dumbledore picked up the Philosopher's Stone from the table and felt its dim magic. Several days of continuous use left this legendary gem completely worn out. However, it should recover after a period of rest, so it's not a big problem. Charlie left Dumbledore's office and walked briskly toward the Great Hall. Pushing open the heavy oak doors of the auditorium, a fragrant aroma wafted out. The rich aroma of roast beef mixed with the wheat fragrance of fresh bread instantly whetted Charlie's appetite. He went straight to the Hufflepuff table and sat down next to Ernie. Ernie and Justin were having a heated discussion, their faces flushed. Our next Quidditch match is against Gryffindor. Ernie poked at the mashed potatoes in his plate with his fork, his voice filled with obvious worry. Their new seeker, Harry, flies so fast and well. Are we really going to be their match? Charlie listened intently as he put food onto the plate. Justin swallowed a mouthful of pumpkin juice and shook his head. Don't be so lacking in confidence, we have Cedric. Cedric Diggory, sitting opposite them, smiled gently. His golden hair shimmered in the candlelight and his gray eyes radiated confidence. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Cedric's voice was calm and firm. On the first day of school, he took the initiative to greet Charlie. Although the two did not talk much, Charlie had a good impression of this gentle and polite senior. Justin then said mysteriously, Harry is indeed very skilled, but he's definitely no match for Cedric right now. Why do you say that? They were caught by Professor McGonagall while they were out at night and they lost 90 points immediately. 90 points? Ernie's eyes widened. Yes. Even the Gryffindors don't like them anymore. Harry definitely won't perform well in the match. Charlie chewed on his roast beef, a little puzzled. Harry has an invisibility cloak. How did he get caught? This kid's really bad. Just as they were talking about Harry, Harry's voice came from the Gryffindor table next door. Navy, are you all right? Charlie turned his head and saw Harry bending down to help Neville Longbottom up from the ground. Poor Neville was pale and his legs were stiff. He was clearly under a leg-locking curse. Not far away, Draco Malfoy stood with Crabbe and Goyle, his platinum blonde hair standing out in the candlelight. He wore a smug, cold smile, the wand still clutched in his hand. Malfoy. Harry shouted angrily, "Why did you cast a curse on Neville?" Malfoy shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. Just wanted to test the effectiveness of my newly learned leg-locking spell. Longbottom is a perfect target, isn't he? Hermione strode over, knelt down to check Neville's condition and then raised her wand. Stop it instantly with a curse. Neville regained feeling in his legs, but his face turned even redder. Malfoy, you've gone too far. Harry clenched his fists, his green eyes behind his glasses burning with rage. Too much? Malfoy scoffed. Porter, you're always surrounded by these stupid guys. Tell me, what's it like being around a bunch of losers? The surrounding Slytherin students chuckled. Crabbe and Goyle laughed so hard they were doubled over. Neville kept his head down, his hands clenched into fists. His friends were standing up for him, but there was nothing he could do. This feeling of powerlessness made his chest feel tight. Charlie put down his knife and fork and shook his head helplessly. He disapproved of bullies, but if Neville was always being bullied and never fought back, then there was no need for him to stand up for him. A person must learn to fight for themselves. Hermione pulled Neville away. "Let's go find Professor McGonagall and ask her to uphold justice." "I don't want to cause any more trouble," Neville said, his voice trembling. The Gryffindors around him sat down silently. "You can never help someone who has given up on themselves. Be brave, Neville." Ron encouraged him, but to little avail. Upon seeing this, Malfoy burst into laughter. "I must say, Longbottom, compared to the other reckless Gryffindors, you are indeed the cautious one, cautious to the point of being cowardly." Neville clenched his fists. Once again, he had caused his friend to suffer humiliation along with him. He was indeed slow-witted. He was almost mistaken for a squib with no magical talent when he was young, so he lacked confidence from a young age. This lack of self-confidence manifested in his handling of magic, making it even harder for him to learn anything well. He didn't mind being humiliated himself. He was used to it anyway, but he didn't want his friends to be mocked by Malfoy because of him. Neville remembered what Charlie had once told him: "The tougher you are, the less people will dare to mess with you." At that moment, all the mockery was concentrated in his heart. Neville clenched his fists tighter and tighter, and his face grew redder and redder. Malfoy continued his taunts. "Longbottom, you'd better contact your grandmother and get out of school." Before he could finish speaking, Neville suddenly erupted. He roared and charged at Malfoy. He slammed his right fist into Malfoy's left eye socket. Malfoy screamed and collapsed to the ground, rolling around on the floor, clutching his eyes. The entire auditorium fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. Was this still the same cowardly and timid Neville Longbottom? "Navy, well done." A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table. Simo Finnegan jumped up and shouted, while Dean Thomas clapped his hands vigorously. "In Gryffindor, if you are bullied and don't fight back, they will look down on you. But if you actively resist, regardless of the outcome, they will genuinely agree with you." Malfoy. The Slytherin students erupted in uproar when they saw their leader being taken advantage of. Pansy Parkinson screamed and rushed over, and the other Slytherin students also pulled out their wands. "Help Neville beat Slytherin." Not to be outdone, everyone from Gryffindor stood up. Curses began to fly everywhere. "If your legs stop and you freeze, you'll die instantly." Tarantella dance. His front teeth are as big as a stick. Multicolored incantations swirled in the auditorium, and tables and chairs were knocked over and knocked askew. The students' shouts and the explosions of spells mingled together. Charlie watched with great interest. Such a scene was quite rare. His Majesty instigated the study companions to start a war. His despicable behavior is outrageous, and he deserves plus 10 points for being a tyrant. Charlie was taken aback. "It's me again. Are you trying to pin the blame on me?" He ignored the idiotic system and prepared to continue watching the battle. Suddenly, a red light grazed past his ear. Dancing spell. Charlie turned his head sharply and saw Ernie beside him, writhing uncontrollably with his legs and flailing his arms wildly in the air. No, I don't want to dance, help." Ernie's face turned bright red and his voice was trembling with tears. Charlie's face instantly darkened. "You dare hit the little brother who helped me with my homework. What did they do to you?" He slowly put down his knife and fork and pulled his wand from his robe. The dark shaft of the staff gleamed coldly in the candlelight. "All curses have ended." An invisible wave of magic emanated from the tip of the staff, instantly enveloping the entire auditorium. All the flying spells vanished simultaneously. Ernie stopped her comical dance, and the other students who had been cursed returned to normal. The entire auditorium fell into a deathly silence. Everyone turned to look at Charlie, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Charlie slowly stood up, raised his wand, and pointed it at the ceiling. His voice rang out loudly in the silent auditorium. "The tree realm has descended." The power of magic erupted instantly. The tables and chairs in the auditorium began to tremble violently, and their wooden surfaces gleamed green. Then they began to grow, twist, and deform. Thick vines sprouted from the table legs and climbed wildly upwards. The chair's armrests transformed into supple branches, swaying freely in the air. In the blink of an eye, the entire auditorium was transformed into a sea of vines. The students who were just fighting were instantly entangled in the vines and unable to move. Malfoy was hanging upside down in midair, blood still dripping from his nose. Pansy was bound together with vines like a rice dumpling, with only her head sticking out. Even Harry, Ron, and Hermione were gently enveloped by the vines. Although they weren't harmed, they were unable to move. Charlie put away his wand, sat down again, and continued cutting his beef. Be quiet while eating. The students who were not entangled by the vines were shocked by this scene. Ernie's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Charlie, I've never seen this move before. This is a wide-ranging transformation. Justin's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Transfiguration. He had never been a fan of transfiguration, feeling that spells were more direct. What's the point of spending all your time learning to turn sticks into needles? Professor McGonagall always emphasized the importance of basic deformations, but he felt that those things were too impractical. And you're telling me this amazing trick is some kind of transformation technique? The upperclassmen from Gryffindor and Slytherin were not involved in the fight and were stunned to see what was happening. Victor Mars, a 7th-year Gryffindor student, marveled at the sight. This kind of large-scale transformation. I wouldn't be surprised if an adult wizard cast this, his companion chimed in. But Charlie's only in 1st grade. Can a 1st grader really do this much? How long exactly has he been studying magic? Coming from an ordinary wizarding family, he shouldn't have received any formal magical education before the age of 11. Could he be a pureblood? Come on, you're a pureblood too. Do you even think you can use that move right now? Whispers spread among the older students. Percy, as a prefect, felt a chill run down his spine. He initially tried to persuade everyone to stop, but the students from both colleges completely ignored him. He was almost hit when the curses were flying everywhere. With the auditorium in such a mess, how can he possibly continue as the prefect? Percy's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Malfoy, hanging upside down in the air by vines, was deathly pale, and blood was still dripping from his nose. He struggled to twist his body, trying to break free, but the vines tightened their grip. Let me go. Malfoy's voice sounded strange because he was hanging upside down. Charlie, I didn't do anything to you. Why are you hitting me? Charlie ignored him and focused on the food on his plate. Hermione, on the other hand, was observing the structure of the vines. Charlie was able to simultaneously perform complex transformations on dozens of items and precisely control the strength of each vine. Just how powerful is his magic? Ron struggled a few times. These vines are awesome. Neville looked at Charlie with adoration, his fist still stained with Malfoy's nosebleed. At that moment, he felt his blood rushing to his head and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. This was a feeling of excitement he had never experienced before, all because of Charlie's words. The tougher you are, the less likely others will dare to bully you. At that moment, the auditorium doors were pushed open. Professor McGonagall was stunned when she came in, then she closed the door and opened it again. Finding that the scene was exactly the same as before, I completely gave up hope. The students of Gryffindor and Slytherin were entangled in all sorts of strange vines. At the Hufflepuff table, everyone was gathered around Charlie. The situation is clear. Charlie, are you going to tear the school down? Professor McGonagall emitted a sharp, explosive sound. In the vice principal's office. The main participants in this incident were all standing in front of the table. After hearing the whole story, Professor McGonagall's anger gradually subsided. She slammed the quill pen down on the table, splashing a few drops of ink. Gryffindor loses 100 points. Slytherin, deduct 100 points. Her voice was icy cold. Harry and Malfoy stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape enough to fit a golden snitch. 100 points, Professor Snape will kill me, Malfoy thought on the verge of tears. 100 points, we've only lost 90 points, Harry said listlessly. Professor McGonagall turned to Charlie, her expression complex. Couldn't you have been a little gentler in stopping them from fighting? Charlie lowered his head. I'm sorry, Professor, I acted too impulsively. His attitude was so sincere that it was impossible to find fault with him. Professor McGonagall's anger subsided somewhat. It's best not to reason with teachers, the elderly, or women, it's pointless. But Professor McGonagall embodies all three. Therefore, Charlie promptly apologized and admitted his mistake, showing a good attitude. This is why Charlie often gets into trouble, but the professors all have a good impression of him. Oh, except for Snape, who thought Charlie was a pure demon. Given the mess the auditorium is in, the professors have to eat dinner in their offices, but since your intentions were good, we won't deduct points. You'll be placed in solitary confinement for a month. Confinement didn't bother Charlie, he was used to it. He would cough if he wasn't locked up for a few days a week. Next time you encounter this situation, go to the professor first. Her tone softened. However, your shapeshifting skills are truly impressive. Professor McGonagall was secretly amazed. That kind of precise control over a wide range was something she herself could barely achieve in 5th grade. If the auditorium hadn't been such a mess, she would have given Charlie 100 points. I understand, Professor. Charlie nodded obediently. You can go now. Charlie turned and left. The door closed gently behind me. The Gryffindor and Slytherin students are left in despair, facing the lioness's wrath. Professor McGonagall stared at the closed door and couldn't help but shake her head. Fortunately, Charlie wasn't a Gryffindor student. Otherwise, those few college points wouldn't be enough to cover the deductions he made. Deep in the forbidden forest, withered branches and fallen leaves covered the ground. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The night breeze carried the damp, earthy smell, and occasionally the distant hooting of an owl could be heard. Snape stood under a thick oak tree. The black robe swayed slightly in the night breeze. His face was hidden in the shadows, only his deep black eyes gleamed coldly in the moonlight. "Come out." His voice was deep. A rustling sound came from behind the shadows of the trees. Quirrell walked out slowly, his purple headscarf standing out conspicuously in the night. He was rubbing his hands together in front of him, clearly very nervous. "Severus." Quirrell's voice trembled habitually. "You've arrived." Snape stepped forward. The moonlight illuminated his sallow face and his prominent hooked nose. "Has the Cerberus problem been solved?" His tone was so cold it sent chills down your spine. Quirrell shrank back. Not yet. That beast is too ferocious. I'm trying my best to think of a way." "A fool so stupid he could be a troll," Snape interrupted him. "Since you've decided to serve that lord, you should do your best. If you can't even handle this small difficulty, are you even worthy of being a Death Eater?" Quirrell's body trembled. Snape was a long-time subordinate of the Dark Lord, so how could a newcomer like myself dare to argue with him? He forced a fawning smile. "I will do my best, Severus. That would be best." Snape snorted and turned to leave. "Wait." Quirrell suddenly called out to him. "My master said you need to cooperate with my plan." Snape stopped in his tracks. "I know what I'm doing." He uttered those words, flicked his black robe, and disappeared into the night. Quirrell stood alone, his purple headscarf shivering in the night wind. He raised his trembling hand and gently touched the back of his head where a piercing pain throbbed. "Master, Snape, he—" "Quiet, quiet." A chilling voice echoed from the depths of his mind. "Snape's loyalty is beyond question, but his arrogance will take time to correct." Quirrell nodded quickly. "Yes, Master, focus on your task. The Philosopher's Stone must be obtained." "I understand, Master." Snape's face darkened as he left the forbidden forest. The night wind tousled his black hair, but it couldn't hide the complex emotions in his eyes. At the very beginning of the semester, Quirrell approached him, saying that the Dark Lord needed his help. He had to demonstrate loyalty to Voldemort. This was a plan he and Dumbledore had discussed long ago. Therefore, he had to comply with the Dark Lord's demands and, on the surface, had to help Quirrell find the Philosopher's Stone. But at the same time, he also had to tell Dumbledore about the Dark Lord's possession of Quirrell. Make Dumbledore wary, the Dark Lord must not be allowed to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Fortunately, the Dark Lord is still very weak. She was so weak that she didn't even have the strength to show herself to him. Snape quickened his pace. The castle's outline was faintly visible in the night. His black robe fluttered in the night wind like a giant bat swooping across the night sky. The nights at Hogwarts Castle are exceptionally quiet. Slow footsteps echoed on the stone steps as Snape made his way to the 8th floor. His face was more somber than usual. The stone beasts in the principal's office have moved aside to clear the way. Snape walked straight up the spiral staircase and pushed open the office door without knocking. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, holding a thick, ancient book in his hand. When he saw Snape enter, he slowly raised his head, his blue eyes gleaming behind his glasses. "Severus." Dumbledore nodded gently. "You're coming to see me so late, it must be something important." Snape stood in front of the desk, placing his hands on it. "Quirrell has been possessed by the Dark Lord." Dumbledore blinked, his expression instantly turning to surprise. He put down the book in his hand and leaned forward. "What, are you sure?" Snape narrowed his eyes and said sarcastically. "Stop pretending, Dumbledore. You knew all along, didn't you?" Dumbledore froze, then coughed somewhat awkwardly. "Severus, you're still so perceptive." "Since you know, why don't you take care of him?" Snape gritted his teeth. "You've allowed someone possessed by the Dark Lord to return to a school as a teacher. Do you realize how dangerous that is for the students?" Dumbledore looked at Snape with a meaningful gaze. "Oh, it seems you're also very concerned about the students' safety." Snape's face instantly hardened. He took a step back and said coldly, "I was just worried that if students got hurt, it would affect the school. If there are problems at the school, it will affect me." Dumbledore's face showed an expression that said, "I know everything. No need to explain, no need to explain." A slight smile played on his lips. "I see." Snape's eyes narrowed even more, the headmaster's expression. "Why does he look so much like that jerk from Hufflepuff?" Dumbledore sat up straight, his expression turning serious again. "It's not that I don't want to deal with Voldemort, Severus. It's not that it can't be solved. I still don't understand why Voldemort is immortal," Dumbledore continued. "Although he is currently only in a soul state with a few methods, his physical body can be reconstructed. Snape frowned and paced a few steps around the office. The humming sound of the silverware was exceptionally clear in the silence. So you left the Philosopher's Stone at school. They even set up these childish challenges just to lure the mysterious person over. Dumbledore did not answer, but his silence spoke volumes. Snape sneered and continued to approach. Then how can you guarantee the magic stone won't fall into his hands with your few levels? He paused, a flash of understanding crossing his eyes. Oh wait, those checkpoints aren't for preventing the mysterious man, are they? Dumbledore remained silent, simply watching him quietly. Snape paced a few more steps in his office, his thoughts becoming increasingly clear. Those challenges were meant to test someone, weren't they? He turned around, his dark eyes fixed on Dumbledore. And this person is your means of guarding against the mysterious man, let me guess. His voice became even more sarcastic. It's Harry, right? Dumbledore nodded slowly. Snape was stunned. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end only let out a sarcastic laugh. Oh, you told me to protect him, and now you're sending him to his death. Sometimes I really don't understand you, Dumbledore. Dumbledore stood up, walked around the desk, and went to Snape. He looked directly into Snape's eyes, his voice becoming sincere and firm. I'm not sending him to his death, Severus. Harry'll be all right, I promise. Snape stared at Dumbledore for a long time. Finally, Snape gave a cold snort. I hope so. He turned and strode towards the door. Dumbledore sighed. Sometimes he really understood why the students were afraid of Severus. He was truly frightening when he was serious. Charlie's fame grew even more after he amicably mediated the conflict between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Now he's watched wherever he goes, and people whisper among themselves with their companions. The students in the hallway stopped and pointed at each other. When eating in the cafeteria, the students would always wait for Charlie to get his food first. After dinner that evening, Charlie returned to the common room. The warm fireplace crackled and orange-red flames danced on the stone walls. Several comfortable sofas were arranged around the fireplace, and the wool rug was soft and plush to the touch. Charlie casually found a sofa to sit on, intending to digest his dinner. Several pretty female senior students were whispering on the sofa next to Charlie, glancing at him every now and then. Their voices were very low, but Charlie could still make out a few words. His skin is so nice, it looks so soft and smooth. Only in first grade. Charlie pretended not to hear, closed his eyes, and leaned back on the sofa. At that moment, Jenny, one of the pretty senior students, stood up and walked towards Charlie. Charlie. Jenny's voice was soft with the distinctive quality of a fifth grader. She had chestnut-brown curly hair and beautiful light brown eyes. Charlie opened his eyes and looked at her. Senior Jenny, is there something you need? Jenny sat down next to Charlie, leaning slightly forward. How did you learn transfiguration so well? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Charlie sighed as if feeling lonely at the top. It's all about talent and hard work. Jenny's eyes lit up and she reached out to pinch Charlie's shoulder. Then can you teach me? Her fingers gently massaged Charlie's shoulders. I'll give you a massage. Charlie felt the relaxation in his shoulders and glanced at Jenny. It really felt so good. The day's fatigue slowly melted away under her fingers. Let's see how the senior does. Upon hearing this, Jenny massaged her shoulders even more vigorously. Her technique was clumsy, but the pressure was just right, making Charlie squint his eyes in comfort. At this moment, several other pretty female senior students also came over. I want to learn transfiguration too. Charlie, why don't you teach us too? Yes, we all want to learn. Several female students gathered around, chattering excitedly, and before Charlie could even speak, they started assigning tasks. Let me give you a head massage. A black-haired senior student sat down behind Charlie, her slender fingers beginning to gently massage his temples. I'm giving you a leg massage. Another female student squatted in front of the sofa and began massaging Charlie's calves. Then I'll feed him. The last senior student took a fruit platter from the table and fed Charlie fruit. Since you're all like Silverwing, what else is there to say? I'll just teach you, that's all. Charlie took this treatment for granted. 4 beautiful female senior students were busy attending to him, a scene that attracted a lot of attention throughout the common lounge. Seeing that their plan had succeeded, the female students began to whisper among themselves. It's really bouncy. It feels so good to squeeze. Ha, what a shallow woman. She's just lusting after my body, and she's even talking about learning transfiguration. Charlie listened to their whispers and felt quite pleased. After a long day of hard work, what's wrong with taking a break? Besides, if he were to have friendly interactions with so many girls, wouldn't the tyrant's popularity skyrocket? His Majesty enjoys the service of numerous beautiful women, Tyrant Points +2. Also, Your Majesty, don't expect to do things you can't do now. You're only 11 years old. Charlie, I'm suing you for defamation. What did Zio Chunin do to you? Just as Charlie was preparing to refute the system, Ernie rushed into the common room. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Charlie surrounded by 4 female students, and then he rushed over. "Charlie, Filch is looking for you outside. He says it's Professor McGonagall's solitary confinement." Charlie followed behind Filch, itching to punch him. Why does it have to be when you're feeling good? The female students were enjoying their massages when this old man barged in and ruined everything. Charlie stared at Filch's gleaming bald head, his fingers curling slightly. "Hurry up, stop dawdling." Filch turned and glared at Charlie, his eyes full of malice. Tonight's detention will be unforgettable. Charlie ignored him. Filch quickly led Charlie out of the castle and to the door of Hagrid's cottage. Charlie was wondering why he wanted to escape from solitary confinement when he saw that besides himself, there were Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They were also placed in solitary confinement by Professor McGonagall. "Charlie," Harry waved and greeted him, his voice tinged with obvious nervousness. Ron and Hermione nodded to Charlie in return. Filch shoved Charlie toward Hagrid, then turned to face the 4 students. His eyes gleamed with a cold light in the moonlight. "You all better behave." Filch's voice was sharp and piercing. "This is detention time, not the time for you to chat. These little rascals are yours, Hagrid. Remember, teach them a lesson, especially Charlie, he's causing chaos at school." Hagrid frowned. "Just give me the person." Hagrid's voice was deep and powerful. "This isn't the place for you to lecture people. The rest is none of your business." Filch's smile froze on his face. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but seeing Hagrid's black, beetle-like eyes, he ultimately said nothing. HMPH. Filch snorted coldly and turned to leave. His footsteps echoed on the stone path, gradually fading into the distance. After Filch left, Hagrid turned to face the 4 students. His expression turned serious. "Your confinement consists of patrolling the Forbidden Forest with me. We must drive the creatures of the Forbidden Forest away from Hogwarts." Ron's face turned deathly pale instantly. "The Forbidden Forest?" His voice trembled. "Isn't it very dangerous there?" Hagrid watched Ron's reaction with satisfaction. He deliberately lowered his voice to create a terrifying atmosphere. "Our mission tonight is very dangerous," Hagrid said slowly. "If you don't want to die, stick close to me." Even Harry and Hermione became nervous. Harry swallowed hard, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Hermione gripped her wand tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Hagrid nodded in satisfaction. Confinement must have a deterrent effect, otherwise how can students learn their lesson? But when he looked at Charlie, he froze. Charlie's eyes lit up and his face was filled with excitement. He rubbed his hands together, practically impatient. "This confinement is great. This confinement is necessary. Long live Professor McGonagall." Hagrid blinked. "Something's wrong, something's very wrong. Isn't this kid scared?" Hagrid shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. He turned and walked toward the Forbidden Forest, carrying an oil lamp in his hand. "Stay close to me." 4 students followed behind Hagrid. Hagrid took a few steps, looked back, and almost burst out laughing. Harry and Ron flanked Charlie, one on each side, their arms pressed tightly against his. Hermione followed behind, holding onto Charlie's clothes with one hand. In this terrifying Forbidden Forest, only Charlie could bring them a sense of security. "Heh heh heh." Hagrid chuckled deeply. "Looks like the confinement is working well." As the group ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest, the moonlight was blocked by the dense canopy of trees, and the surroundings grew increasingly dark. The withered branches and fallen leaves rustled underfoot. The cries of an unidentified animal echoed from afar, particularly eerie in the quiet night. Charlie couldn't stand the 3 of them being squeezed together. Their body heat made him feel stuffy. "Hey," Charlie said in a low voice to the 3 of them. "The Forbidden Forest isn't scary at all. I've been here before. Hagrid was just trying to scare you." Harry, Ron, and Hermione loosened their distance slightly, still somewhat doubtful. Just then, a crisp click came from behind. The 3 of them immediately surrounded Charlie again. "It's just a tree branch that got broken by some small animal," Charlie said helplessly. But the 3 men wouldn't listen and firmly protected Charlie inside. Charlie gave up all resistance. "Never mind, let's leave it at that." Hagrid led them deeper into the Forbidden Forest. The light from the oil lamp flickered in the darkness, casting eerie shadows. After they had walked a distance, a figure in black robes emerged from the shadows of the woods. It was Quirrell. The moonlight shone on his face, revealing a gloomy expression. The purple headscarf swayed gently in the night breeze. His hands were rubbing together in front of him, not out of nervousness but out of anger. He had an important task tonight. Because Voldemort was too weak, he forced him to hunt unicorns. Unicorn blood can prolong life and also revitalize Voldemort's soul. But now Hagrid and his group have appeared, disrupting all his plans. A murderous glint flashed in Quirrell's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. Killing everyone would attract Dumbledore's attention. Moreover, because he was possessed by Voldemort, his body became very weak, and he lacked the confidence to deal with both Hagrid and Charlie at the same time, especially Charlie. The strength that kid displayed made Quirrell wary. "We must be careful," Quirrell muttered to himself. "Cannot be detected." He disappeared back into the shadows, choosing a route opposite to Hagrid's and his companions. Charlie and the others did not find Quirrell. As a gamekeeper, Hagrid's daily task was to patrol the Forbidden Forest, and he almost never had any accidents. This lowered his guard to a minimum, leaving him completely unaware that danger had just been lurking nearby. The five continued deeper into the Forbidden Forest. The fallen leaves underfoot made a soft, rustling sound. Ron gripped Charlie's sleeve tightly, his other hand holding his wand. His palms were sweaty. "Hagrid, aren't we here to drive away the animals?" Ron asked in a low voice. "Why haven't I seen any animals?" "The animals had already run away by the time we got close." Hagrid glanced back at the four students. "So we can just walk around the route," Harry whispered. "In that case, solitary confinement isn't so scary after all." "Don't get too excited," Hermione whispered a reminder. "Nobody knows what might be in the Forbidden Forest." The group continued on their way and soon came to a stream. The stream shimmered silver in the moonlight, making a gentle, murmuring sound. Etc. Hermione suddenly stopped and pointed to the other side of the stream. "What is that?" Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing. A white figure appeared and disappeared among the shadows of the trees. Hagrid picked up the oil lamp, examined it carefully for a few moments, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Oh, you guys are so lucky." His voice was filled with excitement. "That's a unicorn." Hagrid waved at the white figure. "Nolan, it's me, Hagrid." Ron's eyes widened. "Does it even have a name?" "I named it that," Hagrid grinned. "Isn't it nice?" Hearing Hagrid's call, the white figure slowly emerged from the woods. The full form of the silver-white unicorn was revealed to everyone. The moonlight shone on its white fur, making it shimmer with a pearly luster. The spiral-shaped horn emitted a faint silver glow in the night. Its eyes were as clear as water, and its gait was so elegant that it seemed otherworldly. Hermione was stunned. She had never seen such a beautiful creature. Without thinking, she reached out her right hand, wanting to touch this legendary magical creature. Seeing Hermione's actions, Nolan did not back down. Instead, he walked towards her. It gently brought its head close to Hermione's palm. Hermione's fingers touched the unicorn's fur, and the soft touch made her gasp softly. "So soft." Hagrid nodded in satisfaction. "The unicorn is a symbol of purity. It only befriends those with pure hearts. It seems it really likes Hermione." Charlie looked at the unicorn with some surprise. This was the first time he had ever seen such a legendary creature. "It would be so cool to ride on it. Is that a bone protruding from the corner? I'm curious about what it's made of." Charlie reached out his hand, wanting to touch it. Nolan abruptly took a step back, looking at Charlie with disdain. That look clearly conveyed, "Stay away from me." "Charlie, what do you mean? Are you saying I'm not pure?" Hermione couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Hagrid burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the night sky. "Unicorns might be more inclined to befriend witches than male wizards." He patted Charlie on the shoulder. "Don't take it to heart, Charlie." Charlie pursed his lips, feeling a pang of jealousy. "What innocent unicorn, what a scoundrel. I have no idea what that horn is for." A few days later, Charlie would go with Hagrid to patrol the Forbidden Forest every night. According to Hagrid, Nolan is a newly grown unicorn whose parents are deeper in the Forbidden Forest, while Nolan often ventures to the outskirts. Every time Charlie got close, Nolan would run far away. "Damn, I don't really want to touch you either, and you're really pretentious." While having breakfast that day, the school's owl delivered a letter. Charlie opened the envelope. The ink was Dumbledore's familiar blue. "The box you requested is ready. The password for the office is honey durian water." Charlie's eyes lit up. "It's finally done." He hurriedly stuffed a few bites of bread into his mouth and rushed to the principal's office. The stone beasts on the 8th floor still stand guard there. "Honey durian water." Charlie reports the exit command. The stone beast with the dripping spout leaped away, and the spiral staircase slowly began to turn. Charlie hurried upstairs and pushed open the office door. Dumbledore was sitting behind the table, holding a small leather suitcase in his hand. Seeing Charlie enter, he stood up with a smile. "Charlie, you've come at the perfect time." Dumbledore approached him, holding a steaming cup of beverage. "Try it, honey durian juice, a new flavor I bought from Honey Duke." Charlie took the cup and brought it close to his nose to smell it. The rich aroma of durian wafts through the air, mixed with the sweet fragrance of honey. "This taste. Professor, your taste is truly unique." Charlie forced a polite smile, suppressing his discomfort. A hint of regret flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. "Young people are always conservative. When you get to my age, you'll find that many seemingly strange combinations are actually wonderful." He handed the suitcase to Charlie. This is the seamless stretch box you requested. I've made the interior space quite large just as you requested. Charlie took the box. It feels very light, making one wonder if it can really hold a lot of things. Thank you, Professor. Charlie thanked him and eagerly opened the box. The lid was lifted, but inside there was only a ladder leading downwards. Without saying a word, Charlie went straight downstairs. My feet creaked softly as I stepped on the wooden ladder. After descending about 3 or 4 meters, Charlie's feet touched solid ground. He looked up and around and was instantly stunned by the sight before him. This is a huge underground space with smooth earthen walls on all 4 sides and soft light shining down from above. Judging by appearance, it's estimated to be several acres in size. Charlie walked around the space, but he didn't seem satisfied. Dumbledore, standing behind him, was a little puzzled. Isn't this good? It's all made to the size of Newt's trunk. Then I heard Charlie murmur, oh no, the gold is running low, this place can't be filled. Dumbledore nearly fell down the stairs, still not enough. He held onto the ladder, shaking his head with a wry smile. If I let you conjure some more gold, the Philosopher's Stone will be completely drained. Charlie climbed out of the box and closed the lid. Professor, this box is fantastic. I'm very satisfied. Dumbledore readjusted his glasses. That's good. Remember, this kind of magical item is very precious, so please take great care of it. I know, Professor. Charlie, carrying the suitcase, bid farewell to Dumbledore. He practically ran out of the principal's office, through the corridor, and out of the castle gates. The Forbidden Forest is right in front of us. Charlie ran toward the oak tree as if he knew the way well. Soon, the sturdy oak tree came into view. Charlie slowed his pace and walked happily toward the location where the treasure was buried. Then he stopped. Blood pressure spiked instantly. The land showed signs of being disturbed. The once smooth surface of soil is now full of pits and bumps, clearly indicating that something has been dug here. The soil was refilled, but the cover was so rough that it was obvious it wasn't the original. Charlie's face instantly darkened. Who touched my gold? Charlie quickly went over to check, crouching down to examine the ground carefully. The soil was covered with tiny holes and a series of strange footprints. The footprint was only the size of a thumb, and its shape was quite unique, pointed at the front and rounded at the back. These are definitely not human footprints. Charlie frowned, starting to make plans in his mind. What things would be interested in gold? And would they dig holes for it? He quickly turned over the surface soil, revealing the pit underneath. Thankfully, the pile of gold is still there, gleaming brightly. Charlie carefully counted them, and the quantity had not decreased significantly. Looks like this thief hasn't had time to make a large-scale move yet. Charlie breathed a sigh of relief, but then became alert again. Now that we've been discovered, we must move to a different location. He opened the seamless expansion box and began filling it with gold. He tossed gold bricks into the box one by one, making a crisp clinking sound. It took a full half-hour to transfer all the gold. Charlie covered the soil again, trying to restore it to its original state. He then retreated behind a thick oak tree, took out his wand, and cast an illusion spell on himself. Charlie's body instantly became transparent, blending into his surroundings. He hid in the shadows. That little thief will definitely not let this go. Charlie sneered inwardly. Dare to touch my gold? That's all mine. Time ticked by second. Charlie kept his disillusionment charm active, observing from the shadows. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Occasionally, a small bird would fly by, chirping sweetly. But apart from that, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Why aren't they here yet? It was almost time for afternoon class, which was the history of magic. Never mind, it's Professor Bin's class anyway. Professor Bin's never takes attendance, and he wouldn't know even if you didn't go. His Majesty skipped class, showing contempt for the Grand Tutor, earning him +5 points for being a tyrannical ruler. 2 more hours passed, and the sun began to set in the west. Charlie's legs were numb from squatting, and he was about to change his position when he suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes. He immediately perked up and peered out through the gaps in the leaves. A small black creature peeked out of the grass and stealthily scurried towards the oak tree. Charlie's eyes widened. What the hell is this thing? That thing was about the length of a human arm, and its entire body was covered in black fur. Its most striking feature is its long snout, which looks particularly comical. A flat-nosed mouse. The flat-nosed mouse ran to the oak tree and sniffed around with its long nose. Then they started digging at the soil with their claws. The flat-nosed mouse quickly dug away the soil, revealing an empty pit underneath. It was stunned. His small, dark eyes revealed a great deal of confusion. There were so many glittering treasures yesterday, how could they all disappear overnight? The flat-nosed mouse turned over and over in the burrow, as if it wanted to examine every single grain of soil. Its nose twitched incessantly, trying to detect the scent of gold. I searched for a full 10 minutes but found nothing. The flat-nosed mouse sat dejectedly by the pit, looking particularly depressed. It scratched its head with its little paws and made a few disappointed squeaks. Ha ha ha, are you dumbfounded? Charlie laughed inwardly. However, he did not act rashly but continued to observe. The flat-nosed mouse circled around a few times, and after confirming that there was really nothing there, it could only leave dejectedly. It darted back into the grass and ran deeper into the forbidden forest. Charlie immediately followed. This rat can't possibly be hiding much gold. Charlie analyzed the situation as he followed. Given its size, the flat-nosed rat could only take a few small pieces of gold at most. The lion's share is definitely still in its lair. Catch them all in one fell swoop, not a single gram will escape. Charlie squinted. The flat-nosed mouse ran ahead, and Charlie followed quietly behind.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.